A handful of teams remain here, playing for the right to solidify their legacy in Counter-Strike Global Offensive history as the end of our 10-year run is coming to a close. But we will be guiding you through all the action. My name is Jackie, joined by the wonderful Hawker, and we're set in stone for a beautiful day of games, bud.
Yeah, this is going to be a really... it's just going to be a lot this day, I think, for all the teams involved. I think this is really going to come down to a lot, and I don't know, man. I'm excited, but I'm also nervous in a weird way to see how it's all going to go down.
Yeah, and talking of how it went down yesterday, day 4 of the RMRB, we can have a bit of a look back before we start to set the storylines that'll be coming forward. And this was a day of 2 O's across the board, Hawker. We can start on some of the key results there. I feel like Vitality picking up that win over G2 was a big one. The ENCE Cloud9 game as well, rife with the human element of Counter-Strike, right? We could see everyone wearing their hearts on their sleeves.
Yeah, especially for ENCE, for NIP, for some of these teams qualifying. You get to see those reactions. I mean, Belly holding it together as they qualified through. And really just great to see for these guys, especially for a team like ENCE who, brought in Nerds kind of recently. And Nerds has just been a real revelation for these guys.
Yeah. And it really does go to show just how much this means to all of these teams. We were talking about the pressure that you normally have from the RMRs. You can kind of double that in your mind. The fact that this is your only opportunity to leave your legacy in CSGO with either a big green tick or a red X at the end that you can never alter. And you can see how much it affected the players. It's actually been beautiful to witness and be alongside. But these are the teams that we've already said goodbye to. Aurora, 500. Eternal Fire, Astralis being a big one there, not making it to the major, iNation and Spirit Hawker.
Yeah, I think for those teams, obviously a difficult thing to deal with, and you can see now Falcons joining the eliminated teams from RMR A, alongside some of those other names on the list. I think for anyone getting eliminated, it is always tough, but for Falcons especially, this was kind of their goal for this roster. They were really grinding for this specific event. They really wanted to be in Paris, and well, you can see the reactions there. No,
incredibly so. I mean, Nathan himself, MBK on Twitter, was saying that, this was 6 months of their life work. Every hour they had was put into playing the game, attempting to be back at that top level, wanting to, fly the flag high for French CS at the Paris Major, but it couldn't happen. They had some close results, a lot of games that were intense for them as well, right? A hard group that they went up against, especially with the draw against Na'Vi and Mouse. It just wasn't there for them, Hawker.
Yeah, even able to get a win over Mouse, who then later themselves qualified. But once it hit the best of 3s, unfortunately for Falcons, they weren't able to pick up any of those series. And that's where you've got to go for it. You've got to be stepping up in those BO3 scenarios.
Yeah, and you can see at the bottom as well, the big 2-0 result. We had an interview with Kito yesterday, and it was beautiful because he touched on the fact that he was even feeling the shared emotions that Falcons are going through. If you missed that, we've got it on hand, so let's have a bit of a look back.
Very emotional for you and the team. Give me a vibe check. What's going on?
I don't know. It's nice when it's just. It's because last year when we went out Cologne, it was like the same feeling, and now when you see them cry, it's like you know why they cry, and I don't know, that's why I'm sad now. I don't know if I know how they feel. I felt the same last year, or every time when we don't make playoffs in Cologne, and that's probably the same feeling for them right now.
Sounds.
Wow. You can see the fact that it really does have an extra layer to it, right? Him kind of mirroring the emotions there for Falcons, knowing what they're going to be going through whilst he's trying to even contend with the fact, do I feel happy about this? I know we've won the game, but I'm still trying to sort of mentally adjust. I think that's the one key takeaway from the RMRs that we haven't really had for a very long time in CS Hawker is just how much you've seen everyone showing their true emotions, their true colors, and giving that body language to us, not shying away from crying, not shying away from really telling us how they feel.
Yeah, you can really feel it whenever you get to see the players that have been eliminated or the players you talk to. You can see that they can't keep it in themselves, of course. They have to let it out in that moment.
Yeah.
I think for some of the squads, though, it has been a bit of a better time for them. We've got our Legends teams on screen. Into the Breach in the mix.
Yeah, Into the Breach, flying the flag high for the UK scene as they were able to come in and cause an awful lot of upsets and secure that Legends spot, but there's still one more to play for. Monte versus Vitality that will decide who is solidified as a Legends team going into the last major and who will have to play it out as challengers. Big storyline there being for Vitality, right? You're in the home crowd, you're in the top 16 if you make it that way. And let's look at the teams they'll be joining if they compete as challengers.
Yeah, definitely some scary names in this list. I think this is a scenario where the EU teams are largely favored in a lot of these matchups once we get them. And still a couple of spots available. And you can see this Challengers playoff, the last chance qualifier coming through. FaZe already getting through to a pretty good position for themselves. Cloud9 and Big also getting their wins, but that puts them up against each other.
And that's the crazy bit, is you see all three of these organizations, FaZe Clan, Cloud9, Big, you know they've taken trophies, you know they've had their moments, their times in the sun, and only one of them can make it to the Paris Major as a challengers team, and that's the crazy bit. Let's have a look at the schedule for today then. You really will want to clear your schedule. Make sure you can stay home and watch all of these games because they're set to be bangers, and the one we're opening up with is Big Cloud9.
Yeah, that is already a fantastic matchup. You can see the players arriving here. Big with their game faces on today. They were able to get that win yesterday, but I think they know, well, we heard them talk yesterday about how difficult this run still could be for them. I think that win yesterday may be favored for them, but the other teams here, FaZe and Cloud9, two very tough teams to go up against.
Yeah, nothing gets any easier. That lower bracket really is looking terrifying. But we'll start to put Big under the microscope a little bit in terms of the run they've had throughout the RMR so far. Started off with a 16-12 versus iNation that was actually quite a close affair. The longer it went on, though, Big were really showing a good display of themselves. I think even in the NIP matchup, it was just more NIP pulling ahead with Config having some key rounds. Some of the boys there really stepping up to overcome that hurdle. But they fought all the way down, right? They knew they had to face Falcons, and that was a 2-0 series that was quite intense. The second map of Mirage Hawker looking like it could have gone into an overtime.
Yeah, very close matches for these guys. You can see some of their ratings so far. Keto has been a real standout for them, which is great to see. Not always in those star roles for this squad. I think Hyped on the AWP has definitely looked good, especially against NIP. He had some good moments for himself as well.
He did indeed. But let's focus on Favon for now. We had an interview with him, so let's see what he said about himself.
Thank you very much for joining me, Favon. Good morning. Obviously, a really emotional game yesterday, emotional day. You guys have had some sleep coming into this one, but it just gets even harder as it goes on. Cloud9 in the last chance qualifier. What do you think of your chances going up against them?
Yeah, I would say because it's like last chance, they have also pressure like we do. It's like 50-50 game. Of course, they're the favorites. We are the underdog. We have, like, I would say, nothing to lose against them because people don't really expect much from us in this game probably. So yeah, I think it could go either way, but made a better team win.
And we're looking at the pressure today. I think a lot of people will never get to experience the level of pressure the players are feeling today. How was your sleep last night?
It was actually good. I mean, after the game I was a bit awake still, but I went to sleep pretty earlier than the last few days because it's 10 a.m. game. You need to wake up way earlier than 10. Yeah, so it was okay, I would say.
Now, thinking of this being the last global offensive major, the more important thing is the last major of the year, right? So how much is that playing into your mind if you don't make it through here? This is the major circuit done for you guys for the year.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's really bad for us if we don't make it to the last major. Also for the players, like it's our personal goal to attend the last CSGO major because CSGO changed a lot of lives from us players, and it would be nice to just play the last major. But if we don't qualify, it would be really sad for all of us.
And obviously, a lot more emotions in this one. We've seen yesterday, Keto, very emotional after the game. How important is it that people like Tabs and people like Gauntlet B are able to keep the emotions in check for the team?
What do you mean with in check? Sorry.
Like keep the emotions under control in the game, so you don't let them get the better of you.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, like, I would say we let our emotions open. We just let it go. If we are happy, we are happy. If we are sad, we are sad. Tilt and stuff like this. But Gauntlet B cannot do anything because if he is screaming or something, he will get a warning instantly. So, yeah, but yeah.
Oh, there you go. The talk of emotions really being a key factor of the RMRs. But I like the fact Big are basically just saying, yeah, look, no, wherever we get taken by the wind, however we're playing, if we're feeling that high, we're going to let it be displayed. If we're having a bit of a low point, Hawker, it's not really going to be something we're, too focused on. But we'll move away from that for now. We'll come back to Big a bit later when we get into the server, but let's have a look at their opponents. Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9. Definitely a team that you would expect to be making it through to the major. However, they find themselves in this position. Shiro has been the consistent factor for them in all matches. Even when they're losing, it looks like he can win them rounds. He's definitely trying to deliver for this team, and I would say players like Hobbit have definitely stepped up. Axar has been missing an occasion, but I think he stepped it up as we've gone on. So the big three showing up for the most part on this Cloud9 side, and those are the three players you really look to be the big fraggers on this team.
Yeah, you need that extra level of lethality that comes out of Cloud9 when all three of them are performing. And we've had some great rounds. I think Shiro yesterday, it was a good display from the fall from grace in the ENCE matchup where it looked like the frustration had kind of beaten them. The mental game really did look like it had sunk in immediately straight into their next game. And he looked way better. He felt like himself and really was able to control the pace a lot more, Hawker.
Yeah, we had the chance to talk to the captain, Nafany, ahead of this all-important matchup.
Good morning, Nafany. Obviously, big matchups today. Probably one of the highest stakes days of the Counter-Strike calendar, right, for you guys. How much is the fact that if you don't make it today, that's going to leave a mark in your legacy in Counter-Strike Global Offensive playing on your mind?
Obviously, it's already disaster for us because we expect other result, but we have what we have. And as always, we'll try to do our best. And that's it.
Obviously, you're going to be focusing on trying to get to that final game of the day, but you've got to get through Big first. What are your thoughts on your opponent?
Big, it's a good team. They have really good structure, and they have some good individualities, so it's tough to play versus them. But as I said, the only one way how to win them is do our best, and that's it.
I mean, yesterday we seen you guys obviously a devastating loss. We seen even Shiro crying during the game, right? So the emotions are at a massive level right now. What is it like to go from losing a game like that to having to sort of 1 hour later play in the last chance qualifier? What's the mindset like?
Obviously, the whole format is, let's say, not really fair because we must play without any preparation. About an hour, and the team which waiting us already prepared for us, and it's kind of not fair in my opinion. The whole format, Boogles, it's not really fair format in my opinion again, but overall the strongest team always win, and if we didn't manage it, we have what we have.
Yeah, and looking at FaZe, they've actually had a longer time as well, and I'm sure they have been watching the bracket unfold. Is that playing into your guys' heads a little bit, knowing that FaZe have had a little bit of extra time or much more time than you guys?
It's too early to speak about FaZe. We firstly need to win big, so it's I can't say nothing.
Of course, the last time we had Cloud9 versus FaZe in a best of three, that was the Pro League Grand Finals just a couple of weeks ago. So if that storyline happens, it could be incredible. But we'll have a look at our predictions overall and see how the talent is doing on this one. Good to see me and Harry, both the 1 point crew. Hawker, you've already got 3, mate.
Yeah, I think a few perfect days yesterday, and we already have Hugo locking in his prediction. He's already gone with FaZe, whoever wins this matchup, which I like to see. I like to see the confidence there.
Yeah, big confidence from Hugo, but we need to see the confidence on the server. A historic matchup will be coming your way, a big best of 3 in the last chance qualifier. Come back and join us after this break.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
And welcome back, Counter-Strike fans, because you will be standing on the edge of your seat screaming with some of the games we have in store for you today. Cloud9 versus Big is first to be on your screens. And at the bottom there, you can see the unicorn odds as well, with Cloud9 being the slight favorite here. But actually, compared to some of the odds we've seen throughout the event, all right, I think there's a bit of breathing room. And I definitely think that could be an angle we look at here. Big, they've impressed a lot of us, Hawker, throughout this event. But this is the true test of their steel, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely fairly solid favorites on the Cloud9 side, but I think for Big, the question has to be, can they hold up in terms of firepower here against a team like Cloud9? We saw yesterday against NIP, it felt like NIP were able to crack open a lot of rounds, use their individuals to just brute force rounds at times against this Big roster. So the first thing I want to see is some of those individuals stepping up. We've seen it from Keto. I'd love to see Crimbo get involved in the late round. He's so good in those clutches. And Hyped yesterday was also having a pretty damn good game. I know he's up against Shiro on the other side, but I definitely think he can have some impact here.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we've all been discussing is kind of how is Hyped going to perform against Tier 1 opposition and especially against other Tier 1 AWPers, right? We've started to see a little bit of that now. We've got more of an understanding. We had their matchup versus Zywoo. We saw how it played out there. Yesterday versus Headtricked, bit of a different story as well, with both of them being players that came up through the academy leagues together. And in that one, Headtricked had his number in quite a few key rounds. And here, you face the old god himself, right? Shiro. This man can be absolutely demonic on the AWP. He went nuclear into the series we had for C9 yesterday to keep them in the last chance qualifier and really commanded respect. But we'll see how they look as we get into our first map of Anubis. Big on the T side, Cloud9s will be your CTs for this one.
Yeah, Big's map pick, and a map that Cloud9 have not been tested on much recently. They haven't played this map in over 2 months. So we'll see if Big's punish can pay off for them as they start to move up towards mid.
Okay. Bit of an early stab in the dark as they are trying to command respect early. Dink onto Nafany, leaving him barely alive with 3 HP. And this is a lot of map control you've been able to steal. Smoke goes down to block off the A side, but they can really play with this, Hawker. You've got the flank opportunity.
Yeah, definitely something to work with here. Nafany tries to just tuck all the way back, but he's so low on health. tabseN, will he clear the corner? He doesn't. Oh. Nafany takes 2 in quick succession.
Oh my. Man's on 3 HP. But he's gotten himself 2 kills on the pistol, and Axel might want to do something a little bit ill here as well. Swings out onto Hyped, tagging down the second man. 2 for 2 as they all clean up together. A nice bundle of frags to claim the initial pistol round versus Big.
Yeah, and something we have talked about is that Cloud9 have got off to a lot of slow starts in this tournament. They've had a lot of maps where they've been down 5 rounds early, maybe even more than that. Well, no slow start here in this one. A clean pistol, and I think you can see tabseN maybe not expecting Nafany to be able to get away with 2 kills from his position, but that's what got them off to the strong start. And Cloud9 will have to deal with a force buy, but they're in a good position here.
Keto, he's got 2 22s in his shoes, and he wanted to put them to good use. But he was spotted out by Hobbit early on the opening gambit towards Connector, so he'll fall. FaZe looking for a stab in the dark as well. There's a bit of timing to play with here. They were shuffling the utility on the back of the site, so he tries to clear it, looking for a freebie frag, but nothing comes his way.
Move back into mid from Big. Shiro with the MP9. Needs to be a little careful, but the MP9 is so good close quarters. He gets the fight at the right time, takes a dink through. Eventually, FaZe finds the trade, but still, Cloud9 staying on top.
At this point, it's a 4 versus 2. You can really just play the long-range angles. You know you've got the better weaponry for this. And that trade game is always in the back of your mind. FaZe, he's got the bomb, and he will attempt to link up with Hyped and then stake their claim towards the B bomb site. Could be an opportunity for the timing, but really it relies on Hobbit. Yeah, first contact on the angle, spams up FaZe, leaving him on 14 HP, relays the information to the rest of the team. They can set themselves up. Buster watching from the connector, but his head's been blown off. The Deagle starts to make you think maybe there's a chance to keep this round alive. Bomb planted now.
Teams getting the bomb down is impressive in this position. I think FaZe might have too much to do. He gets close to another kill, but Axel able to run him down. So Cloud9 stay on top, but a couple of kills for Big and a bomb plant. And that means they should have a little bit of an investment into this next round.
All the difference the one Deagle shot makes, right? A lot more money to work with. And you're in a world of pain. If you just get sprayed down there by Hobbit, you lose both of the players, no bomb plant, nothing to really work off. We wouldn't see as much elation, as much stress being removed from the big camp already in the responsive round.
Definitely got to have eyes on FaZe as well. We saw the stats earlier. He's actually the lowest rated for Big so far throughout the RMRs. And he's normally someone who can have a lot of impact with early round plays. Here are Big moving over to A early, and they're going to go straight through the flames here.
Through the fire and the flames. But Axel, he really can be a dragon force in the back of the site. Quick trade, FaZe on the Mac 10. Slays him.
Wow.
Bomb being planted as well.
This is a pretty good position. Kito's going to get the rifle. Do they want to fight forward? The smoke helps, but Nafany gets a kill before it blooms.
Nafany playing around this, pushing up, but he's been dinked on the edge of the smoke. FaZe caught some timing, works with it, but now just two players trapped on a bomb site. The 1M4 of Tabson has to go massive. It needs to be a gargantuan round, but he's been slammed down by Shiro. All on Crimbo. Back at the bomb site with a Deagle, hits one. Left in the 1v1 now. Shiro jumps up on top, and the movement catches him. Crimbo not able to win out there.
Close from Crimbo. Shiro having to jump up on top. That is not a comfortable position to be in. You never know if you're going to get the chance to get your shot off when you're just jumping in midair like that. And it was a really nice call from Big. There was only the one CT on A, so the fact that they extinguished the molly and just go so quickly clearly catches Cloud9 off guard. Cloud9 still able to recover, but Big already showing us some signs of the competitive nature they're going to make in these rounds.
And they've shown us some good looks on Anubis as well. One of the ways they really force their hand into the game is off the back of Hype's AWP. And he's been able to don it. They finally got the funds for this with the double bomb plant, and he's looking to control the connector.
Tabson moving up mid. There is a challenge here from Cloud9. It is Nafany tucked into the corner. Elsewhere, Quito using this molly, which you'll see so often, but Hobbit's playing ahead of it. He wants this fight, and Quito caught off guard.
Nafany looking down middle. Good for the 1-for-1, but no commit on the spray, and FaZe slays him, leaving it in a 3 versus 4 with map control being pushed and fought for by Cloud9. You've bled out from the B bomb site. You're close towards middle, and this is going to get messy. Hyped on the AWP. Quick for the first shot. Dives back. Same can be said about Shiro as he recoils and sets up, looking for the distance.
Ended up being nice timing from Hype to look back. And now Shiro does have to bail completely. He's too scared of a potential flank, and for good reason, because Crimbo was looking for him. 38 seconds here. FaZe is so far up mid, but they've got to get the bomb to a bomb site, and they're still so spread out. Axel's pushing A main. He could drop the bomb.
Axel, the Annihilator, could leave this round dead in the water. He's going to be in a prime angle. 20 seconds on the clock. He'll be behind them. They have no reason to clear this. He'll hear the audio cue of them dropping down. He can turn and burn them. Hyped. He's gone for the slow drop. Wants to try and clear the angle, but 13 seconds left. This is looking rough as Axel denies it.
That's it. Nothing FaZe can do, and he even goes down. Cloud9 off to a fantastic start here on their CT side. And this is a bit of a switch up in the veto from Big. These teams played fairly recently, and Big actually went for the Inferno pick last time. And they were able to win it, but it was a really close map. So Big have tried something slightly different here, even though these teams played fairly recently. I think Anubis is kind of a punish pick, is what they're going for here against Cloud9. But Cloud9 have started really strong on this CT side.
They've come out swinging. The animal released from the cage already. And FaZe He's going to need the animalistic tendencies in this one. The claws have to come out as they're walking through the smoke, and Nafany's just playing on this. They want to work together here. The one rifle has a bit of backup. Can it actually find any impact?
Oh, fantastic flash. Forces them to drop down. And now Hobbit will be very aware that his position could be pressured. Oh, he has actually not. He turns away. This is danger now.
Oh, it was not an unexpected journey for Hobbit. He knew exactly where they were coming from, but Buster puts the foot down. Nafany looking for the re-aggression as well. Holding now. He's got a prime angle for the crossover. They've calmed about the bomb, so he knows he can hit the headshot for free. Axel, meanwhile, keeps the carnage coming, and Quito cannot repeat history with the dig.
Cloud9 on fire early on Anubis. And if you haven't been keeping up with this map lately, it has been very T-sided. So the fact that Big have got off to such a slow start on their T side is a real concern for them. Frustration already showing. Oh,
hello.
There we go.
Bit of a stretch on that one.
Yeah, you got there eventually. But yeah, Big needs something here. They have the buy back now. Looks like they'll take things slow again in this gun round.
Early nade, dashed in. Nafany playing towards close mid as per usual. Big HE as well. Oh, tons of damage distributed early on to the big players. Hype's also holding for an aggressive play in case there's a bit of an info gathering maneuver towards the B site. When Ego challenge, he can hit that shot on the AWP and look to get them opening into this round with the initial duel going their way.
Flash in through mid. Faven, the man so often in the front lines for Big, tries to jump across, but Nafany wins that duel. He has been dominating this mid position. 9 kills now for Nafany, off to an excellent start here. And Big's opening move doesn't work out for them. Now they've got to find another way into this round.
They bolstered the defense as well. Shiro's there on the AWP. Quito, he's good to cause conundrums in the connector. We've seen him do it a few times already, and now he's armed with the rifle and the rest of the squad supporting him. They group up and go for the wolf pack. The execution into B. Again, it's a late round though. 24 seconds on the clock. Buster could be all the difference they need for Cloud9, and as they execute out Nafany in the back, stabs onto Quito, tabs him with the trade. Actually good for 2. Starts to make you think this round could be made up for Big, but the bomb's dropped. Goes flying into connector. 9 seconds on the clock. Everything was in the palm of their hands, but now they're getting palmed off as Axel beats them down. Hyped with that last second shot. Clutches it out.
Huge shot from Hyped, because that would have been a disaster for Big. The fact that the bomb goes tumbling into that position completely unnecessarily was so scary. That was Tamsin doing the work initially, but that's the moment you wonder whether the round could have gone against them. Hype keeps his cool, and Big have something to get excited about.
What a response from Hyped. If there ever was a shot that would wake you or Aurora up and get the team thinking, okay, we still have a fighting chance. We're not 6-0 down. It's just 5-1. We can build from it. Because that was a great round, right? But the bomb betraying them as it flies into connector. And you're watching Axel's crosshair thinking he knows how to deal with this every single time. He's so crisp with it. He's so sick with it. But Hype's AWP denies that, and Big take their first timeout. God B gives his input.
Yeah, and for Big, they're clearly trying these late round plays. They want to try and outmaneuver Cloud9 heading into the mid and late round. But so far, it has looked uncomfortable for them in these late round positions. Cloud9 do have some limitations in their buy for this round, though. You can already see a couple of weaker weapons in the mix. But that AWP of Shiro is so important for this team. He's still got that in hand. Flash out. Standard nades being traded here for both sides. Faven has been given freedom to look for early fights by himself. It Looks like in this round, Big again want to focus on this mid area of the map. Seems like that's been a real focal point for them here early on this T side. See if Nafany can stop them again, because he's had a great start for Cloud9, but he rotates away because of that smoke.
Oh, an awkward encounter for Faven. Dink down to 24 on the UMP, so he gets away at least with the frag on the Buster. Same cannot be said for Axal, executed by tabseN. Shiro, now the round relies on him. 40 seconds on the clock as he backs off to reposition. Quick pot shot, Hawker, but no connection.
Yeah, that's tough. Shiro needed something. His teammates had already gone down, and it's a nice little round from Big there. You see that they're able to pressure through mid, but really it's that smoke over towards the other side of the map that's so helpful for them. Just draws the attention away from mid, forces Axal to try and respond and cover off that position. And as soon as he falls, Shiro realizes he's in an uncomfortable spot. It's also great having Faven hold outside that B side of the map, making sure that they keep that map controlled despite Cloud9's attempted aggression. And this time, Big will win a round with everyone surviving. That'll be nice for them. Build up a bit of money in the bank.
Get the cream and start to build up those paper stacks. For Cloud9, though, again, it's a round where it felt like there was some key moments that could have gone their way. It's better for Big, though, if they can actually get mid control, if we can start to see them conditioning Cloud9 so that Nafany can't play the advanced angles he's felt so free to do. Could change the pace. Timeout being called in for them as well. And you're massively leading here, but as soon as you lose 2 rounds like that on the spin, you might as well use it even just to ice out Big a little bit and figure out what you want to do.
Yeah, just making sure that they have a moment to breathe here on the Cloud9 side. I think Axal was hoping Shiro was able to move over to help him a little sooner there. You kind of saw Shiro arriving to try and cover off mid just a little after Axal. So maybe just trying to figure out the coordination completely. Cloud9, though, with a couple of weaknesses into this round. They still have some rifles in play, though. And that means they might try and take a risk in this round. Stacked pretty heavily towards A early here. And allow this aggression.
And you can use those pistols as basically a way to bait the crosshair off the angle. Send them in first, sound the alarm, then peek with the actual rifles you've got. Axal, Shiro, and Hobbit sporting the 3 real guns into the round. B site completely open as well. Big don't know this, though. They're just applying early pressure, so the rotation's arriving.
Yeah, Cloud9 basically just get that AWP of Shiro established on an angle over on A. They use rifle support to help that, and now they can rotate back to B and have players in position on the right bomb site.
Axal. They're going to be the first contact here, but Hobbit put on a pedestal and he punishes as he pops off with 2. Striking against tabseN and Faven into the back line. It's Keto, but it's a no-go as Axal will stop him then and there. All on Crimbo and Heights now with a final 44 seconds. Crimbo, good for 2. Drops the Molotov to block the push as well. And this is a very low Cloud9 team. Burning in the flames as well. They're peeking into him. He's just going absolutely nuclear. The man's cleaning up. Mop and bucket. It's all on Crimbo. 28 seconds left on the clock. Peeks back in. And he's going to finish it off. That is an unbelievable round from Big.
There's no way Crimbo wins that. Get loud, son. You deserve it. That's a 1-on-5 for Crimbo. It all went so horribly wrong initially, but 1v5, Crimbo finds the first 2 in quick succession, and then they try and peek him, but he just dismantles them, and he keeps his cool at the end, goes back to an angle to reload. Look at the reaction. Crimbo can't quite believe it himself.
Oh, he is ecstatic. Drops the scream as well. That's what you want to see because it was mean. It was absolutely obscene. That is an insane round for Big. A notorious one to remember. Crimbo getting into the minds of Cloud9 already.
I mean, listen, it probably shouldn't have got into that position in the first place. It was a round where Cloud9 only had 3 rifles, but they did a great job at getting them activated, at boosting them up, at getting them into the right positions. And so Crimbo required in the clutch, the most clutch player this year, based on overall clutches won at the top level, does it for Big in that round. Now they've got to keep their cool. They're going quick in this one.
The MAC-10 of Crimbo denied instantly, and they have run straight into the abattoir defense of the A site, turned into just chunks of meat all over the floor. Off the back of the hype you had in that prior round, now all of a sudden you're staring death in the face. A 2 versus 4 as Tabson at least finds 1 kill back onto Buster.
Oh man, Hyped is sitting in the smoke as it fades. Just having those 2 players there over on A main early for Cloud9, it makes it brutal for Big. You saw Crimbo barely got a chance to react with his MAC-10. And Shiro is even moving in behind. Big trying to switch up the pace. They've gone for that A play a couple of times now. This time it gets stopped in its tracks. They don't have a molly for Hobbit's position either. And Hyped will instead focus towards the site. Problem is, as soon as he fires, Hobbit might just swing. Indeed, he does. Tabson able to trade here, so it's actually somewhat doable now in the 1-on-2. Tries to fake out that bomb, but no one fighting from the Cloud9 side. Tabson aware of the possible flank, but Shiro has no need to make the move. They'll just wait for Tabson. He has to plant, and Cloud9 know it. Eventually, Axel plays his angle to perfection. Cloud9 instantly bounce back, and for Big, that's got to be a bit frustrating. You just win an incredible round, you go for a quick one in the next, and you get shut down so early.
Tabson, the way he was playing it, looked like he had a great read on the round, understood the win condition in the clutch there as well, clearing out towards the rear. The Shiro, the scalpel, the silent assassin who was always there as the fallback plan, didn't even need to play his card. Instead, they find the frags on the site. And that's a 6-3 split on the scoreline. Shiro already looking for the early contact on mid as well. Let's have a quick look at some of these KDs as well, man. You've got Axel, 12-4 at the minute. Nafany, 12-5. He's been unbelievable in the opening duels towards middle. 2-0 for them. Cloud9 just looking like they're on a whole nother level.
Yeah, they look very strong right now. I mean, the fact that one of Big's rounds was a 1-on-5 kind of tells you all you need to know. I'm still in awe of that. 1v5s are so rare. I mean, I know he trades pretty quickly, but it still counts as a 1v5. Gonna see Shiro get inquisitive. Ooh, good shot onto Tabson down below. No chance for the trade. Mad Orb in the right place at the right time. And Buster just playing that supportive role. Puts the incendiary down.
Attempting to collapse back on the B bomb site as Keto comes in with a first shot. Miss from Shiro as well. Reposition, 40 caught an angle, but suddenly all the bullets are landing, and Cloud9, it's a very rainy day for them. The clouds have moved and opened up space for Big as they've got control. They're in post plant, the AK in the hands of Keto as well, and they might not even fancy their chances in this one. The cash is going to be rough. You don't want to throw away the 2 rifles so you can bolster the bind to the next. So Big, off the back of those 3 kills, secure the 4th.
Man, that's crazy, because you're walking into a bomb site. I mean, sure, there's an MP9 in there, but you feel like there's a rifle and an AWP at the back of the site who are just going to lock it down. Shiro misses that first shot, and then once he tries to repeat, they've already come out down below. The rifler wasn't watching that. Hobbit was trying to play that backside position. So they were relying on that AWP to take the first contact, and Shiro, unfortunately, missing that opportunity. And for Big, well, some brilliant shots. We were wanting to see the firepower come through from them to match up against Cloud9. They're starting to show us glimpses of that here. Big round from Keto. Gets his second kill. That's the AWP gone.
And we've been talking about Keto a lot, right? We had that interview with him yesterday. You can see how much it means to him. The raw passion, the raw effect of Counter-Strike, the reason why we love this game, the reason why everyone plays, the immense pressure that they're all under competing here in the last chance qualifier, and he is delivering with that pressure. Again now, defaulting back towards the B site. Want to fight for controller, Connector and Hobbit will fall.
Yeah, this round should be a fairly comfortable one for Big, although there are a couple of rifles still in play for Cloud9. Quito having a great round here, cleaning up on all these angles. Starting to really showcase what he can do on this team. It has been so nice seeing Quito in great form. He's honestly putting up star numbers right now at this tournament for Big. And we're definitely seeing the highs and lows for a lot of teams throughout this tournament. It's just so nice to see. And even when you see the disappointments, it's because you can understand how much it means to all the teams here. And so it is still important to look at those moments and realize it's for the love of the game. Shiro might get an AK. But Favon wraps around the side, so just Axile saving this time. Big finding their way in here, though. They've definitely stepped it up in recent rounds.
Man, the history that's been unfolding at the RMR as well, right? Because it's not just the fact that you're competing to potentially be in the last major of the year. It's also the last major in Global Offensive. We'll then move into Counter-Strike 2. Things are going to be a whole different world out there. So we'll stay focused with where we are for now. It's a 6-5 Big, keeping the game alive on the first map of Anubis. This is their pick. You'd hope that they've got some tricks up their sleeve on the T side. And a buy for Cloud9. Doesn't have enough funds to sport the AWP once again for Shiro. So a full rifle setup with Hyped being the only AWP on the server.
Yeah, Big do need to keep on delivering here on this T side, because I'd say with Cloud9 already having 6 CT rounds, that's already a pretty decent position, and Hobbit takes the risk behind the back of the smoke. It pays off for him. Quito trying to take that ground back, but Hobbit wins yet another fight, and Cloud9 looks set for success in this round.
Hobbit's journey isn't over. He still wants more door frags as he pushes up close, grabs the AK and backs off now. Favon looking over the top of the smoke as well, hoping there is a 6-foot-tall man at the back of the bomb site. But no one's tall enough for this. Hyped is here to support as well. They've got tons of util, but only 45 seconds left on the clock, Walker.
Ooh, Molly into Buster's position. They will have heard that. They've also cleared out that close left side. This is now a little obvious. Cloud9 should be prepared on the whole, but Hobbit goes down. Now Buster feels uncomfortable. He has to move forward, but Hyped ready for him. Out of nowhere, Big find a couple of entries into this bomb site. There is still Shiro sitting, lying in wait, and that time is starting to become an issue here. Big know they've got to get that bomb onto the site. I don't know if they know about Shiro, though. They have no idea. He denies, and there's simply no time. They have to play for elimination, but it's not doable. Cloud9 steal away the round. All they need is Shiro, the sneaky devil in the back of the bomb site.
Waits until the right moment to strike, and the boa constrictor of Cloud9 sucks the oxygen clean out of the lungs for Big as they move on to a 7th. They kept it competitive as well. The trade back from Connector, you're thinking, okay, now you've got a bit of space. Crimbo looking like he's given you a lifeline, especially when Hyped hits the AWP shot on the close angle as well. But time was of the essence, and they were not ready for Shiro's surprise.
Nice Shiro surprise for Cloud9. I don't think Big will have enjoyed it. Oh, double nade being lined up. That could do work here. Hobbit moves forward, so not too much damage done. Cloud9 this time with standard setup to start the round. Putting 2 towards mid, though, instead of the 3B stack we've seen previously. I think Shiro will now start to adjust. That AWP will come back to the B bomb site. Big again, very happy to play the clock. They've used a fair amount of utility early in this round. As it stands, Cloud9 have 2 players on this A side of the map. They're a little scared of the mid split though, because they don't have mid control. So Axel, the only player really focused on A main right now.
Axel drops the smoke just as they're playing contact on a walk-up. So Crimbo uses the opportunity to swing. Nafany on the off angle, slaying and spraying. Claps his way through 2 of them. But they bought enough time, they've created enough space, and Hyped was lurking back towards T-Spawn. That's just a tag onto Hobbit. He has to switch to the P250 and pop him, but he's struggling. This is buying a lot of time. It's making it awkward. Eventually, commits on the kill. The CTs now might want to back off from this. They went for a boost up over the smoke. There was nothing for Shiro to see. Buster plays close just in case they push in, but now they're recoiling. A 6th round will be guaranteed for Big.
Yeah, sometimes you know when it's time to go in your gut. And Cloud9 realize this round is just too unlikely after losing that 1 player, putting them down in a 2v3 retake attempt. Solid round from Big though. It's all about that Crimbo entry, really. It was a big decision there. Does he push through the smoke? He decides to do so. That means he really has to win that fight against Axel. He does exactly that. And the rest of Big then are able to get out through the smoke. Yeah, I think you can see Axel knows how important that fight was. Just resigned to the fact that he lost it.
For Cloud9 now then, the knock-on effect is you've only got what you carried over from the prior round. Shiro, what can he find? Early on towards middle station does the defender. Looking to lock it down. And this is just USPs as well. No real utility either. That was the only smokes they had thrown out. Oh, oof. Oh,
Okay.
Hello. Hype's coming back in.
Solid shots. Bomb's been left behind, and Axel wins that fight. A bit awkward for Big, but they still have smokes if they need them. I think they're just going to continue to hold here. Nice work from Faven. Shiro in the clutch, maybe a possibility. Hyped is so trained on his angle, though. Yeah, he needed something to come to him there, Shiro. So realizes it's time to back away, try and save for the last round of the half.
So Shiro saves on to his scope. Still plays on a nice little pixel peek angle as well.
Such a cheeky angle.
It is filthy. Pixel sniffing on the Kurt angle. But will he be able to lay the smack down? No one wants to contest, so he will get away with the AWP. He'll be happy with that at the very least. But the game will go 7-7 to Big. Considering the start we had here with, what, 5 rounds on the spin for Cloud9, this is a lot better of a half.
Yeah, it's a very solid recovery here from Big. I think they've had a mix of nice takes on bomb sites, nice clean rounds, and then some where the individuals have stepped up, which has to happen sometimes. This is just hype. The smoke fades. Cloud9, I think, slightly misjudging when that smoke was going to fade, and that ends up being costly. It is still a scenario where Cloud9 have a solid CT round haul on Anubis, though. And we can see an update from the B stream. These 2 teams competing for the final legend spot. Looking good for Vitality over there. Over here, though, last round of the half. And a bit of early damage onto Hyped.
And this could be a huge swing round to affect the momentum. It's a full buy for either side. So if you pick this up, get that additional 8th going into the pistol. It makes the world of difference, especially with how fine the margins are here at the RMR.
This last chance qualifier, so important for both these sides. You heard it in the interviews ahead of the game. Just over a minute left on the clock for Big. Cloud9 have stuck with their similar setup. 2 towards B, 2 towards mid. They will have a fast rotate, but Big already committing nades into this B site. Ooh, big gap there. Faven will try and look for fights.
He's found his way in, but this time it's Hobbit in a prime position. He's tucked back into the angle Shiro was playing previously, but they will be aware of it. Won't matter though, he still gets one before he's sent off to the Burns ward, and it's Hype that cannot ward off any more of the big clan. All on Grimbo. Can he do it once again and repeat history here on a B bomb site? This time it's harder. They've got guns and he's only got 25 seconds. Switches out to the AWP. Knows he's got to get this plant at some point, trying to bait them to challenge him. Sees the AWP of Shiro, but he's quicker, as they will get the 8th round at the end of the first half. Where's this going to go in the sequel? Join us for that after the break. A tight half, 8-7, with Cloud9 edging it out in the dying moments. But this game has been delivering a little bit of a slow start for Big, but they really are looking rip-roaring and ready for the second now, Hawker.
Yeah, I feel like we saw the game start to get a little more competitive as it went on. I think both teams warming up into this series is the way I'd put it. But Big have got to warm up pretty quickly here. It is their map pick right now. And they're switching over to the CT side. Normally more difficult to play the CT side on this map, and they are down. So Big need to step it up here. They've got some early utility to try and gain ground. And they've gone 1 for 1.
And this is wild. They are swinging into it immediately, and it's caused the rotation and reaction into the A site, but this is looking lethal as Hyped claps in with 2. The dual Berettas finding stereo frags, and all of a sudden, it's just Shiro in a 1v4.
Well then, Big's aggression works out for them, and over towards B, really, it's just a brutal attempt from Cloud9. Oh, okay, Shiro might still have something to say about this round if they fight him one by one. He has a minute left on the clock. And Shiro loves to try and play with the mind games, so he won't give away his position. And that means Big have to be aware of all options here.
He's gone silent. Left them guessing. Started to reposition, so he can't be caught slipping in a bad spot here. 35 seconds left on the clock with the money P250. Can he farm up some cream into this round and get the Skrilla he needs? Hyped already. Picked up 2 frags with those dualies. Is there a third to be in store? Bomb on a close left angle as well as he goes in. Gonna have about 19 seconds as this smoke fades, and this is where it's gonna get iffy. Tabson is watching for the peak. He'll be first contact, and he will not miss that bullet.
Really nicely done from Big there. Instead of just trying to hold all angles individually, they figure, you know what, there's not that much time left now. Let's just go ahead and clear out one of these angles. Let's clear out down below and make sure that it's just too tricky for Shiro to clear out all those positions. Okay, go.
Hey,
Hello.
God B.
Good.
All right, hell yeah. That's what you want to see from God B, man. Missed having this guy on our screens. And it's a little bit more lighthearted. It looks way better for Big, considering some of the emotions we had seen. And Cloud9 used their third of the 4 tech pauses here to have a chat about what they want to adjust. Shiro looking very vocal.
Yeah, Shiro loves to talk on this Cloud9 team when they're in game. You can see he's very passionate about what he wants the team to do. And I guess he wants them to eco in this round. Makes sense. Weren't able to get that bomb down. Shiro has picked up a dig for himself. Maybe a bit frustrated that he didn't get much of a chance in the pistol. So he'll look for some headshots here instead. I don't mind all the MP9s on Big either. I think they're aware this should be a save they're up against.
Tabson just jiggling for the info towards middle. You mentioned those MP9s. They could be singing a siren song, trying to draw in Cloud9 towards connector here, because that's an absolute meat grinder. Focus is set on the B site. Here's first contact. Hobbit runs on up, tries to draw in the peak for Axile to assist, but it can't be done as Hyped will frag him.
And the MP9, the best instrument for the job right now. They will play to the same tune and clean up the round. Big back into the lead. Cloud9 will now have their buy at the ready. So we'll see what Big decide to do here. They either stick with those MP9s and take this as a bit of a bonus, or have to upgrade. And I think most teams would pretty much always want to just stick with the SMGs in this sort of round. They're definitely viable, even against the rifles. The little MP9 can do a hell of a lot in the right position. And yeah, they are going to keep 4 MP9s here on the Big side. So we'll see how they decide to approach this round. Flash being lined up from Favant. Thing is, you have to time that so right. If you want the MP9 to swing, be long, they've got to be up close.
The range advantage is definitely in the camp of Cloud9, but the information is gathered for free. Quick swing outside of B. You read that and you can back off towards middle as well. Chip damage coming in, but Nafany tries to get ahead of it. Wanted to repeat what he was doing on the CT side, but they're sidestepped by Hobbit with the kill onto Quito.
This area of the map is massive to get control of. Now this B site feels vulnerable. You know you can get split from 2 sides. Favant trying to do what he can, but Hobbit sneaking into the smoke, hits the headshot. And now Tabson with that one rifle, needs to fight back. He brings it back with 2 kills, and Big have the man advantage now.
Terrifying breakneck speed turn from Tabson to give himself 2 frags into the round and force the issue into the A site. Crimbo wanted to get up close with the SMG, put it to good use, but it couldn't be done. And this is prime for Axile. He's just running in and causing carnage, creating all the space they could dream for. And Tabson now forced into an awkward clutch round, and he is beheaded by Axile.
Damn, that final shot so sharp. Axile Had a feel that he could just completely catch the big players off guard before they rotated, and he got there just before they seemed to expect him. Winning that first fight opens the door. Big unable to close it, so Axel really coming up clutch there for Cloud9. They needed him to deliver. The thing is, that was the bonus round from Big. Now they get rifles aplenty on board, including an AWP for Hyped. So Cloud9 have got to keep their heads in the game here.
And Hype's AWP on CT side, Anubis, is actually really impactful. Some of the rounds I've seen from this guy, they can swing you into a way better spot. Crimbo, though, talking of positions, he's going to be up close and personal. Tries to get the contact to back off, wanted to play with the nades, but instead slays with the SMG. But they've taken the site. Hyped, meanwhile, earlier in the round, was able to at least find one frag on the AWP, but he was dinked down to 44 HP, and they're funneling themselves in. You thought it was just Tabson on a solo mission, but he completes that one, putting the bullet to the brain. Shiro, with a trade back, leaves Tabson insane in the round, and it's not looking good as they're all going down. Shiro has to clutch onto this. There's the Hype's AWP in the back, takes the pot shot, but misses it. Quick flick down on a wall bang, and Big recover.
Couple of key fights in that round. I think it's massive that Crimbo's actually able to get at least one kill on the hold, because it looked like he was in a really uncomfortable position. So credit to him with the MP9 initially. And then Axel tries to play forward again, and we saw what he could do in the previous round when he pushed up, but Tabson won that fight against him. That gave Big such an advantage. And they make the most of it. Solid retake from Big, working together wisely and getting back into a good position here. This CT side showing some strength now.
And Hypes, after moving on to the CT side, he's won 2 opening duels. He's 3 for 1 in them in the grand scheme of the game. And that can make all the difference. For Cloud9 this time, stationed heavily towards A in the opening gambit. You don't want to leave yourself. Trying to play for that split and pick towards B. Molotov being traded. Smoke down as well to block off the angle, and Nafany wants to play right on the edge with a Mat 10.
Man, it's interesting how much Cloud9 have been focusing on this A side of the map early. Normally, if anything, I feel as though that B site is more commonly tested by teams on their T side. Oh no, Hobbit able to spam through. Keto makes a bit too much noise. That's going to keep the pressure on the other side of the map, but they're grouping to A. Oh, and Crimbo's actually leaving right now. I mean, maybe the AWP will pick up the position. But it's still really difficult here.
The longer this game goes on, the more it looks like it's going to be a slobber knocker with how they're trading rounds. But Hyped, he's got to stand tall at the back of the site, finds the first adjustment onto Nafany. Repositioning as well, paranoid about the peak, up on top of the elevated angle, spamming through the smoke. It's Buster. That's 2 frags without even seeing anyone into the round for Cloud9, and it's made a world of difference. Faven, eyes in the back of his head, realizes this, but he's still going to be left dead as Hobbit with the SMG strikes against him. Tabson, he's got to have a monstrous round now, Hawker.
Oh, it's still winnable. If he can clear this first man out, he has good information. He knows Buster could be trapped on the site, but it's so hard to clear that. Oh, maybe the bait and switch will work out for Cloud9 here. Tabson seems to think the site is completely cleared. He's flushing out all these angles, but Hobbit hits the headshot. It looked doable for Tabson, but so hard to read that there's a second man behind the site. That's exactly why Cloud9 double stacked there. And this has got all the makings of a map that's going to go down to the wire right now.
Yeah, this feels like the full 30 round should be on offer. 10-10, all tied up. You can see both of the teams here trying to keep themselves focused into the game, but it won't be as easy for Big in the 21st as the money has burst. You've just got Deagles.
Yeah, and you do just wonder whether Cloud9 could start to take over now. Big have invested a fair bit into this round. They don't have much money left behind. It feels like Cloud9 are in the advantageous position right now. And Hobbit just goes contact. Has to clear the corner, does so. There are still players on the site that he's got to be careful about, but he finds the second. As soon as that happens, I think this round should be done. good damage onto a couple of players. Just a shame they can't convert onto the kill on either of them.
No nades as well, so you can't dash out a HE to be able to create space to make a play. Crimbo on the face, hoping he would be able to slay, but it's tabseN that does the damage on Axile. Grand scheme of the round, though, not really much you can do from this. They send Crimbo off to try and scavenge a weapon.
tabseN sees a rifle in front of him, I believe. Don't know if he's going to be able to get them from the bomb site, though. Especially not now that Shiro's landed that shot. And Crimbo won't find anything at the end here, and you see Big still in a scenario where their money isn't good enough. Maybe the economy will be too far against Big here. Cloud9 starting to control this now. tabseN really leans into his monitor, huh? Gotta be very animated here. Second timeout taken. Now you can see it's clear that him and tabseN are the ones that are getting communicated to here. Those two definitely have a good understanding. tabseN ever present on this big roster.
Really is synonymous with the brand. tabseN on his journey to attempt the save and reinvigorate German Counter-Strike. And at the minute, they're proving that they can take Cloud9 the distance. It's about winning it, though. This is your map pick, and in a best-of-3 environment like this, with the other maps we've got left, it could get risky if they fall to the wayside on Anubis, especially with Vertigo being the second in the series. And here, they've got nothing really to go on. It's just pistols that are pulled out.
Yeah, this is tough for Big. This round looks unlikely. And then the pressure will start to mount in the next. And something from Hype. The drive-by comes through. And Buster, blinded, decides to fall back. Shiro not able to land his shot either. So that allows Big to recover a rifle at least. Looks like that bomb will start to move over to B. And that kill from Hobbit makes this very comfortable now for Cloud9.
Hobbit also aware that Hyped has the AK. So he's just going to try and back off, hold on to that. Pop out for tabseN. Couple of tags, leaving Hobbit on 65, but he will still be alive. And this is Cloud9 taking 12 then on the T side.
Update from the other stream. I'm pretty sure Vitality were up like 10-5 at the half.
Yeah,
and now they're losing 14-10. So that is a wild comeback from Monte. Sick to see Monte continuing to deliver. And of course, it's that man Boros, top of the board, top of the server with 26 kills. Man, Boros has just been a beast throughout this RMR.
It's insane, man. Boros the Butcher, his second ever RMR run.
This is a crazy streak from Monte, though. I think they've won 90 rounds in a row.
So both of the games we've got going on at the minute delivering today. This one, of course, deciding which one of the two teams will be solidified as legends in the last Global Offensive Major and who will compete as challengers. The difference of already guaranteeing yourself the top 16 and being in the arena live in Paris with the French crowd.
Big gun round here. They have been able to buy up. All out for Hyped rifles across the board. And they decide they do want to take some initiative early. tabseN having a look down below. He's trying to flank, but he doesn't realize Hobbit's on the other side. Crimbo trades, but he gets sprayed straight through the smoke.
Buster with a blockbuster kill puts them in pole position now in the round. Ooh, FaZe. I do love the smoke. You can play around this. Nafany, is he ready with the read? FaZe on the adjustment puts himself up on the elevated peak. They're right next to one another, but they're not going to be able to spot each other out. Oh, he's going to walk in as well. Starting to set his focus on the A-bomb site now. just holds in case Fathom comes back. Should have heard the audio cue. Aggression into the site. Hyped. He's got to be the difference maker. Crosshair baited off the first Shiro with a fast trade. Bomb going down. Nathani will slay back onto Quito. And it is all about Fathom.
Oh, it's just too difficult to get back in here. He needed his teammates to do a little more. Hype's there in that unfortunate position where he lets the first man go, but he kind of thinks he wants to stray out for that kill. Eventually is able to flick back, but it means he's in this awkward committed angle that isn't really ideal for him. And despite Quito's best efforts of trying to get in from mid, as soon as he goes down, the round falls with him. And this is a round that Big really needed here. They're already on the back foot. They're already behind in rounds. The economy game also against them. And this opening move, it's risky to do anything into mid. And you see just that B-hop round the side. Make it as hard as possible to hit that first shot. And Tapsa dropping down. I mean, he had no clue where Hobbit was there. Crimbo able to trade, but there's no cover in mid. You get spammed through. And Cloud9 able to convert.
Knock-on effect's going to be so deadly as well. The economy is completely thrown into the bin. Fathom, he's the only one with the scavenged rifle, the M4 he had into the previous round. Still in play. We're in round 24. Cloud9 are 3 pickups away from securing the first win on Big's map choice of Anubis. So this is where, if you've got anything left to display, Big, it would be the time to pull it out. We know they're mean with the Deagles. We've seen some clean connections from Tabson, but doing it against the 4x Hawker under the pressure you're at right now would be ridiculous.
They realize they need to take some risks in this round. Information gathered over towards A main. Cloud9 happy to run the clock down. Oh, Nathani actually falls on mid there. Tabson with a nice opener. And now Cloud9 will funnel into this A-bomb site.
Crimbo lying in wait, wants to strike. Fathom with the first bullet to the brain for Axel, and Crimbo, he's running it back. The Deagle Blaze lighting him up. Oh, he's gonna hit it straight to the face of Buster. Leaves him down in the dirt. It's all on Hobbit, but he will be in a world of hurt as Crimbo secures that one.
Wow, Crimbo anchoring that A-bomb site. Not an easy job that he delivers with the Deag. At the end there, gets the final trade kill as the cherry on top. And taking out Nathani at mid, that helps tremendously. It allows them to focus solely on that A side of the map once the push starts coming in. What a round that is from Big. And you wonder whether that could be a turning point here, because Big was starting to lose control of this one. Cloud9 had won quite a few in a row. They had the edge in the economy game. But Crimbo steps up. He's been delivering all map long for Big. Up to 19 kills now, top of the team. And these are so clean. Final kill, just a trade shot to the body. Beautifully played around the bomb site.
They took the pause as well, so God B gave his input, and it seems like off the back of it, we've got a double AWP setup for the CT side. Crimbo sporting the secondary, the main man of Hyped, burning bright, but not in the way he wants. Lit up by the Molotov early as he tries to find the initial frag towards middle.
3-man B stack right now for Big. Cloud9 will look for this map control. Hyped actually re-aggressing on mid there to get into position. Hobbit will at least take that map control. So that opens up options for Cloud9. Takes away info from Big. Mid control, the next on the checklist for Cloud9. They haven't forced the AWP away, and now Big want to retake this control.
Quito, oh, he's been so crisp in the connector, especially in the first half, but here it's all about Fathom the Fantastic as he frags his way through them and gets 2 kills on the board, leaving us in a 3 versus 3 with just under 44 seconds on the clock. Axile Roaming back, looking for the lurk in case there's any info plays from Big here. The bomb and support of Buster towards middle.
Yeah, it looked like Hyped got a little too eager there on mid. He was trying to get in behind on the B site, but Cloud9 still with time to work with. 25 seconds. Crimbo has just looked away from mid. Tabson will try and pick it up instead. He's got the angle. It's not an easy one to clear for Cloud9 here, and Tabson hits the first, traded instantly. Crimbo still in position. He drops the bomb, and that is it. The time was too low for Cloud9. And Big with another round win. This one is continuing to heat up here.
The Berlin International Gaming side looking like Mr. Worldwide as they're flying high. And this is what you need to see, keeping the game close here. The Cloud9 never putting their foot on the brakes, Hawker. Even in these rounds, it still feels like there's always a chance in the 1vx's for them. Shiro's just looking so crisp.
Yeah, we've got to see it deliver for round wins, though. Shiro maybe hasn't been able to get involved as much as he would want, considering some of the shots he's been landing. Only 13 for 11 right now. And final timeout taken for Cloud9, because this is starting to slip slightly for them in the last couple of rounds, especially there where the time was so low. And wow, that B-Stream game really getting close now between Vitality and Monte. Looking good for Vitality to get 15 first, though.
That's a good recovery for Vitality, right? Considering the last time we kind of checked in with how things were going. Monte really don't want to give up any of those chances to get that last spot as legends, but this could be a bit of a faster play. Look at the pace of this one. They dive on in. Crimbo caught with his pants around his ankles, but he recovers. Belt pulled up. Frag connect as Buster is dropped and Hyped. He's coming over as well. This is 2 AWPs on the site.
Yeah, a little awkward to have the AWP as the first rotator. And Shiro has found something. Hyped, though, fights ahead of the smoke. Bomb will be planted. Crimbo lands the shot. Now Cloud9 could be in trouble. They need to step up here. Axel playing down below. Oh, Crimbo swings in with the dig, and it's up to Shiro.
Shiro. He tried to re-aggress. He was walking in, but Hyped puts the pain straight into them as he hits the shot on the AWP. And this game is really delivering now. We're starting to get what we wanted to see from either of these two teams, Hawker. A tied-up affair with Big looking like they've got momentum. And for Crimbo, he's having a world of a game here. Man's living his movie.
Yeah, even when it looks like he's going to get caught off guard, he makes up for it. Plays it super patiently. Doesn't give away the fight. And you can see what Cloud9 are thinking there. They're thinking that because it's an AWP on mid and an AWP on A in a lot of these rounds, maybe they can just go for a really quick push, and it'll be hard for those AWPs to hold against multiple players pushing. But the Big do just enough to get into the man advantage scenarios. Still the buy from Cloud9. But they have to find a solution here. Big just keep running the same setup. 3 on B early, Hyped on mid, Crimbo over on A. It's been working, why change it?
Dance of death, but the choreography goes slightly wrong as Hyped wanted to hit that shot at middle. Instead, using the utility to attempt the re-aggress. He's always so confident to go for the second fight. Wants to get stuck straight back into the round with the advanced angle being held.
It's so nice having him this far forward. Oh, he swings into them. It was almost a lineup. The Hyped will take the free frag anyway.
Could have been a 1-for-2 shot. Split him in half, it would have been some quick division. Instead, his decision is to back off and play a slower round. Play for the trades now. As you know, the Hobbit is down, so it's just 4 Ts left remaining in the final 32nd of the 27th round.
They go for that smoke, but it's going to be an A split here. Cloud9, how are those mid players going to activate? They're going to go through their own smoke right now.
divided themselves. This is what they forced themselves into, but they're picking up the pieces. You had to get the frags. That was the key to victory. Now you just need to plant the bomb. 7 seconds as Buster punches in the numbers, gets the bomb on the site, and there's just 3 players left for Big. And this round is not one they really fancy their chances in.
Yeah, that's kind of a cool way from Cloud9. I think the entire time here, they've been sitting and saying, how do we counter these 2 AWPs? We know it's this double AWP setup leaning towards this A side of the map. Surely there's a way we can deny this. They smoke themselves off at mid, and then that second smoke that comes through, it kind of causes panic for Hyped. You can see he's sitting there thinking, okay, I can't really let them lurk out here. It's going to be really hard to hold if they just lurk out on both sides of this smoke. So he tries to make something happen and just kind of gets caught. Once that smoke starts to land, it forces him to do something. He ends up getting caught off guard. And Cloud9 finally find the solution to this double AWP setup that had been such a problem for them. That's just a sick shot from Axal as well. And wow, Vitality there. Looks like they closed it out. At least in that first map. Oh man, Big. Oh, you're facing a potential 15, and they can't even get a proper buy together.
You've gone from the double AWP setup that is now just a double-edged sword on the economy because you don't have anything to invest into. 3 rifles, one of them a scavenged AK. Tabson, advanced angle here though, pushed up playing around the edge of the smoke. Thought he would get himself a free B, but he's taken down by Hobbit with this shot. Oh, good for 2 as well. And this is a really rough round. Big, they are in a living nightmare now.
Keto would have to go crazy on the B bomb site if they do indeed decide to push it. Hyped, looking to make a play. He's only got a P250 though. And Shiro, wise to the possibility. Decides to go for the quick scope. Unable to land the shot, but that is a warning shot that Hyped will take and decide to reposition. This is still potential for Keto here with the AK. He could try and make something happen, especially with Hyped here to help. Cloud9 not committing yet. They're really liking to run the clock down here. Looks like the bomb's going to go back.
And they could funnel themselves into middle. Crimbo, he's been a lanimal. This man's been an absolute lunatic, and here on the angle, he hits the first as Axal breaks, the wheels come off, Shiro trades to silence them there. So again, manpower advantage. Hyped up close with a P250, spam down upon. He falls, and it's all about Keto now. He's got to come out of his cage and do something insane. Wants to peek as well. Crosshair placement nearly in the right spot, but Nafany will hit the shot, and that's match point, Hawker.
Yeah, Keto a little frustrated. I think he realized there was maybe a possibility he could get something going there, but not meant to be. Cloud9 lock it in. It's 15. It's 1 away from stealing away Big's map pick. Yeah, Keto knows there was a little window there. It would have been really hard to pull it off, but when they come to your bomb site and you have the AK, you want to deliver. Here's the buy from Big, though, and maybe some B aggression. Certainly scoped on an aggressive angle. Hyped hits the shot, but not the kill onto Hobbit.
That's a rough outcome.
Ooh,
Ooh, hello.
denied.
It's all getting messy in the 29th.
Mid-control in play for Cloud9, but just using the utility to fake that mid-control. They're grouping back up outside B. We haven't really seen a round where they've hit with this sort of pacing. They might commit to this one earlier than their usual round. Tabson's rotating back to B, though. Oh, is it a commitment?
Trying to ruse them, but Nafany, he just wants to abuse them. Hits the first headshot on the AK. Buster taking down Keto as well. And this is really looking rough, at least. The fast flick from tabseN hits the man in the smoke, but Shiro again with a worldie of a shot. A fast face puts the bullet right between the eyes for tabseN and takes him down, and you can still bail out from this one. You've got 20 seconds. You know you can go for the quick rotation. You've got mid control of Axar now assisting, joining the pack. Hobbit's already on the site, and he can get all the way in, weaving through CT to completely cut off this rotate.
Oh, got their timings just about down. And Big are on the complete wrong side of the map. They have to go for this, but it's not looking good.
Hyped, he's not going to be ready. Why would there be a man so close in your face already in CT spawn as Hobbit has born themselves into another round here? 16 is just a few seconds away, unless Crimbo has anything to say about this, but he's walking into the face from Shiro, the hero of the game. He's been so sick with the AK, and again, he will blow the brains out as Cloud9 will secure that one. Oh, that was such a tight affair, so many twisting rounds, but in the end, Cloud9 secure it.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruit.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way. Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the Gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello? Hello! It's bugged. Hello? I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Ah! Ah! Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your try?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
In the gauntlet run for survival here in the last chance qualifier, Cloud9 stand slightly stronger with a 16-13 victory over Big on Anubis, Nao.
I mean, you got to look at this whole series, right? I mean, the pressure that you're starting to feel now, that's where you've got to look at certain individuals to step up, whether it was Cloud9, Shiro, Axiles, the names that we're looking at. But it's Tabson and Crimbo over towards Big, and my God, Crimbo, he did everything he could. I mean, that 1v5, ridiculous. The 3K with the Deagle as well. This kid is literally doing everything he can, tooth and nail, to keep Big competitive.
Yeah, I mean, they're scrapping for it. You can see it reflected in the way the game played out there with the rounds as well, man. Like, it's insane how tight this was. And we can look back at some of those moments of madness we witnessed. This is the 1v5 that we were talking about, where Crimbo was in a really uncomfortable position. It looked like it should have been a big round from the get-go. Cloud9 went into it with what? 2 rifles, some pistols, falls into a 1v5, such a tall order, and he absolutely popped off in the server and with the emotions there, getting the team fired up.
And it's one of those things as well, that is sort of an ability well above his experience as a player. He's still so young, right? And to be able to isolate fights like that and kind of mentally prepare yourself for that kind of chance, a 1 versus 5, it's so difficult to make work. I mean, Crimbo, this guy is unbelievably talented. And we'll take a look through some of his other kills as well, where he was across the board, big hitter. He was the one keeping them competitive. However, Cloud9 just did enough to remain in charge, but my God, did he give it a good crack and effort. And the thing that scares me most about Crimbo is his versatility as a player. Deagles, rifles, orbs, anything he can make work. I mean, my God, he's got a bright future.
Absolutely, man. I think this whole big squad has really commanded more respect the longer they've had their run at the RMR, but we've got to give some respect to Cloud9, Hobbit especially, having a worldie of a game there, the 25 frags, the double entries he was picking up, the CT side play as well. He was just denying so much control, and you need that, right? This is a Cloud9 team that we want to see excel out of the remaining squads that could contest for that last spot at the major. It's so close, it's so hard to call, right? Cloud9 versus FaZe is the potential matchup if they win this one and knock Big out of the runnings. If Cloud9 are playing to the best of their ability, that game is going to deliver, and it will certainly be history to remember.
Yeah, and Hobbit had a bit of a quiet game at times yesterday. I mean, we were really calling upon him when he was struggling. I think at one point yesterday against ENCE, he was 1-8. He could not find any success. Trying to entry wasn't working. Lurking was getting caught in transition, and everything Hobbit tried to throw at them really wouldn't stick. But now we're seeing Hobbit find form, and if Hobbit gets confident, and then of course, like we know, we've got the big hitters of Shiro, Axel, who can also step up and support him. This Cloud9 side on the road for a 2-0 potentially, but of course we'll have to wait and see how things pan out. We'll take a look at Axel as well, who also had a pretty decent game himself, 22 and 15, an 85 ADR, not exactly too shabby, but that's pretty much a standard day for Axel, to be honest.
Axel is just so talented in some of these rounds where he looks really uncomfortable. That was an insane one as well. If you missed it there, the connector kills from him where he picks up 2 and then hyped in the dying few seconds of that round when the bomb's cold, too far away to recover, just hits a sickening shot on the orb to bring them back into it. So an insane affair all around, but 22 frags, 15 deaths, 85 ADR, Axel assisting heavily for C9.
Now, for me, let's talk about the grandiose scope, the big scope here when we look towards this series. That, to me, felt like it was must-win for Big. We're now going in towards Vertigo, and there's still arguments to be made. Despite the end result yesterday, I still think, in my eyes, Cloud9 are the best Vertigo side in the world, right? And now the fact that they've got a map under the belt already, they've taken away Big's pick, and we're heading in towards Vertigo, Cloud9's pick, where they're one of the best, if not the best team in the world on it. I think there's definitely alarm bells starting to ring off over towards Berlin International Gaming, because their time in the RMR could be up.
Yeah, and they've had a hell of a fight, right? A ridiculous run for Big to drag it to the position they found themselves in, but it's Cloud9. It's a squad that we know. We've seen how much level of lethality they can put up on any given day, right? And they're starting to get momentum, as you said as well, the confidence boost you have, knowing it's a safety net now. It's not the fact you're staring elimination in the face, you're staring mirage in the face as a worst case scenario.
Yeah, and getting towards the decider, we're going to have to see Berlin International Gaming. That a Big come out the gate flying. They cannot rest there. I think the Cloud9, we saw at times start this tournament, and I think Hawk did a really good tweet talking about it, is that their pace at which they've started games has been really slow for Cloud9 for the most part, apart from actually this first map. And for the most part, because Cloud9 have always been trying to come back from behind, it does give teams opportunity to actually build up at least enough of a repertoire that you have breathing room to work with. And then when they start getting towards their form, you're okay just because you've got enough rounds spare. So we're hoping for Big, they have a little bit about that themselves coming in towards Vertigo. But ladies and gents, we're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, we get things ready. Vertigo up next, and potentially Cloud9 taking this series 2-0. See you in a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gents. We are just in preparation stages for map number 2. We look at those unicorn odds and my God, 1.04 to Cloud9 compared to a 9 to Big. It's safe to say they have a slight inkling of how this one's going to end.
And it speaks volumes to the history and decorated achievements that Cloud9 have had, right? Yeah. On Vertigo specifically. It's one of the maps that we see how much impact they can have. It was a very intense series that went down yesterday versus ENCE. Yeah. And it's one of those that you're hoping they've completely moved on from in their minds with already what they've achieved so far throughout the last chance qualifier run here. And it's good that they get these extra few moments, get everyone on the same page, allow the coach to vocalize everything, and then we'll step into the server. I think individually as well, what I'm worried about for Big more so than anything is the fact that Vertigo doesn't really allow Hype to play that same style of CS that he thrives in.
I think you're spot on, right? Generally speaking, Vertigo is regarded as the hardest map to AWP on right now in the current map pool. And this is a conversation we were just having. It's not only as a horizontal, but it's vertical too, right? I mean, just because of that, for someone who's inexperienced in the way Hyped is at this kind of tier 1 level, it can always be a challenge when you're coming against someone like Shiro, or even one thing to mention, I think, which is going to be a very prevalent factor here on Vertigo. Nafany is an entry fragger, is unbelievable. He's so dedicated to his role. Whether it's win or lose, he's always taking that first fight. And if Hype's going to be going for peaks, he's always going to be constantly challenged, constantly under pressure. And for a young guy, we need to see him thrive in these sort of chaotic situations. And it's not always the easiest.
No, it is hard for him as well. And it felt like Big, you know, this whole RMR, one of the things that really has been a key to success for them is playing with that momentum, feeding the hot hand, right? Getting your feet down early. Because if you can't, you will falter. And you cannot give Cloud9 as much of an opening buffer as they took into the previous map.
For sure, and you know, you look at this on paper as well, just looking purely statistically, we've already talked about the insane stats that Cloud9 bring in towards this map, but for Big, it's unfortunately not that great. They've played this about 10 times in the last 3 months and only won 4 of them. You know, stats and odds don't favor them. They've got to find something miraculous now going in towards Cloud9's pick, and we're looking for them to find a second win somehow, somewhere. And this is the perfect time to do it. Your backs are against the wall. You're in the LCQ. You've got to win this to then face off FaZe later on down the line. This is the time to find that next level.
Yeah, basically for Big, this is a best of one that decides whether or not they even have a chance to fight to make it to the major. Yeah. And you can see how much that's going to get to every single one of you, right? It's a lot of pressure to deal with. Even for us, right? We want to deliver on these storylines. We want to really sell how important this is to everyone watching at home, because this is history in the making. But to be on the playing side of that, to be in the server,
for sure, it's
immense what must be racing through your mind at any given moment.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready. Map number 2 is Cloud9's pick, and it's Vertigo. Up next on the chopping block, how will Big fare as they start on the CT side, and Cloud9 already fast up ramp.
So the pistol round kicks off as the T side of Cloud9 start to take space away from Big. Tabson in the back with the USP, sees the info as the utility is thrown over and backs off, creating a bit of breathing room for them. Has a flashbang pulled as well, dashes the Molotov in to attempt to deny the plant, but it's too little too late as the bomb has already gone down, and Buster instantly finds success with a gap as he hits the headshot onto Quito.
And now what's the call as well? You're looking at Big in this retake. They've got a kit to work with for Crimbo. They've got 1 flash and 1 smoke, but time is starting to tick, and the numbers favoring that of C9 on the post plant. Everything should fall in their favor. Buster's low, but up close and personal. Axel will fall, and they might even start to attempt the bomb.
Time ticking away. Tabson tapping his way through them. Hyped as well. Hits the headshot, and this is all coming up big. They're on the bomb. Crimbo had the stick, and he will get that one. Hits it like he's Grookey as he gets away with a huge opening pistol round, and that's the sort of confidence you need. Reinvigorate the team. Show instantly what you can do in what almost felt like an unwinnable retake.
Yeah, and the big thing we're now looking at is the experienced heads over towards Big. That of Tabson, that of Got B to really rally the troops. Tilt playing in a little bit over towards Axel as well, but Big starting this map loud. If on paper stats don't in favor of them, the odds are kind of slightly skewed in favor of Cloud9. If in the server, even then, C9 are a slightly better side on this map. They've got to use momentum in their favor. We've already spoken about the slow starts of C9 coming back to bite them. And Crimbo will start off round number 2 pretty well, but Axel answers right back.
Oh, this is just a bloodbath for control of ramp. Tabson with a final spray leaves it in slight dismay for Cloud9. You're down to a 3-player setup here for the T side with just Nafany on 27 HP. Only utility you've got is a mixed bag. Single smoke, a flashbang, Molotov, with a decoy as well picked up for Nafany. And big. After that opening engagement, you can fall back, play the safer angles. They go for the boost up and just want to look for the trades.
Minute to work with. And for C9 as well. Numbers don't favor them. Nafany taking quite the chunk of damage. Even getting to a bomb plant here is going to be pretty tough. But it looks like Big are going to respect them. They're going to give them space to work with. A double stack coming through over towards CT. And Tabson waiting in the smoke, spamming on the angle as well. But the control is in the favor of C9. And now the onus on Big on the retake.
They've got a single kit as well. That's in the back pocket of Crimbo, but it's Tabson that comes down like a ton of bricks, hits them straight in the face as Buster is removed from the equation. And this is not going to be an easy retake still, though. Look at the off angle. Hobbit in a very cheeky position, and he wants to laugh his way to the bank and secure this round. Flash comes over as well, peeks off the contact. Tabson again swings, turns on a dime, and finds that one. They've got to jump on a bomb now. Crimbo will make his move as Nafany backs off and gives this one up.
So, Nafany keeping over a Khalil, but I think a bomb on 2 kills is not actually all too bad for C9. They're just at least keeping Big in their sort of control, right? Within an arm's reach. That's the main thing coming through. Started pretty well, I think. Axel making a decent little fortune of himself. A nice little spray with the Khalil. Always pretty difficult at range as well to keep that one in check. But right now, we look towards C9. How can they turn things back in their favor? Always going to be pretty difficult. And of course, over towards that C9 side, that one save Khalil is essentially all that they've got to work with. A Khalil and a few pistols, Jackie.
One of the best going into the 3rd round. But still, at times, Cloud9, they can hit with the strength of Hercules on these pistol buys. That's up to Big to give them that opportunity. They've got to play into that trap card. Hyped, looking for the first as Tabson will again come alive in the initial engagement.
There's that opener, and the Khalil not yet scooped up. And it might be a case for Cloud9. For them, it's just not worth the risk. Favin in towards mid. Buster seeks his way past. Damage dealt both ways, but Buster comes out the worst. And in doing so, Cloud9, a decision for them to be made. Where do they end? They're looking towards B. And the bomb is sort of in that direction, but there's not really too much of a grouping happening just yet.
50 seconds on the clock.
Good smoke.
Yeah, smoke up towards the top of stairs. Wards them off for an extra few seconds. And Quito, this is a powerful position for him at the back of B. He can be a real nuisance maker here. Meanwhile, Hobbit on the recovery finds the Khalil. The single tap through the smoke will wake up hyped as he realizes someone's waiting on the other side. And this plants a bit of seed of doubt in your mind. They go for the boost as well. Shiro on the top. Can't actually find a head, and they're starting to roam on in. Quito plays it finally as he'll peek out and break Buster's momentum now. He wants to go in as well. Just walking closer into the gates of hell, sprays out the first few shots, and this is looking really rough for C9. Few seconds left on the round as finally the pistols come alive, but it is too little, too late as Crimbo's there for 2.
I've got to say, Hyped actually gets quite fortunate in that round. Buster picks up the Khalil and he accidentally shoots, but he tags him in the leg. I just don't think he'd realize what he'd actually done. If he would have spammed through the smoke, finds height, the space opens over towards ramp, and then C9 maybe could have made an attack there. Either way, the main thing is Big taking yet another round, starting to at least build a little bit of fortune on his doors, right? Just keep things in their check. But Cloud9, of course, will have a full buy into round number 4. All been played for Shiro, and now's where things get very scary. If Shiro starts to find form and do what he does best, that's when Big can start to really get under the cosh.
Oh, this is rough for Nafany. Talking about how aggressive and how much success he can usually find in the opening fights towards ramp. Tabson is on a whole nother level. He's 7-0 right now. He is stepping up and going gargantuan for Big. Knows that he needs to be a difference maker. Really command respect on the server and lead by example. Cloud9, they're trailing in the round. About a minute left on the clock as they shuffle back towards the B site, and Buster takes the bomb with him.
one point yesterday as well, Nafany, with, I think it was like 25 rounds played, had 16 opening duels attempted. 8 won, 8 lost. Just shows his dedication to the role. But Tabson, I think he's understood this. He knows what Nafany's going to try and do on this map. And he's taking the fight to him. I like this. You know, you've got to lead from the front. Tab's going through in towards back default, and he needs to be careful. Keita will just get away in time as the nade rains down. Good timing, good call from him, and they drop a Molotov of his own just to keep C9 at bay, because that clock is starting to tick.
It'll be a late execute once again. But the executioner has to be Axar. He's got the hood on, but can he slay with the blade? Peeks up on top of the elevated position. Takes down Keto. Bomb being planted now. And Shiro assists as well. The scoped assassin really is dealing damage, but Favin's fast and he's aggressive. Buster stops it there, shuts the door in his face and leaves it in a 2 versus 2. You've got the scope watching the cross. Aggression from Buster goes cleared by Crimbo. He's had a hell of a game already. He's gone for the push up. Oh, there's the face from Crimbo. 3rd frag in the round for him and a 4th secured for Big in the clutch.
Another huge one from Crimbo. I mean, this guy, we've already spoken. I think Hawker brought up a great stat earlier, but when you look at a lot of the clutch percentages and a lot of the clutch stats that are available, you know, in HLTV or whatnot, Crimbo tops them. In terms of tier 1 play right now, he is leading the way in terms of a lot of these clutch statistics, and you can see why. That's another monstrous round from him. But one of the things that Crimbo does so well is the positioning of how he takes fights. It's all well and good having the mechanical prowess, but if your positioning's poor, you're going to be traded. Crimbo allows himself to isolate a lot of these fights just off the back of what he's using around him. It's really smart Counter-Strike being played by such a young guy. What a genius pickup by Big. And now, at 4-0, Cloud9 are going to call for their first time out. They're feeling a bit of this pressure. And we're starting to see a couple of the individuals really still yet to have too much impact. Hobbit, who was one of the big hitters for C9 in the first map, only on 1 kill so far.
Yeah, Hobbit was ridiculous in opening duels on Anubis, winning a vast majority of them. So for him to go quiet here on Vertigo so far on the first half is a little bit of a worrying sign, but it's very early doors. You can always recover from this. And the buy's there as well. Hyped finally has the AWP. Takes that towards ramp, trying to play on the cheeky angle as well. Oh, Hobbit with a spam. All right, you said his name and he's back in the game.
There we go. Always the case. The cast, the curse comes to fruition. Now Onus on Hyped to try and level the playing field. Big Green at range. Definitely got some sort of advantage, but for Big and for him individually, I think they're just going to play a little bit more of a passive approach. Give up some control over towards C9 and see what they can do. Hyped, flashed off the angle, still holding in the open as well. Going 1-for-1, even that seems like a good trade. How he's positioned. Crimbo deleted, Hobbit up close. This guy's starting to come alive. But Hyped for 1, looking for a second. Will be traded out by Nafany. And now there's space for Cloud9 over towards his top side.
Favin, if he wants to put Big on the 5, he's got to really come alive in the round. Tucks into the off angle, attempting to play anti-flash. Keto, he's already been spotted, and Nafany clears it. Shiro with the last shot as Cloud9 put themselves on the board.
It's a really clean round, really well played. And this is what we saw in, even though that match against ENCE was a little bit rough at times, one of the great things that they were doing was just how in which they took that ramp control. That's another prime example. Great entries coming through, great control as well. And already, Big, for the first time, this map just being shunted a little bit. A little bit of a statement as well that, yes, Cloud9 started a little bit slow, still here to play. And of course, in doing so, look at the money over towards Big. The effect that it's had coming through in towards their buy. An M4, a FAMAS, an MP9, and a few pistols. It's going to be slightly rough, to say the least. But at the very least, though, they've got a bit of util to work with.
Cloud9 with a bank robbery. So the funds for Big at an all-time low, investment into whatever they could put together. A FAMAS MP9 and M4. And that FAMAS is in the hands of Tabson. 7 for 2 at the minute. He came into this lights out, swinging for success. Same can be mirrored on the Crimbo, 6-1. And that 5-7, you get in his face, he really does put the pace back in with a pistol.
It's good to see tabseN playing well. I remember casting the first 2-3 games of when Hyped got brought in towards this roster, and the big thing is that individually, mechanically, he's unbelievable, can play at a tier 1 level. He obviously just wasn't part of the system at that point. He'd been upgraded from the academy, being, you know, given that advancement for him, and he hadn't yet fit in towards the system. And because he wasn't kind of doing what the standard roles of an AWP, you know, taking fights, but also essentially a support utility player, tabseN was essentially covering his tracks and allowing him to free roam where tabseN kind of plug the holes. It's good to see now Hyped in a system and then tabseN able to once again get back in towards the fragging department, because when he was covering the tracks of Hyped, he himself just couldn't frag.
A lot of talk on tabseN, but right now he's got to stay alive and make himself famous with the FAMAS. Needs to frag them down, but they're pushing on up. Buster takes him out of commission, looking for the quick boost into the elevated spot as well. That's faveN with a FAMAS. He hits the frag onto Axar. Trade back as Buster is becoming an animal in the round. He's already got 2, and he's playing for the post plant now, but the FAMAS actually really ripping its way through them. This is a 3-on-2. Shiro on the peak. He hits the man in the back. That takes down Keto. Tag onto the second as well. The spray from Buster's good for the finale, and that is a 4-round spectacular from him.
Yeah, great from Buster. Really nice in the post plant as well. Just not showing too much skin, making sure that the fights he's taking are safe. There's a nice double swing as well off the back of the AWP. Shiro, that shot towards Keto is huge. Just to deny Big from sticking on that bomb. Oh, it does get close. Gets mighty close indeed. Buster lines him up. That's all she wrote. Cloud9 up to their second. A little bit of a tilter for Big, but I think once again, you've got to look at it and consider they've walked over a couple of kills, and the buy that they had wasn't too favorable. 1 rifle in the M4, 1 FAMAS, which got dropped immediately, but into this round, faveN will answer right back. Hobbit deleted by the hand cannon.
Big play from the 50 cal there in the hands of faveN. It looked like he was dead in the water at middle, but he muddles up the round a little bit, makes it harder for Cloud9. Axar's on 38 HP, at least was given the AWP as they traded weapons. And they're poising themselves outside of B. There's just a USP on the site here. That's Keto that would have to do something absolutely audacious to really buy time for the rotation.
A USPS for Keto, tabseN, and Hyped. To make this round stick, it's going to require a miracle, and unfortunately, it's only 1 man alive over here. Keto beckoning over rotations, but I think it might be too little too late. Molotov will airburst, so at least he can stay alive over towards default. The rotation being beckoned over, he's trying to keep them at bay. Time is starting to tick as well. 40 seconds to work with, but deleted by Buster. And already Cloud9 are starting to close in on this site, crack it open and keep it in there. faveN, Buster finds more. It's just the pistols, but he's making it look easy. And it's all down to 1 man. tabseN needs a miracle. And the masterclass can't quite come to fruition. An IGL versus IGL, nothing to find the kill. And Cloud9 within 1, within reaching distance.
And those are back-to-back blockbuster rounds from Buster. Playing it to perfection there in the post plant in the prior round. This one hitting those aggressive shots as well and creating space to deny any sort of shenanigans from the pistol. So like you said, 1 round of difference between them. Cloud9, ooh, they love these hard ones. They love bringing it back. That's what they're all about. And here, they're out in full force. Shiro has the AWP as well.
There's such a momentum-heavy side, right? Whether it's for them or against them, they're the encapsulation of live or die by the sword. And speaking of Nafany, exactly the same for him. On these entry stats, he's always been going for these pushes over towards top. Over towards Blast TV as well. The vote of, will we see C9 versus FaZe in an LCQ final? 57% saying yes, and I've got to say, I have to agree with them. However, C9 trying to speed up the process. A double for Axal. 1 for Hobbit 2. At least faveN and Keto in an audacious 2 versus 4 to keep the lead in their favor.
Keto and faveN reposition back towards B. And Cloud9 have tons of time and utility. They're actually backing off from this. They give up the early ramp control and they want to roam back towards the B site. Buster would be the first point of contact, but you've got a crossfire set up, an aggressive way to play this. If they don't clear the angles, they get drawn between the lines. It could all go wrong quite quickly. Buster with a crouch clear. Looked like he gave up the goose, but he still finds the frag, and faveN is let loose for 2, but that's all he's good for.
It does get a little bit shaky there. Bomb does get dropped off Axel's back, but thankfully, the quick trade coming through. Numbers game being played by Cloud9 is the perfect way to approach. You have no real information about how big are setting up, whether they've committed over towards A, be that through CT or maybe over towards Heaven, or whether they're rotated. They play the smart play. 3 players over towards any site they're going towards. They can just play trades. Simple, effective, and essentially just playing the stats. We love to see it from Cloud9. They tie this game up 4 rounds apiece, and you're looking over towards Big, and the buy is pretty damn janky. A scout and a few pistols. The scout will find a corker. Hyped, what a shot. Nafri to fall.
Testing the waters at middle again. Faven this time. Not able to get the success he wanted with the Deagle, but Tabson on the recovery mission picks up the AK that was dropped towards the bottom of ramp, scurries off to support the rest of the team. And Hyped on the scout. Still trying to stand his ground, puts himself up on a pedestal, looking to punish from this. Almost has the headshot on the crossover. Not quite giving him that peak just yet, and they're slipping on up, going slow into this one. He could be swung on quite quickly, and it is just a scout that would need to deny it.
He's tunnel vision. Now going to come off the angle. Looking for one. Tag on towards Shiro. But it's Axel who trades him out. The numbers fall in favor of Cloud9. Damage has been dealt both ways. With firepower, with the util especially, this round looking super favorable over towards C9 to take a lead for the first time on their map pick.
Crimbo, the old king of Ancient. Has he still got that steam under himself? Can he really light this round up, playing on the close position? Doesn't like his chances with how late it's been, how Cloud9 have just cut sound, waited to try and trick them. And they begin to back off. He's got armor and AK as well, so at least just clutching onto this into the next round wouldn't be the worst save. Faven also sporting the armor.
Yeah, I think it's actually a good call, all things considered. For Crimbo, just having an AK to work with really will help out. Last time these two sides played was 12 days ago, and that was in Blast Premier Spring Showdown. And of course, they obviously played Vertigo, as it is the C9 Classic. It was a 16-11 in favor of C9. So hoping for big. They've had this time last night, this morning, to kind of have some preparation coming in towards the game. How are we going to make the difference? We've seen already sides topple C9 when it comes towards Vertigo. We know they are beatable. It's just one of the most difficult tasks right now in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. It's not actually looking all too favorable. This T side starting so well. And you already kind of make arguments in your head that I feel like if Big don't go in towards the half with at least a lead from their CT side, then I get extremely worried.
It could get scary. At least here though, man, it's the fact that we're seeing some close rounds from either side and the individuality is being displayed. Big using their first timeout as well. And this is where God B is going to get really stuck in, talking quite heavily here to Hyped and Crimbo. So animated, man. You can see the emotion. You can see how much this means to both of these teams. For Cloud9, it's one thing. It's the fact that they still need to fight tooth and nail, scrap through this lower bracket, even if they win here versus Big. And they know that FaZe Clan is waiting in the wings.
Yeah, exactly that. I think for Big, they know what it would mean to them to be part of the final ever CSGO major, especially being the premium German org, right? They are German Counter-Strike for the most part. They encapsulate it. I don't mean everything to see them make it towards the CSGO final ever major in Paris. But of course, same for C9. It would be a shame to miss both of these teams, but one has to fall flat. And there's a potential that we see neither, because it's still FaZe waiting in the wings. See who they'll be taking on. Spam coming through towards deep ramp. For now, Crimbo, with that saved AK, needs to make a sing in towards this sort of a round. As Nafli once again trying to take some of those opening jewels.
With 3 top teams remaining and only 1 spot to the major left to be secured, you have to play the best CS of your life, and that pressure really can get to you here. It's a 5-4 split on the rounds. Both teams with the funds to support the full buy. So Hyped, he's on the AWP again, this time better than the scout. And you really can be left in a position where you are punished if you try and aggress onto this man. He likes to play those aggressive angles, but always good for the fallback, doesn't overcommit. Slow round from Cloud9 once again.
I like this. It's a very methodical approach coming through from Cloud9 in the sense that they don't really have too much of a read in terms of what Big are going to do on their full buy. how they're going to play this. They get a little bit more aggressive. Hype to fall off the angle, probably the worst time as well. Nafany was setting up Muto, which potentially could have cost him his life. Crimbo up close and personal, takes a lot of damage. Things are starting to get shaky, but posted up, he'll find the first. Nafany to fall, and despite the low HP, he's still confident in the peak.
The impact's worth even more because Crimbo gets away, so that's another factor on the board, an additional man on the server to contend with, even if he's low HP. And Keto battling towards the B side, but suddenly Cloud9 come alive as they find 2 of the frags. Axel's put himself up top as well, but his head's exposed, and Favon will cut it clean off, shaving his way back into the round. 3 on 3, 6 seconds on the clock. He's got to commit. If you can get him off the bomb, you'd win the round, but Shiro denies it with a tech.
Fine margins, to say the least. And Shiro also had a no-scope as well, just to deny that rotation coming through. So ballsy from the AWPer, but he makes it work. We saw yesterday just how emotional Cloud9 got. They know what this means to them. I want to see if there's no-scope. There it is, in towards mid. Oh, you got to feel for hype. Shiro, a little bit fortunate, but hey, that is just Shiro things. C9 survive a scare. And of course, in doing so, once again, just shatter the economy. And bit by bit, the hopes of Big. They're getting further and further out of this game because the momentum is severely swinging in favor of C9. And this T side already starts to blow out of proportion.
Base set up on middle. Attempt to draw them in with a scout contact and hope the Deagle can sing, but instead it's not amounting to anything because Hobbit finds the frag onto Favon, but you've already got 2 kills. Crimbo, he's gone big into the round, upgraded onto the AK as well. So we're looking at a 3 versus 4 with only a few seconds burnt off the clock.
And a big way you can play this as well for Big now, they know the scout of Hyde is at the very least in a position where he's going to walk away with a tag, right? And that MP9 can reclaim a little bit of space if they want to. Crimbo's actually even upgraded over towards the AK. It's a classic tag 'em and bag 'em strategy. Crimbo gets a couple of tags and the scout bags them, or vice versa, right? And in doing so, it does make that less than premium scoped weapon all the more scary. And you can see C9, they're tentative, they're nervous while peeking into it.
Don't want to give up any potential advantage. There, it's a trade of information as Crimbo is spotted and the bullet will tag him down by 5. Cloud9. Group up and Wolfpack play in towards the B site together. Work as a unit here, but you've got to clear this close angle. The Deagle in a prime position to punish. It could get so awkward. If they can't find this first kill, Keto could deny the push, but it's about hyped. And the back of the site hits the shot onto Shiro. And pressure's really applied now. There's the tag. Scout connecting in unison. And it's all on Buster, who has been broken clean open by Tabson's Deeg.
It's a solid round. It really is a solid round coming through. And it all comes down once again to double from Crimbo. This youngster continues to step up and cause problems. They just don't know how to stop him. It's ridiculous. And of course, the big thing is as well is, can they keep this up? We need to see Big now find this sort of form and find that sort of confidence in terms of their peaks on towards their full buys. At times, their full buys are looking a little bit shaky, a little bit rough around the edges, and you can see God Big trying to rally the troops. So emotive, but he knows what this means to them. And the emotions have already been pretty raw. We saw that pretty rough interview after the Falcons big game, right, where Keto was just mentioning he knows what this means to Falcons and to not make their home major. But that's what they've got to do if they themselves want to be there. And of course, if Big want to continue this run, they have to take down 2 monstrous opponents. C9, who currently, of course, stand at rank number 5 in the world, and FaZe, may I say, just waiting for them in the wings, even higher. It's such a tough road. And I think for Big, regardless of the results, they'll kick themselves that they even got to the LCQ. But same can be said for C9 and FaZe.
It's mad, the pedigree that we have competing to try and recover from the slip-ups they had in the RMR. Hyped, looking through the smoke, has a sneaking suspicion about Nafany's position. And that will be the kill from Tabson on the smoke spams. Already the opening duel won out again by the big brain of Tabson. Hobbit looking to isolate this, trapped between a rock and a hard place. The smoke comes in, fast adjustment, but no connection onto Crimbo.
And now, of course, in doing so, towards C9, what's the plan? They've doubled away from Ram. Shiro, bomb in hand, 38 points of HP in a 3 versus 5. This will require something masterful. But if Shiro and Axel are alive, it's always a possibility, just slightly improbable. And he falls off the angle as well. Shiro, if he'd held it on for half a second longer, it's a free kill for him. Shot from height as Buster will fall. Through the corpse, he finds a kill on towards Buster, and in doing so, it leaves C9 in probably what is an impossible round for them. 2 versus 5, and even saving's a big ask.
It doesn't get any easier. 30 seconds on the clock for the full save to clutch onto the AK and AWP to drag that into the next so you can get the comfortable full buy with the cash on Nafany and Hobbit being at an all-time low. But Big, playing their cards close to their chest, not going full John Rambo on this one. They won't hunt for the guns. They're content to let it pass on over. And this will be a 6-6 split with Big bringing back the comeback.
I think this is an experienced approach as well. It's a very level-headed call coming through from Tabson. We know we've got kind of money to work with. Keto, Tabson, Hypedollar, plenty of cash left in arrears, but going for that sort of hunt is always going to come at such a cost, right? Even if you go 1 for 1, later down the line, just having a little bit of extra cash in the pockets, it's always going to be so helpful. So I think it's a good call. But of course, they will know that there is going to be some sort of a fighting towards the next. C9 should have some money to work with to at least force buy around the save the open AK. Just a question of how do they want to play this. Breather to come through before we head underway towards the next round. Of course, a buy to come in. As expected, AKs alongside what was saved. Over the other stream too, 12-6 in favor of Vitality. That legend spot is looming for them as Monte, unfortunately, seems to be falling a little bit flat.
Yeah, it's back to what's been working. The early contact on ramp. But Big, the longer the game's gone on, the more hyped and Tabson really been able to deny a lot of this control and pick up the early opening frags. Shiro playing a very defensive angle back towards the box. If you push down ramp, he's ready for you, as Crimbo has conditioned them to believe that will be something they're working into a lot of these rounds.
Oh, Crimbo's going close as well. I like this call. It's often a common angle, but somehow remains overlooked. And if Hype can just draw the attention over towards him, then potentially something can come off this. Crimbo will be the first to fall. Hobbit, those entry stats continue to look good for him. And there's the opening kill. They've got space to work with. They're doubling back over towards mid. 3 players here, in fact, taking the first fight, and Tabs is lucky to be alive. Yuta will come through. Boss takes 1 point of damage, and now they split over towards A. They've locked out the IGL, and any who rotate through, Big, such a tough call. How do they play this now? Because they have no information.
It was a quick exchange of smoke, so they've actually been able to block off the elevator side as well, make it a bit uncomfortable for C9 into this round, but they slipped onto the bomb site. Tabson's rotated through the back line. Hits the first on the Nafany. The bomb now scurrying towards the site in the dying moments. The final 13 seconds. Scoped, assassin and hyped. Punishes as he plays his card. Tabson locks down at middle as well. And your last attempt is that Hobbit plants the bomb. Instead goes for the bait. Hits the first and the second. No chance into the 1v1 and no time to get the bomb down either. So that will be Big's round.
Oh, it's rough. Really is. And you look at it as well. Question marks over towards C9. I think they just overcomplicate what was actually a really good start to the round. They take mid control. They're leaving 1 lurking over towards ramp that a Hobbit. And all Hobbit has to do is just stay alive, right? Just his presence alone is always going to kind of subconsciously drag attention back over towards that A site. But unfortunately, not to be. And you look towards Axel, he died off the tires. He's got nothing to work with. No money, no cash in the pockets. That's a full buy for C9 as they just scrape together a buy. Double Galil, 1 AK, 1 AWP, and Axel in towards a Tech 9. No armor. This is going to be a seriously rough round for them. Well, for C9, they go for the full reset. It's win or lose on the booze. They're just doing whatever they can to make this work.
Nafany. The entry pathing to try and bypass them, but they actually clean up on their kills. Shiro so low as well, but he still stands strong. Hits the shot with the scope onto Crimbo and puts us in a 3 versus 4. But the bouncer's waiting at the door, and that's hyped on the AWP. Axel just recovers the M4. And they're setting their focus back towards B now. Keto and Favon playing off each other's contact. 50 seconds for Cloud9. Utility-wise, they've got 2 smokes and a flashbang here.
This is a really nice setup from Big as well. The second Keto has contact, they can park up and are smoking towards front stairs. It's simple utility, but it's so effective. It's 1, that all players should be taking in towards their MM game. Swing off the back of the flush as well, that's brilliant. Simple counter-strike, quick trades going through, and Keto, all he has to do is stay alive. Make sure there's no peaks given over. He can take Util. It does not matter because time is starting to tick, and he knows that C9 couldn't get enough of it. 2 versus 3. And already, I think they might just be calling this miss flash coming through. Makes it all the more better. Big, the round surely won for them, unless Axal can pull off something magical. He's going up close to Virtual. Spotted, dinked. Not quite dropped, though. Remains alive. And trying to cause a ruckus, but time so far ticked. Unfortunately, just not to be. Getting the bomb down seems like a big odds, but actually, they've just done it. It's a 1 versus 2, and it's the youngster of Hype to try and deny. I thought the round was done, but Cloud9, other ideas as Hype needs something monstrous. The new boy in Berlin, but he can't quite do it. Axal has made something work out of nothing, and somehow, some way, C9 have won that round.
It's a ridiculous round. The way they played it is so smart, even down to the millisecond there for the rotate back, trying to draw a quick rotation towards A with a pop play, thinking you've got 30 seconds left. They must have bailed out a B, tried to go for the fast aggression up ramp. Instead, it was just a flash. That delays the rotation from Hyped. Axal with a double entry and a final second plant that carries them over the line to get that one. A massive momentum swing round there for Cloud9, and they'll play with confidence off the back of it. Crimbo sliced down to just 19 HP from the first tag. Nades dashed in towards B as well, and Keto good for 1, but there's a trade as Axal carries on.
A lot of damage being dealt. Over towards Crimbo, going to make his impact in towards this round. Up in question. So difficult. Well, we know how aggressive and in your face Cloud9 have been playing. What's the call here for C9? There's a grouping happening over towards B, but Favin, he might get overlooked, and he will do. A freebie of a kill for him, and he'll fall away.
Favin backs off. Drops the smoke as well, but they're already ahead of it. He hides behind the AC, calling for the rotation to back him up here at B. Buster in middle, makes a move, takes down Tabson, and it's really getting rough now. It's all down to 2 players, Hyped and Crimbo, that are forced to try and mount this retake. 1 kit, a single flashbang and a smoke. They trade their weapons. Crimbo on the low HP. He's been bogged down, but can he hit the shot? Looking for any sort of opener here. Shiro's waiting for this push to come in. They use the util to try and draw the angle off. A missed shot, but Naftani's good for the trade, and that's a double as he slays. A tight half, 8-7, Cloud9 leading. Can they win this and force themselves to fight FaZe? Find out after the break.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never. Ever in my life.
8-7 half there into the second map. Cloud9. If they can go on to win this, they will lock down their victory against Big and move on to the battle of two of the biggest orgs in Counter-Strike, C9 and FaZe, in a head-to-head best of 3 to decide which one, because only one of them can secure the spot at not only the last major, but the major in France, in Paris, live on stage to show what you are made of and solidify your legacy in Counter-Strike Global Offensive with a big tick at the end of your name to turn up to the most competitive major we have had in quite some time.
Yeah, and of course, for those who may have missed it over on the other stream, Vitality have just taken it down Monte to lock themselves in towards a Legends space. Both of those two sides will be present at the major. Vitality locked in for damn sure they'll be in that stadium, which is awesome to see. French players in a Parisian stadium, you love to see it.
Dream scenario for Vitality, but still some huge orgs duking it out here as Big Clan have to stand strong if they want to get the pistol, but it's looking good for C9. 3 frags found. Hyped and Favon coming back into the round, but look at the flank. Shiro, he's sneaking up, slithering like a boa constrictor, ready to strike, and they're playing close on this one. Favon right in the smoke. It's going to dissipate. He'll be spotted. Tags traded, but no kill connected. Hype in the 1v2, and there's Shiro finally revealing himself for the pistol.
Another great pistol coming through, and you can really see for C9, they're approaching towards these rounds, their ability just to give themselves a preferential fight. So well done, busted a nice couple of shots, but all things considered, Big spaced out a little bit too much. They couldn't play trade off the back of each other, and they couldn't play contact, and they just allowed C9 to isolate. And in doing so, they are starting to put up a decent little repertoire now early doors, 9-7. And have plenty of money to work with, where they'll know for a damn fact that Big will not have a lot to bring to the table. C9 should lock in double digits and a 3-round breathing room to kickstart this half. And in doing so, then we look towards Big. We look towards tabseN, God B. How do these guys, from the claws of defeat, drag this game back in their favor?
Interesting here as well, because this kind of reminds me of more of an existence round. We used to call these rounds where when you had Glocks, you had no buy, you can kind of use it as a live timeout to talk it out. You wait in spawn, right? Everyone gets to put their input in. You can reset the mental a little bit. And that's what we're seeing here. So time to talk for Big. Then they'll aggress out on middle. And Buster, oh, he should have a field day here. Finds the first frag, spams his way onto them, backed up by the HE from Hobbit, and it's just Favon that gets away with a Glock kill.
Very common strat towards tier 2 as well. A lot of the teams online call this. It's, you know, attack pause without really calling attack pause. I think it's smart, you know. They're like gold here, really. You only get 4, and especially when times start to get really tough and you need to call a few, maybe even back to back. Just having the ability to kind of burn a minute 40, right? Having a conversation, allowing the likes of tabseN to kind of rally the troops a bit. It's good. And then God B can come in off the back of tabseN speaking. And here he is, very emotive, right? But this is what the RMR and especially the LCQ does to you. It brings out, you've got nothing left. You have to find that second win. But unfortunately right now, it does look like Big are running on fumes a little bit. They're struggling to kind of really get in towards this game and get, you know, a stranglehold of it. And that's credit to C9. Their ability to really put their opponent in a chokehold makes them so difficult to play against on Vertigo.
Contending with the emotions. The amount of pressure that's on everyone in the server right now to perform, to give the best case of yourself, because this is one that's going to be looked back on in the history books of Global Offensive. When you're looking at which teams made it to the final major, games like this decide that. They affect everything. It's for all the glory. And we're back into the 18th. Cloud9 leading with 10 rounds. Hobbit getting heavy-handed, goes running in through the ladder room, finds the first pick onto Favon, and already starts to make this awkward. Looking for the trade back, it's Crimbo. He's been crisp. He's been good in the game. Can he hold on to this? Trapped between a rock and a hard place. Looking back on ladder now. Hobbit will clear it, but it's not good enough. Crimbo trades and puts them back in the 4-on-4.
It's already enough from Hobbit as well. 1 kill, damage on towards the second, and just relaying info and allowing individuals like Shiro to step up to the plate. Nice shot for him, looking for more as well, and of course he finds it hyped. Had no idea what hit him. And a 2 versus 4. Now things go quiet. Big. They are shell-shocked. Do not know what to do, and Crimbo taking already damage previously from Hobbit. So individually, he has no idea how to play this. Keto has to pull up something masterful because he's all alone now in a 1 versus 4.
Keto, he's had some magnificent rounds throughout the RMR, but he's being watched here. Shiro knew where he was coming from, had his eyes laser focused on the elevator peak, hits the shot. And Cloud9 looking like they're starting to enjoy themselves a lot more now with an 11th round in the bag.
It's just starting to look like very comfortable, clean Counter-Strike. And this also goes back to what we were saying very early in towards this game. If Big don't guarantee a lead at the turn of the half, I already start to get very worried. Alarm bells start to ring out for me because we just know how solid C9 can be on that CT side. You got players like Nafany who life and limb just throw themselves down ramp to deny all of that control and get a lot of space. But individuals like Shiro and Axel can just be such a menace. Axel as well yesterday. One of the strongest B anchors you could possibly have. You're going to put anybody to lock out that side. Having Axel posted up there just means that anybody trying to fight over towards B, you're going to lose minimum 2 to take him down. That's what makes him so scary. And Big know this. And you can already see kind of in their mind, they know if they go towards Big, Axel's going to be posted up somewhere. And just going to be such a menace. And of course, with this low buy, it's sort of looking like they're going for that B split.
Info gathered for Buster, jiggling on the angle towards mid, just looking for the read into the round.
Crimbo is just at least drawing some attention, right? I don't know whether potentially C9 have some sort of an understanding. A rotation going back for Shiro over towards A, but he hears the U-turn to double back in time. Smoking towards front stairs. Time starting to tick a little bit, but they pulled the plug and they're going for it. Axel for the first. Keto drop, but a quick trade coming through from Favin. Buster at least finds one of his own, but the bomb will go down.
Created enough room to get the bomb planted, but they were nearly taken down by the AWP shot there. Tagging on too high. They're all quite low and they're trying to scrap into this one. Hobbit clearing the angles with the support of Shiro on the AWP, and it's all down to Crimbo. He's had some insane rounds, but surely this one is too much to ask for. Punishes on the P250. They're trying to bait him out with a tap onto the bomb, but he's just going to wait for them to come to him. Hits the head of Hobbit, but it's not enough for Shiro. Stops it, jumps on for the defuse, and keeps Cloud9 moving.
Unbelievably talented. So solid Crimbo, but unfortunately that was asking just a little bit too much. A P250 does net himself 2 kills. But it's just not quite enough. Bomb defused and Cloud9 getting closer and closer to the all-elusive 60. And that finish line starting to look so brightly upon them. Only 4 rounds away. For Big though, big thing for them, of course, is building up a little bit of that economy over towards the T side. We need to see them back into full buys and consistent full buys. And unfortunately, Keto, it's not been his day out of the office. 4 kills, 16 deaths, 41 ADR. He's struggling to find that impact. And it's showing height. Nice shot, though. Nafany gets caught. They're looking for more, but Shiro will trade, and that's what Shiro can do. Levels the playing field in a matter of moments.
Hobbit playing close on a smoke. He's seen the feet and flicks up to the face as Tabson's now dead. And they reaggress. They put all of their focus on the B-bomb site. Axel's here with the M4. He's getting this read as the flashbang comes over. He calls for the assist from Buster on the elevated peak. Axel doesn't even need the backup. He is the main man. Lifeline of Cloud9 as he finds the frags on the M4. And again, Crimbo in an uncomfortable position. Has the Molotov. Throws it out, trying to cross, but Shiro's laser focused on it. And it will be another round for Cloud9. On fire now as they're racking them up.
This is starting to look a little bit monstrous. Coming through, Cloud9 are unstoppable. Big cannot compete. Last time these two sides played, I think it was 12 days ago. Only 11 rounds, and you can see for God B, desperation on his face and in his emotions. Nothing is going their way. Everything they're trying to make work is not coming to fruition. I can that double as well. The flick on towards Keto, up close and personal with Jen. That's just cool, calm, and collected under pressure. So over towards Big, the buy. 1 deagle for Crimbo, 1 AK for Crimbo, but and a few deagles to work with. And all things considered, it's not exactly a comfortable buy. A half buy is the call. So they have money left in arrears. They will have money to work with next. We've got to make something stick here, and Crimbo pushing through a smoke. Ill-advised as he gets caught. Nafany adding 1, but Tabson and Favin, one of their own. So the numbers brought level, but damage dealt low.
Talking of low, it's rock bottom for Faven. He's on a single HP, just one hit point being the difference between him being alive and even having presence on the server into the 21st round. 3 kits in play, all the bells and whistles when it comes to the utility belts as well for Cloud9, and they're not going to force the issue. They don't want to play into the hand of Big. They went for the boost, hoping someone ego challenges, they can find a frag and put themselves into a better spot. Instead here, they're forced into the play. They have to go for the plant. The nade goes over, takes down Hype. That's already one man gone. Haven in the back line, playing on an off angle. He's on 1 HP, and he needs to play this perfectly. It's going to be so awkward for him. They're starting to clear out now, but they haven't seen him. They don't know where he is, and he waits. He lurks. He strikes with it first, but Shiro trades again. He is the bookend for Cloud9 for the 14th.
1 kill for Faven, traded and 51 floors down, he falls. Just to think about how that one slipped away. And you can see their faces over towards Big. So long, they just know that this is slipping away from them. Their chances of being present in Paris, bit by bit, round by round, starting to fall away. Another great round coming through from Cloud9. And you've got to say over towards Big, it's a good attempt, right? Considering they had 1 AK and a few pistols. A bomb plant on a good few kills is great to see. But it's still, and essentially, as we mentioned, basically a best of 1 for survival. Not looking too favorable. Full buy coming out. Potentially the final full buy we'll see out of Big. No bomb plants in. If they all fall, their money is going to be in a janky state in towards the 23rd and potentially final round of this game.
Split and pick style set up early on. They go for the boost. They want to put Faven on top. Axel, he's lying in wait at the back. He also has the AK. Keto now, taking the space, pushes up, reveals himself. Awkward encounter between the two of them, but Axel eventually hits the shot. The head removed, and the aggression forced now. He's got to push up a little bit more. Faven, he thought the Molotov would spread, instead holds onto the smoke for another day. Tabson also creating space towards A, and the bomb starts to rotate.
Keto really struggling now to have impact, and this is going to affect the mental. They know this. Big nade coming through. Faven will take a tag, and makes his M4s all the more prevalent. 1 bullet headshots, a possibility now. And time starting to tick, the clock becoming the worst enemy over towards Big. Quick swing, Nafani, may I say, on the corner, will fall. So numbers brought level, but an nade will come through and will do some chip damage, but it's all coming down to the fine margins and the fine wire.
Big, walking the tightrope in the final 20 seconds. Don't look down because it will really leave you in a world of hurt. Tabson trying to get away, left on 13 HP as Hobbit hopes to slay. You got the backup as well from Shiro. If you move out, we know how crisp, how clean he's been. And he's hunting for these kills. Fires off the warning shot here. Time ticking away as well. Bomb about halfway ticked. Axel peeks in, gives up the first. Crimbo continues the pain as he hits another one. Shiro finally gets stuck into the action, but Crimbo is looking to close it. Spams down, removes both of them from the round and keeps them in it. Starves off match point for Cloud9.
Wow. They've still got some fight about them for the first time in 10 rounds played. Big or final round in their favor. It's been a long time coming. This side have been struggling to round on the board, but Crimbo, tooth and nail, keeping this side competitive. The Clutch King steps up again, but there's so much more to be done. Big still remain 6 rounds behind. Out of C9, they're only 2 rounds away from seeing themselves into a rematch of the Pro League Finals against FaZe later on today. We need to see them dig deep. We need to see another gear out of Big, because right now we have yet to see anything to say otherwise. That's their first round they found on T-side too.
Hobbit taking a ton of damage, but this could be the dealer of death. Shiro behind the sandbags. The Sleep King wants to send them off and tuck them into bed. The nades are doing tons of damage, and Nathany on the read pushes up, spams to the top of the smoke, finds the head hitbox of Crimbo, and all it is mere tags to force them back. Shiro removed from his position, but he's still confident as he hits that one. Nathany with a follow-up onto Keto, and it's all down to Faven, trapped at middle with a minute on the clock, a 1v5 with Cloud9 looking forward to their match point, series point, and potentially the last chance qualifier final game versus FaZe if they can find one more in this matchup.
This is being a redemption arc for Cloud9, even dropping in towards the LCQ itself. That was a shock. And this side, they have dug deep. They have really continued what is a run of form to potentially cause and continue to cause an upset through this LCQ. And for them, I mean, this means so much, especially considering how emotional we saw they were yesterday. To now see smiles upon their faces as they know they're getting closer and closer to that finish line. And to a rematch against FaZe, that itself is a different beast and a different topic entirely. But this could be it. Nafli will find the first. Crimbo extends through the smoke. He's looking for more and he deals some damage. But tabseN will trade out Shiro, so there's still a chance for Big.
Minute and 24 on the clock. It could all be decided here if they can hit their shots. Keto, full aggro, planting the bomb now as well and drawing in a rotation. Nice double HE, Cloud9 blowing them off for the bomb site. And tabseN gets a read, but he can't find the frag. He's got to back off and play a better angle. This is C9 looking for this retake now then. They've got the utility for it. Flashbang in the back of Buster. He can throw that one over. Smoke on a bomb as well, so they can try and defuse on it. It blocks off the line of sight for Hype. tabseN, he's really got to be the clothesline. He needs to have a huge play. A missed shot from Hype. It's all going wrong. They jump on the bomb here now to try and draw the face time. It's going to be ridiculously close. They don't know about tabseN. He taps onto the first, finds the follow-up, shuts down Buster. He has denied it and stopped Cloud9 from winning it right here, right now. They did not clear him.
Oh my God, tabseN, experience paying off in dividends. He keeps Big alive, and they're not done just yet. There's still fight left in the old dog right now. Oh my God, though, the finest of margins, and the choice as well not to go for the bomb planter or the bomb diffuser first. 1.64 seconds for Cloud9. Oh, Jesus, that got very close. They're still so close themselves to that finish line. And we're yet to see Big put consistent rounds on the T side. But this could be their best chance. It's a double FAMAS buy coming through for C9. Into the hands of Buster and Nafany. And no AWP for Shiro to work with, just the M4 in his hands. But even that itself can be scary. Taps a nice opener. Nafany caught in no man's land. Had no idea what hit him. Before you know it, Taps makes it a double. He continues to destroy. Cloud9 are starting to crumble a little bit.
Cloud9 were thinking they were going to be facing FaZe in a few seconds, but instead tabseN, he really brings them back into the game, and here the confidence is in the big camp. Berlin International Gaming running their way in towards the B site. Hobbit is the only one left for C9. With a minute on the clock, he would have to do something unstoppable, and he just wants to hold on to what he's got here, really. This game keeps on going. Big would be 5 rounds away from dragging us into an OT, but it's got to be flawless.
Continues to deliver. Hobbit on the way out. We'll find Keto. Can't double it down, so it's nothing safe for C9, and it's a sigh of relief. Over towards the German squad. Big now up to double digits. And of course, they have a little bit of breathing room as well, because they know money is pretty poor. Over towards C9. Groove, the coach, of course, of Cloud9, going to come in for a conversation. See what he can do just to alleviate some of this pressure and get them back to their winning ways. And well, most importantly, do not allow Big back in towards this game.
You've got to slam the door shut. You can't start to let them back in. Cloud9 have been dragged back to reality off of the realization that this game isn't won. This series is not over. But they are on match point. It's just about closing the game, and they can be the hardest rounds, especially with the pressure you're under here, competing for that spot at the last ever CSGO major.
Take a look at the scoreboard as well. Buster 25 kills, 95 ADR. Shiro on 20. Those two really be doing God's work to keep Cloud9 competitive, of course, in towards this buy. Being competitive is going to be tough. Axel will find a kill towards Keto. He just caught completely off guard. Knife in hand, it's a free kill for the USPS, and an M4 A1S collected. It's been a poor game for Keto, and that round more or less encapsulates it.
You can't let it slip like this. Just the USP's opening it up, and it really could be the round where Cloud9 end it. Aggression towards ramp. Hyped on the rifle, good for 2, but there's only 2 players left standing on Big and Hobbit. Oh, he's sneaking up. He's coming in on the flank. Favin's attention could be drawn off the angle. The timing on it is so ridiculously tight as well. He can move on in. He could try and make a big play. Crimbo looking back, turns away. The USP starts to sing, but it's just a tag. It will not be the frag. But the rifles of C9 are still alive and kicking on the back of the site.
It's an uncharacteristic panic from Hobbit there. He had the kill lined up, and he flops his lines. Into the 2 versus 2. Time is of the essence. Axel and Nafany both scooped up rifles. No armor, no utility for them to work with. And over towards that of Big or the util. For the most part lies on Favin's belt. And they've got 30 seconds to work with. The decision looks like they're going to double back over towards B, but they're still going to leave Favin here towards A. They're going to isolate the fight. It could be risky. It's down to the 1 versus 1. Axel versus Crimbo, and arguably the 2 most proficient riflers in the server, duking out to see whether Big stay alive or C9 lock themselves in to the finals against FaZe.
Quad kill from Axel if he wants to win this one. Crimbo, he's had so many clutch rounds in the game already. And it seems like Axel, with the halving he's taking, he's already giving up the goose, doesn't fancy his chances, knows that they've still got a few more opportunities with the buffer they have on match point to play this one out for the long game. Wraps back towards the B site for the exit at least. And that's what he can play for here. If Crimbo funnels into him, you take the gun out of his hands and then play into it in the next.
I like this call. It's the case of whether he will get it. Axel survives by margins. Crimbo 4. Big AK scooped up as well. So, silver linings both ways. Big final round. Always good. C9, they don't, but they scoop up an AK-47. So, both sides will take a little bit of a sigh of relief, but Big, most importantly for them. That was a full pistol round for Cloud9, and it nearly fell flat, and it required essentially a 1 versus 1 clutch. And head in hands for Tabs, and he knows how close that one was to falling by the wayside. There's 3 rounds in a row, and 4 rounds out of the last 5 played going the way of Big. This is the momentum they need if they want to start cracking open the door to the potential of going the full 30 and playing for OT. But a full buy now faces them for Cloud9 in towards round number 27.
The hardest test yet on the 27th round. Axel, he's been so good at standing his ground, and with the utility here, he jasses out the HE and backs off to try and play for the long con. 2-player setup going in through ladder room as well, so they're going to contest for both B site and mid control. You need to bypass the defender that's there for C9. We haven't said his name for a little while, but he's still been finding so much impact. 25 frags on big old Buster. Axel forced out of position from the Molotov, but still alive. And Shiro, he's waiting for this. He's looking for the frag. Top peak from Tabson. Just a bit of damage as they do fall back. All 5 still alive. 44 seconds on the clock. Here's the player B. Axel with 1. Favin, good for the trade. Map control taken. They stake to claim on the site as Favin frags his way through them. Tabson assisting Hobbit and Nafany, the only 2 left.
I think they might just save as well. Nafany sticking around. See if he can make it more expensive. Tabson, though, will fall. But I think with that killing towards Hype, they might just confirm it. No, Nafany, he's going to go poking and prodding, looking to see what he can find. It's a 1 versus 2 against the youngsters. But you're against, essentially, the clutch criminal right now of Crimbo. And this guy normally, statistically, does not lose these, but it's not one for the tally. Nafany might have made it work. There's been questions upon his name, but can he make this one stick? Tap on towards the bomb, and he has a kit to work with, but time is of the essence, and Hype spots no one. And surely, that's his demise. Big live to see another day, and this game is not done giving just yet.
These rounds are so tight. The smallest of differences in the choreography, a counter-strike could mean whether or not if you're still in the running to go to the major, to make it to Paris, or if your mistakes will plague your brain and plague your history book at the end, the global offensive. But it's looking good, Big. Looking a whole lot better in terms of the confidence, the way they're starting to play it, but you know, just 1 round is all that it takes. So it's got to be flawless. 15-12 here. The Deagles brought out for Cloud9. They are powerhouses with the pistols, and they're playing the angles to support that. Hobbit just walking down with a CZ. Man could tuck himself into the back line. This could get really risky. He wants to play on the lip of the smoke. And he is looking for that opening contact. Jumps through, finds Tabson, cuts his way through him, just running in, windmilling. Oh, the follow-up as well. Hobbit with a bullet to the brain as Fav on his Slade. Nathany on the P250. He's going to do the same old story. He's put on his Hobbit cosplay as he tucks in. They have no idea that he's in the rear.
No way, not like this. Of all the ways for Big to lose this game, this would be criminal. Crimbo at the very least, though, alleviating some of that pressure. It's back to a 3 versus 3. Once again, time is of the essence. Just shy of a minute on the clock to work with, and the bomb will go down. A slightly default plan coming through from Crimbo. And how hard does C9 play? They push the smoke. Axel will find one. Numbers favor Cloud9. And this is starting to crumble. Up close, Crimbo for one. Looking for yet another. And over to Tetris gets deleted. Shiro doing Shiro things. And it leaves Keto all alone. This man has struggled in towards Vertigo. And a 1 versus 2 to see it out, and just like that, it will confirm it. Ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9 eye up FaZe for a spot in Paris, and it's all down to one more best of 3. It's a replay of ESL Pro League Finals.
We're running back the Pro League Finals with Cloud9 standing strong on Vertigo. They make the lower bracket run. They survive every test in the Gauntlet so far, but their hardest is yet to come. Will they be able to upset FaZe? Can they force Cloud9's name into the legacy of CS in Global Offensive in Paris? Or will FaZe Clan reset the momentum after waiting a week with bated breath, failing to make it through in their group to do it in the last chance qualifier? The best storyline we could have asked for here to round out the RMRs. Commiserations to Big that played some incredible CS, but at the end of the day, it's all about that last matchup.
That's it. It is. You look at the faces of Big and what this means to them. The stress from Tabson and God B trying to rally the troops. But it's exactly that. It's commiserations over towards Big, but it's congratulations to C9. But it's lukewarm congratulations, of course, because we know what they have to face. It's FaZe coming up next. Only one can be present in Paris. Only one can make it towards the major, and no one thought we would see this in an LCQ. And you look at this man on your screens right now, Crimbo. He did everything to tooth and nail claw this Big side across the line, but he just couldn't quite find it.
He tried his hardest, playing his heart out. The entire team did. Now you see that raw human element, the display of emotion. All of these players really trying to do everything they could to get themselves to the major. We heard God B earlier on saying how much they want those hype stickers in the game. They want everyone to be immortalized, because that's what it's about. Making it to the major is one thing, but having yourself fully solidified, being in Counter-Strike and having your signature there, it means the world to these players. It's what we all play for. It's what we love about Counter-Strike, and you can see that reflected so close yet so far for Big. It must feel devastating.
No, exactly that. I think, you know, they've given it everything, but when it comes down to it, the best of 3s over towards the group, they just fell flat when it mattered most. And of course here, when it mattered most in the LCQ, they just could not topple C9. And that's why coming in towards this veto and coming in towards this game, we said map number 1, Anubis was a must-win for Big if they want to give themselves a chance, because C9 just do C9 things. They're so good on Vertigo, arguably the best side in the world on Vertigo. We have an interview with Hobbit to get through his feelings. We'll see you all in just a second.
Thanks for joining us, Hobbit. Congrats on the win. Obviously, you can't celebrate just yet. There's another matchup ahead, and that's what you guys are going to be immediately focusing on. Positive signs. Axel was playing really well there on Vertigo. How important is he to now look forward to this game versus FaZe?
Every player is important in our team, to be honest. Especially Axel, of course. He's always playing good against FaZe. But as I said, it's team play. So we are trying to do everything that he just needs to shoot headshots. So yeah.
Thoughts on your performance today versus Big? You happy with how things have gone so far?
Of course I'm happy. I mean, the Big is a really good team. It's always tough and hard to play against them, always.
And now looking towards FaZe, you guys don't have a lot of time to prepare. It's a unique environment with pretty much everything on the line and one more game left to do it. How are you guys feeling in terms of the time you have to prepare?
I mean, I'm pretty confident, as I said. I believe that we can go through. It's gonna be, of course, very hard match. I mean, FaZe, they just beat us last time, like very hard. So yeah, we're gonna try our best.
And now I won't keep you too long because I want you to make sure you get all that practice in as you can. But looking at your Vertigo, we're not going to be seeing that come up. What are we looking at as the strengths in your map pool right now for that next game?
We don't have Vita right now. We didn't do that, but I don't know what they're gonna pick Inferno. I'm pretty sure. So we need to be focused on that map. So our match is secret.
Yeah, keep the secrets, man. Good luck in your matchup. Congrats on this one.
Wow, what a story, what a stage we have set, right, for that last game, the last chance qualifier, FaZe versus Cloud9. Incredible run from C9 to get themselves into that position, but that sentiment really mirrored for FaZe. If you think about the fact coming into it, everyone expecting them to top the group potentially, right, to breeze through things, they fall short. And now they've waited a week, Neo, to finally have a chance again to get what is the last spot. Just one of these two teams, one of these two organizations and legendary players can only make it to Paris.
And this is what makes the RMRs so good. The upsets, the storylines, the narratives coming through. And of course, we've got one last story to tell you. It's FaZe versus C9. Last time they played as well, FaZe 3-1 in that best of 5. It was pretty one-sided, and of course, Hobbit was speaking on Inferno. That was a 16-9 in favor of FaZe. So it's all down to that. But we do have a losers interview as well to go and check out over towards Big. So check this one out.
I know it's not easy, Tabson, so thanks for joining us. Just talk me through what went through your head as soon as the final round went through.
Fuck. Yeah. Losing against an Eco is a rough situation, but honestly, they deserved it much more. I think we had them in some situations. We had the upper hand. I think also on Anubis there was a situation where we should have won. It was a 4-5 advantage on us, where they split A in 13 seconds or something, and they are able to get the round. I think it mentally we struggled a little bit with this round. Other than that, I think we showed a great game against a really good Cloud9, and they showed that they are capable of coming back from really good situations, and they're playing good CS.
Obviously, looking at the start of the tournament, if the early best of ones into the best of threes could have gone a little different. You guys could be at a different story. How much does it hurt now looking back at some of those moments?
Yeah, obviously it hurts a lot. There's not so much to say, to be honest. It's just really sad that we are not able to play the last CSGO major as well. Yeah, other than that, we put so much effort and so much work into this tournament, also like previous months, and unfortunately it didn't work out, so yeah.
Looking at a last chance qualifier, it's something we haven't had before in the RMRs. What was the pressure like playing in that environment?
To be honest, I feel like the system is quite good, having a last chance qualifier, but it's just really rough. You play 2 best of 3s a day, you play a lot of early times, and it's really hard to always get the same schedule in. And yeah, it's obviously a lot of pressure. And you play against Cloud9, you play against potentially FaZe. They're one of the best teams in the world, and they are much better than us.
I mean, credit to Tabson for jumping on as well. I mean, I think all the time, those elimination interviews are so difficult, and you really kind of get a judgment on someone's character in their ability to talk so positively after the back of a pretty negative situation. It's really unfortunate to say, but we say goodbye to Big Clan, and you know, they've really put up a fight this tournament, but I think it's one of those unfortunate situations of when it mattered most, they just could not push it across the line.
Yeah, and I mean, taking that time to reflect as well, right, for the organization of Big and for Tabson as an individual, just such decorated plays, right? You think about back in the day, you think about some of the momentum they've made, how many times we've had Big at a major, and for the last ever major, they're not going to make it now. It's a bit of a sour storyline, but there's a lot of big orgs that haven't made it through because of how competitive and how many upsets we've had through this run at the RMRs. CS, I think, is in a really great place going into that final major.
No, exactly that. And we take a look at these results. It all started well for Big, 16-12 over iNation, but from then on, it all became a little bit dicey. And I think one of those big things, like he said, he'll always look back on about how close yet how far they were to getting towards the major. And that is the case of the RMR. It's really good signs though. You know, this is the final major in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. And then we move over towards CS2, Counter-Strike 2. And of course, I think the scene's only going to get bigger and better. We're seeing a lot of these tier 2 teams rise up. 9, Monte, to name just a few, who are really being able to now compete with the big boys. So CS2 gets even more exciting. But Jackie, there is one more game. FaZe versus C9. One team, we say goodbye, and another team, we say bonjour.
Yeah, this is incredible, man. Really is the perfect way for the bracket to pan out in terms of the sheer storylines and how much pressure is going to be on all of those players. That is a game to remember. FaZe Clan, if they can round it up and go on through, coming back from the lower bracket slog after falling short in Group A, it would be amazing, but it's going to be a hard task for either teams, as we do know the majority of our squads that are now going through to Paris.
And look at the kind of the level of some of those challenger teams. You've got not only kind of some of the Titan organizations, NIP, OG, G2, Team Liquid, to name just a few, but even some of the best up-and-comers that we've got kicking around. Pain, Zevi and Skulls over there are monstrous. Monte, we've already seen what Boros can do individually. Got 27 kills in that first map earlier against Vitality. So that challenger stage is going to be seriously spicy. I think a lot of people, when we come towards our diamond pick'ems, looking for the all-elusive diamond coin, is going to be mighty tough to get it. I know back in Rio it was pretty damn tough, but of course this one I think is going to be so hard to call. The only big team that seems to be favorable against the upsets is Heroic right now, but is that going to be good enough for them when it comes towards the major? We'll have to wait and see. For now though, one more game here at the RMR. FaZe versus C9, and only one team can make it towards France. I've been there, joined with the wonderful Jackie, as we say goodbye for us, but we say hello to one more series. We'll see you all after the break.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruits.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step one. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh, no. No! I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go. Quick. No! No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number one now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second. You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
It's time for a match that will echo through history's page as Cloud9 and FaZe look to try and mark their claim on CSGO's biggest stage. Now we're looking at the major coming into this, Lucy. It's the last spot on the line, right? It's the last time that Cloud9 and FaZe will get a chance in a matchup to head to that major.
Yeah, 2 weeks of build-up for this moment. They have grueled it out. FaZe obviously had an extra week to sit on it. Cloud9 have been through the gauntlet this week.
Yeah, and we're looking at Cloud9. They haven't had a lot of prep in comparison to FaZe Clan coming into this game, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. FaZe have been sitting on the sidelines waiting. They had that higher seed, so they went straight into this position. And for Cloud9, I mean, they've had a couple of quick turnarounds. Yesterday, they were able to show what they can do in this position. Yeah. It's not as easy when you're going up against FaZe, though.
No, it's not. I mean, FaZe coming in as a team that have just won the Grand Slam. This was a Pro League match final, as Alex was saying just a couple of weeks ago. And now it's the complete opposite. It's how quick you can go from the top to the bottom, Lucy.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the conversation for FaZe. All they've been through this entire year, the last year, really, they've been cementing this legacy. And the Paris Major has felt like the capping point for them, right, to end off the CSGO run with the biggest title of all.
Absolutely, and this is a team that have openly said that it is their next goal, right? They've kind of completed every trophy that you need to get. Going ahead and trying to get another major trophy has become FaZe's primary focus, and they might be just dipping out. And for Cloud9, it's a team that, you know, they've always kind of struggled throughout the years. They haven't been able to win the big titles when we return to LAN off the online period. This is the results of today. We can see that Cloud9 took on Big, won the series 2-0. Vitality took on Monte, and they booked themselves in that legend spot. But this is the game everybody was waiting for.
Yeah, and for Cloud9, that win against Big, it was solid. I think Big put up more of a fight than maybe they were expecting, especially on that second map. But they definitely have had some of their players starting to step up as this has gone on. I felt like Axar was a little quiet towards the beginning of the RMR, but he's really stepped it up in this stage. And you kind of always know Shiro's going to get his numbers, so it normally is someone like Axar you look to step up alongside him, and he started to do that.
Yeah, well, Axar has always been sort of a pillar when it comes to beating FaZe in the past, right, in some of those historical head-to-head matchups. And the rifler of Cloud9, one of the best riflers in the world, has been a little bit missing at times throughout this RMR.
Yeah, it's felt like Hobbit has been the one that's had to step up in his place, right? We've even seen some moments from Nafany and even Buster sort of chiming in. But Axar showing his form earlier against Big is a really important sign. We've had that conversation before against FaZe, where Axar is the difference maker in those matchups. And from what we saw earlier, very good signs for Cloud9 going into this all-important game.
Man, this is just such a bittersweet matchup between these two. You know it's going to be a great game, but these are two organizations, two teams that you want at the major, and they only have themselves to say, you know, put ourselves in this position.
Yeah, well, we have got the Legends teams to take a look at and sort of go over all the teams that have made it through to the place that FaZe and Cloud9 both would have wanted and expected to go to at the start of the RMRs. But we've got Heroic, Na'Vi, Furia, Fnatic, BNE, Into the Breach, 9 and Vitality locked in to those Legend spots. Na'Vi getting their spot by beating FaZe Clan in that 2-0 game on week 1. And, well, look where FaZe are now. So those are Legends teams locked through. Vitality today, the final team that made their way to that spot.
And Cloud9 and FaZe were two teams that we had in the same breath as Heroic and Na'Vi, right? The fact that they weren't able to make it through to Legends or even Challengers initially. They've had to grind it through this LCQ.
Yeah, and we'll look at this Challengers playoff. This is how it has gone. FaZe took on Aurora yesterday. We're able to get through that one. Cloud9 played simultaneously, beat Bait, and Big came out on top of the Falcons, ruining the dreams of the full French roster. We then seen Cloud9 come in up against Big today because of their difficulty score being lower than that of FaZe, and they beat them this morning to go ahead and book themselves in this final game of the RMR. FaZe versus Cloud9 could have been even a major final if they had made it all the way, but only one of them can go through. Only one spot left in the Challenger stage of the major. Monte, after losing to Vitality today, have locked their spot in the Challenger stage of the competition, and now there's one left, and one of these teams will be taking it.
Yeah, one of these teams will be there, and I think looking at this, it is Cloud9 who have had to grind almost harder in these recent days. They've had a lot of series to play, sometimes back-to-back series with brief breaks in between them, whereas FaZe have been sitting and watching and preparing for their opponent.
You know what the cool thing is about Cloud9? Because a lot of people would say that's an issue or a disadvantage. For Cloud9, the more Counter-Strike they play, the better they get, it seems, right? When they were at the peak of the world, when they were on their come-up as the youngsters, they were able to come through and they were just playing way more games than anybody else in the scene, and just because they were grinding, they were able to win a lot of matches. matches.
Even this year, that's been the case, right? It feels like they're on a new run of form, and we're seeing a lot of the players step up. Shiro, he's always the most consistent force on this team, always putting up numbers. You can just rely on him no matter what. It's the pieces around him that matter, but it's good to see him with very good form coming into this match.
Yeah, great to see Shiro, definitely one of the best performing players in the world. And we did have a chance to talk to Nafny ahead of this matchup to get his thoughts on FaZe.
Nafny, thank you very much for joining me, brother. Of course, you've already had one game already today against Big. First of all, just talk me through your thoughts off the back of the Big game. For the most part, looked pretty comfortable. Vertigo looked relatively clean. How are you feeling?
It wasn't like easy game for us anyway. Anubis was pretty hard for us, even if we have a good map. But anyway, it was pretty tough. And yeah, I mean, everything was fine. And I hope same will be versus FaZe.
And talk me through as well kind of this FaZe game. Of course, their familiar opponents, recent familiar opponents, of course, with Pro League as well. So what's the thoughts coming in towards this game? Recently, it wasn't exactly the best performance or the one you guys would have wanted, but how are you feeling coming in towards today? Because, you know, you've already played them recently.
First of all, I must say that this system is suck, because it's not really fair when you play first game and then you will play second game versus FaZe, which obviously prepared for you, and it's not fair, let's say. And yeah, but overall, if we deserve it, we will win, and that's it. That's always works like this, and it will work like this.
And of course, the other thing as well, I mean, for you, you knew FaZe was waiting in the finals, but obviously you had a game against Big before. How much time have you actually had to prepare for FaZe, or have you not really had any at all?
We prepared for this match before BIG match, because we expect that we will win. A lot of huge work did Groove with Finn, and it's mostly about them, but obviously with that we watch our recent demos versus FaZe Clan, so we expect some things from them, and that's it.
And finally, I just want to ask about you personally. What would it mean to you to make it past this game against FaZe and to qualify for the final ever CSGO major? For you personally, how much would this mean to you?
It means a lot, obviously, but I mean, it's a hard bracket for us. We did a lot of mistakes already on this tournament, so I just expect that we will show our best game, and that's it. Nothing like, not big expectations, let's say.
Well, Nafny obviously getting to this point in the competition, he doesn't seem full of confidence right now. You can understand why, but Cloud9 certainly have had a more difficult path in this LCQ, but FaZe had a better difficulty score, so they get the advantage because of that, right? So they have some extra time. They've also had, you know, all of Group B to prepare for this. They obviously don't know who their opponents are, but I think once you see Cloud9 starting to slink down into that, you start to prepare for them as the favorites you would go up against, and this is their expected matchup, Lucy.
Yeah, and I think there was always going to be a really tough couple of teams into this LCQ just because of how many strong rosters are in this Group B. So Cloud9 happened to be the one there. It could have been many others, and we saw the numbers there for the FaZe players. Obviously, not fantastic from that Group B performance. That's how they ended up in the LCQ. But I feel like we started to see some of what FaZe's former stars can do in this last matchup.
Yeah, Rops has been incredible over the last few weeks. Big Pro League performance, but a little bit quiet in the regular RMR. Good game yesterday, though. We had a chance to talk to him ahead of this game.
Robsman, thank you very much for joining me. I want you to start by reminiscing, right? Of course, when you started out early in your career, rookie, you've kind of come such a long way into a Grand Slam, the whole lot, right? You're even a major champion. For you, what would it mean personally to make it to a major, the final ever CSGO major? What would it mean for you, having been on the career and the wild ride you've already had in so far?
Yeah, indeed, I've had a wild ride. You know, started from nowhere really, and reached everything at this point. But yeah, reaching or going to this major is incredibly important, just for the fact that, you know, it's the last CSGO major in a sense. A new game is coming out, and the worst thing is the next major will be in a year from now, so approximately. So that's gonna hurt the most if a player doesn't make it. You know, you have to wait for a whole year to go for another one. So we're really eager and hoping we can still make it today.
And talk me through kind of the vibes in the camp, right? It's Cloud9, a familiar opponent. You played them quite literally a week ago, so in Pro League, right? And you beat them there for the most part relatively comfortably. But how are you feeling coming towards this game? Is there kind of the pressure of the LCQ, or are you feeling favourable because you've already beaten them once recently? How are the vibes in FaZe?
well, obviously Cloud9 is a tough opponent. We've had our fair share of matches between each other. They've won some, and we won recently in Pro League. But I think there's probably a bit more pressure here than in Pro League. I mean, there's a spot in the major on the line for both teams. So I think, you know, it's incredibly tough, and the feelings that players feel is you know, undescribable. And I think, yeah, it's going to come down to very tight moments in the game, and whoever wins those is going to become the major team.
And finally, talk me through the LCQ process. Of course, for you guys, a little bit different because you came from Group A, and of course, I guess yesterday you had a little bit of time to prepare. But how much time have you actually had to prepare for Cloud9 coming in towards today? You've had, I mean, I guess one less game in a way, but for you guys, is it enough, or was it more kind of working on your own game?
For sure, we've had obviously more time than Cloud9 to prepare for this match. We did do our initial prep for C9. We still had to wait until they beat Big, so it came down to that match. But you know, we knew that they're probably going to be the favorite here, and it's going to be us or them. So yeah, we'll see.
Great to hear from Robs. Here's the veto on screen. No secrets that FaZe were intending to pick Inferno. Hoppet predicted that earlier on today. But Mirage coming in as the pick for Cloud9. That is the map they definitely have a shot on.
Yeah, the expected picks, I would say maybe there was a chance FaZe went for an overpass, but I think you've got to go Inferno if you're FaZe. Go with your strength. And I really think this is the best possible veto to get the strengths from both teams on this series.
Well, here's the blast picks presented by Unicorn. Most of us have gone the same way, apart from Jackie, of course. But coming into this phase, coming through as favorites for most.
Yeah, I think most people are looking to this matchup and have FaZe pinned as taking it. But I think it's still such a close affair. So no surprise to see a few Cloud9 backers.
Absolutely. Cloud9 certainly have a shot. FaZe versus Cloud9. Do or die, all or nothing after the break. One spot left at the Paris Major. The Unicorn odds come in favoring FaZe very slightly heading into this matchup. And the world now holds its breath in awe as FaZe and Cloud9 prepared to do battle to see the Eiffel. The weight of years of dedication, passion, sacrifice, and sweat. This game is certainly a moment they'll never forget. These players heading into Mirage, a best of 3 to decide the last spot at the last CSGO Major. Absolutely pressure on this one. And Rops was saying in the interview, we're looking at a game where it's indescribable to understand how these players are feeling right now. So much pressure. The season comes down to one best of 3, and we're kicking it off on Mirage.
Getting into this one. Mirage is going to be the first map, and really this is Cloud9's best chance in the series. They have to get off to a good start. Slow starts have plagued them throughout this tournament. Let's see if Cloud9 can kick things off with a bang.
Drop's looking to do that, but Nafany takes him down as the smoke plumes in towards window. The first kill of this best of 3 going the way of Cloud9 and FaZe. Will they group up to B?
Yeah, Axel sits out towards short. Has got Buster alongside of him. The FaZe are already through, and they will not get much further. Axel taking 2 with him. Rain and Carrigan not allowed to step inside of the site. Axel has turned up to this best of 3 right away. 3 kills in the pistol round, and just Brokey sees a couple of victims towards short, but he will be the only one. Cloud9 pick up the first round.
And Axel, the FaZe Destroyer, stepping up as well. The man that's always there in their performances against this team, getting off to a good start in the pistol.
Yeah, great to see. And I think for Cloud9, it was so important they got off to this good start because we've seen a different FaZe since they've had their break from RMR A. We saw against Aurora the hype they were bringing and just also the control they had of the game when they were on the front foot. So for Cloud9, very important that they get off to that good start here. They've still got to deal with the Force buy though.
Yeah, Force off no plant as well, just running up through mid, and well, there's an almost opportunity for a kill. Axel does collect it. Carrigan goes down after trying to charge through mid. A little bit of damage done onto Shiro, but that's all they really found for their troubles, and again, they go back towards B.
It's just Buster over here with the MP9. A chance for FaZe to break through on this B site. Axel's been called back. He's called. Oh, what a shot from Rops. Axel had the better weapon. Now Buster has to do it with a little gun. It's one onto Rain, but the body shots of Rops come through. Shiro once again keeps the numbers favorable to Cloud9, but Brokey still gets away with it, but his teammate is gone. It's all on Brokey to recover this one. On his blind side, the smoke covers him off for now. Nafany to come through the market doorway. And Brokey sees the time ticking. Hasn't seen any Cloud9 players yet because that's the play for Hobbit. Around the back with the M4A4, locks in the headshot, and the second round for Cloud9.
Wow, they just gave him nothing. They didn't give Brokey an inch in that clutch. They figured that Hobbit has to be the man to get the first contact because Nafany's stuck behind the smoke. Really well played there by Cloud9, and it's also just wild that it's Shiro jumping through the smoke. He's normally such a disciplined and controlled player, but he jumps into the site. Still some good shots for FaZe, but you see there, Shiro just gets the kill, and that puts Brokey in a really hard clutch attempt, which he can't win this time.
Yeah, the timing's just not good there for Brokey. As he's about to smoke off the market doors, that's when Shiro takes his chance to jump on through.
Another Force.
Well, bomb did go down, and they did a lot of damage.
Great nade. Rain just gets taken down to 41. In fact, he is completely removed, and FaZe often leave one player in middle. So now Cloud9 can focus on the remainder of this A play. Brokey gone, and FaZe handed 3 players in their first rifle purchase, and it is not going anywhere. Shiro up on top of the ticket. They are looking so warmed up right now, Cloud9. 5 up already, and FaZe don't even get close to the site. That's 5 players staying alive. At least for now, maybe Rops can steal away something. But this is going to be that 3rd round locked in for Cloud9 in a row.
Yeah, going for a bit of pure contact there with the lack of util based off these multiple Force buys. Didn't really set them up for success there. Cloud9 come out ahead in all of those aim doors. Rops might still be able to do some damage here, but the chances in the round are incredibly slim. See how thorough he is when he clears these corners. See what he can actually find here, but that bomb is just well out of his grasp.
I mean, damage is all he can really realistically accomplish at this point.
And how much of it are Cloud9 going to allow? Rops catches Nafany. Inquisitive extends out of sandwich. 28 seconds left. Rops with the player above him. He'll smoke in front of the bomb. And the spam will come through. Shiro comes over the top of the stairway. Closes on the round for Cloud9. Just one for Rops on the way out.
Yeah, and that's some money established and a more comfortable round in this one for Cloud9. FaZe shouldn't have a full-on force with the lack of bomb plant. Really important first fights. And Shiro is definitely someone to watch on this map, especially on CT side. I know we've talked about Axile a lot, but Shiro this year has a 1.58 rating on the CT side of Mirage. He's so good at picking his spots. It really suits his style when he can just sit back with that sniper. And this strong start means he should get that AWP out pretty early on in this one.
This time Ren doesn't want to be dealt that initial half HP damage right away, Lucy.
We saw him whip out an interesting nade yesterday.
We did. He definitely had a Kobe lineup, didn't he? As well as Carrigan. He had one of those.
Expect to see some more of that as this series progresses. Rops peering on through with the scout. This one's to do a bit of damage, or maybe a headshot through the box. Hobbit removed. Gets an early haircut. Now Nafany steps up to the plate. About to be forced on through the underpass. Carrigan and Twist peeking around this corner. Nafany getting a taste of them, but falls on back. Axile above, can hear it, and support with another kill.
Yeah, just nips in. Carrigan stood no chance really against the rifle, and the nade goes in and catches Twists. So even with Rops' brilliant opener, best they can hope for is the slink through for this bomb plant onto the side. Cloud9 are giving it to them, and maybe, just maybe, in this post plant, FaZe can work some magic with the weaker weapons. It is still just a Glock for Brokey. The scout for Rops would need to do the majority of the work and set up Rain with a Deeg. And this jungle fight is where it starts to come around and starts to come down for FaZe. Rops with another great shot, and the scout goes back to spawn. This time will not connect, and Cloud9 recover for a 4th round in a row. It's a nice settled start for C9, and I think they need this, given the fact that, sure, they've had to play a lot more games. They've had to come into this. They're not feeling too confident. You can see their emotions have been all over the place. So getting a comfortable start on their CT side of Mirage, that's got to feel good.
The thing that's exciting is Rops does look dialed in. I mean, that is crazy to open things up. And it's been enjoyable, honestly, these rounds, because Rops is taking a bit more initiative, maybe because they have the weaker buy. And we were saying at Pro League, it felt like Rops was starting to become that standout player on FaZe. We didn't see it at the start of this RMR, but yesterday against Aurora, he started to step up again. We'll see if Rops can be that main man for FaZe as they finally get the guns out. There is the AWP for Brokey, but no AWP on the CT side.
No reason to invest it in yet.
Rain is often such a reliable player in mid alone. We've seen that didn't go well in the first gun round. He didn't really have anything to fight back with. This time, he's able to get out towards the top mid boxes, and FaZe are allowed to take this mid control.
Yeah, Cloud9's happy to sit back. They've got quite a strong setup on A itself. This 3-2 hold with the player and connector really charged with the most importance, Nafany. We know that some teams did look to punish him in that position. When you look back to Monte and how they approached their matchup on Mirage versus Cloud9, it was very much about taking this space from Nafany, and Rain's looking to do the same.
Hobbit hides behind triples. Flash will connect from mid, and he is overrun. Carrigan with one, and Nafany battling back. The Incan leaders go blow for blow, but Nafany's getting much more now. The plant starts to come in. It's locked through, but look at Axel, undetected in the sight, executes on Carrigan and drops underneath the wood. Axel still in a powerful position. Rob's having to deal with him, and Axel doesn't care. Shows why he's called one of the best riflers in the world. And Brokey left now in the 1 versus 2. Smoked away, blasted with HEs, and covered off in the connector smoke. Smart decision for Axel to use the cover on the other side of the defuse, and Brokey cannot spam through accurately enough, and that's the 5-0 start for Cloud9, and Axel really is here to play.
Wow, that is so wild. I did not expect to see Axel on the A-bomb site of all things. He's often playing on B short, but he is in position. Maybe that's why FaZe don't account for him. And it looked pretty good for FaZe, getting towards the site at least, but Nafany did a real solid job in connector as well. I think it's great to point out he's in such a pivotal position on that CT side. So he's got to make sure he doesn't just get run over. As you were saying, Lucy, sometimes that seems like it's team's strategy against Cloud9, but he stepped up there. And what a start for Axel, 9-1 so early in this one.
Yeah, that position from Nafany. I mean, this is the sort of place you normally put your star player, right? And there's so many stars on this Cloud9 roster, but Nafany's the one that takes control, finds the double kill there with that HE at the end. Axel, though, I mean, he's the star here. The fact that he manages to slip the net, get in the back lines, wins out that duel over Rops, and that's it.
Well, I asked Hulbert earlier, how important is it that Axel shows up to this FaZe match, and he said, especially important. Well, he has delivered so far. FaZe continued to purchase. Maximum loss bonus, allowing extra utility around this too. They've positioned quite heavily towards B. Axel's back to his common position at short, looking to unravel yet again. But with Brokey and Carrigan still outside of the A ramp, no commitment coming through anytime soon for FaZe.
And yesterday for FaZe, it felt like on their T side, they were winning rounds when they were controlling them. They haven't controlled this game so far.
So they're faking out the A play here. Carrigan really trying to sell it. Smoke out towards jungle and connector. Brokey hangs back in the ramp, and Carrigan is just trying to pull as many rotations away, and he's doing that right now. Axel's in limbo. He doesn't really want to fully rotate away, and he thinks this is the B play because they haven't really heard anything on this A site. They haven't gathered a whole lot of info. And Twist is in con. The bomb could come back with that kill on Twist. Absolutely it should. And Carrigan finds the head of Hobbit in the jungle. And the bomb is quickly making its way back over to this A site.
Axel getting peppered by Rops as well. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Or should I say a Rops and a hard place? And Rops is the one that takes him down. Shiro and Buster, they can't even give this a look in, really. Hero on through. Buster is still in CT. Chance of denying the bomb very low, but Rops is on low HP. Gonna drop this smoke. And he can use as a one-way over ticket if he wishes to. At the moment, not being given anything quite yet. Carrigan walks on through, so Shiro does net a kill. But still with 4 players to find. This hit from FaZe is beautiful. Set up as the fake, and in the end, they get so much space, they decide to commit to it.
Yeah, the fake works better than the plan, right? So they're very quickly able to adapt to it and make their way back over to that A side. Twist makes the difference in connector. Carrigan already got so deep in jungle, and that passive setup on the A side from Cloud9 ends up giving FaZe the perfect option. And that's got to feel good for your first gun round.
Yeah, it's funny because FaZe were going for a lot of more contact-heavy plays earlier in this half. This is the first round where it feels like they try and throw some misdirection in the mix, and they can't even use the misdirection. They don't need to because they get the kills elsewhere. A lot of ground gain through connector. Feels like that could be a really pivotal position on the map.
Yeah, Cloud9's setup there just kind of works perfectly for FaZe, right? In terms of such a passive setup on the A side. So the fake looks like a real execute and ends up being one. So really everything works out for FaZe in that round, and they finally break the streak of Cloud9, and off the back of that, an immediate timeout comes in.
You can see how vocal Groove is behind them as well. I caught him just as he was leaving after that big victory, and I was asking, you know, how much time you got to prepare? How do you feel about this? And just kind of getting his thoughts on it. And he was like, well, 1 hour, do or die. And a few words, but the point was taken. And right now, 5-1, a pretty good start for Cloud9. And I like that they called a timeout immediately after the first FaZe gun round.
Second sniper picked up for Cloud9. That's into the hands of Axile, who was off to such a strong start for them. He'll be playing over towards B and will be boosted up early. Looks like a ramp aggression could be a call here from Cloud9. A couple of players pushing, but Axile's won the fight elsewhere.
Yeah, with Axel on the AWP, it's success for Cloud9 in that first opening, but that ramp play has worked out really well for them. Cloud9 up a player, 4 versus 3, and the round's basically just started. FaZe are drifting back over towards A with the 3 remaining players. And is that trifecta of death? The deadly trio of Twist, Brokey, and Rops trying to make this one happen. And Twist runs out of the ramp smoke and right into Shiro.
Shiro up on the ticket in an exposed position, but a bit faster than Twist on the fight there. Still have to get past Hobbit here. Shiro is rotated, Rops has found it.
And now they're coming out of Palace too, right? Brokey's coming out with the AWP. Rops with him. And suddenly FaZe find themselves a chance again. Brokey scoped up in the right spot right now. How long will he hold it against Shiro? Who is creeping closer into the peak. Brokey's AWP strikes harder, and it's the head of Shiro no longer attached. And Rops is holding that second CT player, and Rops will stand tall. Just Axel left. Kicked off the round, now trying to close it, and realizes that's unlikely. Backs away, AWP in hand. FaZe find their way to a second, and it's Brokey and Rops, the Baltic brothers, finding their way to the second round.
Put these two in a clutch, and they're always going to come up good.
Yeah, and Cloud9 not really able to coordinate that retake in the way they would have wanted. That's a 2v4. Hobbit gets caught on the A site. Cloud9 start trying to come in for the retake, but they never get the ability to work together in the way they would want. And that was such a strong start for Cloud9. The opening moves were brilliant for them, but that kill opens up everything. And then you see solo fights coming in. The flash from Axar was a little too late. And Hobbit realized as soon as he went down, the round was all of a sudden open for FaZe, and this is what we want to see from FaZe, individual shining.
Yeah, the question for me is, where did Shiro decide to go then? He was going on that rotate around to jungle, but the timing just wasn't good because FaZe was so fast out the gate. Hobbit was left alone, and, well, a bit of a push coming on through. Brokey hits the flick, tries to set up this AWP, but Axel actually falls off the mark, so Brokey gets to stand here and keep locked on the angle.
Yeah, this is one of the two keys to success in this round for Cloud9 is Axel doing something with his AWP. If he gives it up right away, count this one done in a FaZe on a third. So he's just staying alive. He'll drop back and play default. It is a very committed angle with the AWP, but he has to take a risk.
I'm guessing he had the spawn, that's the reason he's holding it and not Shiro.
Hobbit burned away. Has to adjust the defensive setup now here. FaZe just figuring out how Cloud9 are actually set up right now. They don't want to commit anywhere unless they feel like it's the right move, and they're coming back towards A. Perhaps a pinch through the connector and through the A site.
Looking likely. And for Hobbit, he's in a very vulnerable position. He needs Axel to keep him safe. This AWP on the site is going to have a really hard time here. Hobbit goes down early. Axel doesn't get any help on the site. It's clean from FaZe. They're even going to cut off the rotate. Nothing doing for Cloud9 in this one.
Yeah, both keys full. Hobbit, you can see he wanted to catch that player off, and Palace takes it down the CZ. Suddenly you've got a rifle, and the round's looking very pretty. But Axel's in such a difficult position there to get anything done with the AWP. So as soon as Hobbit goes down, I mean, his days are essentially numbered there.
Well, we talked about the rightful presence of Cloud9 showing up early. Well, look at this. Rops is absolutely here right now. And some of the biggest games in the RMRs, he was missing. He wasn't at the same level we've seen from him at Pro League. But if he can return to form and Rops can deliver in the biggest of matches for them, FaZe look very scary. And Alex, it has to be a point that Cloud9, realistically looking at this veto, need to pick up Mirage.
Yeah, and they're normally so good on the CT side of this map. We do have the buy from Cloud9. Some weaknesses in there. No AWP for Shiro. The utility's a little short, and this mid control is being heavily contested here.
Carrigan charging on through, but Axel's holding from short. Nafany comes on back. A couple of kills going their way. Twist does get one with a fast response, but still the advantage for Cloud9. Axel's repositioned here. Wants to be able to get into a power position to deal with Twist if he goes any further.
I love seeing Rops try and activate like this. So often so passive, but he knows he needs to do something here.
Yeah, it's the playmaking that's going to win this game. Rops sends the molly towards CT. Getting a bit of space as he jumps up on top of Tetris, but it's Shiro with the weaker gun back at jungle that catches Rops out. And now the final two members of FaZe in this round attacking in towards this B site. It is Buster waiting for them.
This angle is devilish.
Yeah, I love that.
What a performance from him earlier as well against Big. If Buster can start to get going in this B hold, that'll be a tight ship run for Cloud9's defense. Axel comes over to help out. It is just Brokey. And he's stuck in a really uncomfortable spot here. 30 seconds left in the apartments. He's got a lot of cash left over, 11K. So he will be able to get the AWP in the next round regardless of whether or not he gets to save it. But right now looks like he should be, unless Hobbit or Shiro catches him out, and they might do exactly that.
We were talking earlier about Cloud9, this map being so important for them to take, how strong they are on it. These cores, I mean, FaZe have never beaten Cloud9 and Mirage in all of their multiple matchups.
That's crazy.
Yeah, listen, Cloud9, definitely a map they can be strong on. I love that position from Buster as well. 4v2, you know that FaZe are likely to try and go contact, and they really only have a chance if they hit you with pace and get a really quick kill. So you just play an incredibly safe spot, play for info, make sure Axel can help you out. That's exactly what happens. Yeah, we're used to seeing these lockdown CT sides from Cloud9. They're trying to get back on track here, and look at FaZe all over to A out of spawn.
It's been a relatively tame start to this game, right? It hasn't been explosive. It hasn't really got into any craziness just yet. But I'm sure that will come. FaZe set up for the A play right out of spawn.
Yeah, Hobbit's somewhat committed to the A site as well, not playing back from CT.
Next closest string connector, if you can block off this angle, Hobbit has to come up big here. Tilting out, coming on through. He tucks in towards Ninja, has that support in the crossfire, but smokes to be blazing through very shortly. Hounding him with bullets at the moment, but not committing quite yet. Defensive smoke put forward, but Carrigan finds the opening kill. Hobbit, though, not checked, comes out for 2. Is traded by Rops, and that's given them the avenue.
Yeah, great work from Hobbit. Fully committed in the site. You have to fight at that point. And that's exactly what he does. Sets up Shiro. Second shot, not too far off. Oh, Shiro! No scope on a Carrigan. And now just Brokey. In a 1 versus 3. Smoke is up in his face, and he starts to draw one back. Buster forced away. Is there more for Brokey? Shots whiz past him. Brokey with a chance, but Shiro saves Cloud9 in the 1v1.
Oh man, it's Shiro who steps up. It looked like Brokey was going to make something happen there, the way he was trying to isolate those angles. But that no-scope from Shiro sets it up. This is absurd that he gets this one in the first place. And then finally able to close it out with this final shot. Not easy when Brokey tries to cross back, but he hits him through the box. This game already starting to come down to some fine margins here. Look at this pace out mid from FaZe. They're still buying. This could be a swing round, actually. Look at the money for both teams.
This could be very important for the remainder of the rounds here in this first half, Lucy.
It's the round that will get Cloud9 the half if they pick it up, and probably a bit more off the back of it. FaZe know the importance of picking this one up. Slow spread everywhere on the map. Looking to see if there's any Cloud9 aggression, any Cloud9 presence they can capitalize on.
It's a big question to me. How do you activate Rops when he plays in Palace so often? It can be very far removed from the rest of the map, and he's had a great start here.
Well, Rain once again. The lone wolf in mid. Always out connector. Making no secret of his presence. Axel somewhat aggressive on short. Has got a help from Shiro here. If Rain is to cross to the Chow, he's in prime position to be caught out by Shiro's AWP. And the FaZe attack is coming into this A site. Shiro's crosshair now drawn elsewhere. And what a shot from Brokey. Deals with Hobbit as the defender. And Shiro is just hoping he can catch someone on this connector cross into the site. The smoke goes up, he does not take a shot. And Nafany sitting back at CT, hearing everything happen in the site, but is absolutely helpless until this point. Shiro and Axel have won 2 fights. The ball plant's denied. Nafany gets around the corner, and he's done so much.
Might just be enough. Buster's still here. That bomb collected time, such a concern now. Rops is going for the plant, has to go in the open. Buster swings, denies. The Carrigan now, well, he might be able to find a few, but Shiro takes him down.
Wow, what a play from Nafany, the discipline to stay towards CT. He's hearing all the movement in the A site. He hears the commitment to the plant. It is actually shielded away from CT. FaZe don't overexpose themselves to that position, but the shots just spam through and he can't do anything about it. Then it's panic stations in the last few seconds. FaZe are putting themselves in good positions here, but Cloud9 are just taking the numbers out of the server.
Yeah, and you see how Cloud9 approach mid there. When they had that stack over towards the B side of the map, they just flash into mid. They say, let's take out Rain. We know he's going to be lurking here because of how much noise has been made over on A. So if we take out Rain, we can start to set up the retake. They even find a kill towards A while that was happening. Oh, that's the shot from Shiro. I mean, Brokey got a wallbang kill onto Hobbit as well.
Yeah, I think Hobbit's gone down twice now from the same position, right? Just with the AWP spotting him out just about the hairs on his head.
It's lucky kills, yeah.
Lucky
it kills. It is lucky.
Arrogant puts it down to that, and sometimes those will go against you, and every round matters at this point of the tournament. Last matchup, last chance. And Hobbit, he's been good in this A site. Got taken out of it, unfortunately, in the previous, and this time didn't get to his cover in time. Carrigan just explodes out, and FaZe going for a quick call.
Yeah, flashes out Palace. Hobbit was committed. The rotate is here, but they're stuck behind smokes. And this time, Brokey will look for the bomb plant. He still almost gets spammed.
Yeah, just jumps across, does get over. Oh. And the Nako scene just about getting the bomb plant in, but Axel is having no issues, dishing out death every single turn of the way. Carrigan back at the ticket box. The CT flank of Buster is going to just destroy his dream here. He turns around, good flash from Shiro. And Robs with the Deagle. What can he cook up here? Absolutely nothing. Axel swings in, Cloud9 recover the round again.
Yeah, we talked about that prior round being a swing round. You're seeing the results here. They try and force it with the Palace pop, get that opening kill, which is great on the Hobbit, but you just can't take any space with the lack of util, lack of weaponry. They get picked apart one by the superior weaponry of Cloud9, who are now on 9 rounds.
And look at these stat lines from Cloud9. I mean, Shiro you expect it from. He plays a very conservative, safe approach, often with the AWP. He's a stats monster on the CT side of this map. But Axel is above him with 16 kills. That is the exact 1-2 punch we want to see from Cloud9 to be competitive in this series. Axel showing up at just the right time here.
Axel, the Annihilator of FaZe on display. Has to keep that fire fury.
Yeah, definitely has to keep this level up. 9-3 right now for Cloud9. FaZe struggling to get T rounds at the moment. Lots of different looks, and here's a different one again. Out middle, this time challenging down Shiro's AWP. He's had a great start to this game as well. 15-4. He's got a gap as well to play with in the smoke. This could be devastating for FaZe. They see the gap now, surely, and Axel peeks out first. Good reply from Rain, and Shiro, he falls to Brokey. Important kills for FaZe in middle. And a 3v4 established FaZe, the better on it.
Who can step up now for Cloud9? It's got to be one of the quieter performers to deliver here. And it might be Buster tested on that B bomb site. He's isolated right now, but Hobbit is making the adjustment. They're going to have two CTs in the right site.
Yeah, they've got the read for the setup.
They have to make the call here, and they've decided B is the location. Buster repositioning, defensive smoke can be deployed. So powerful, but look at Rain. He's already in the back lines. Hobbit doesn't get a chance. Buster still in the corner, but can't do anything. Rain bleeds down 2, and Nafany is now in the 1 versus 3. No real way to get into this. They have him locked on in. They know exactly where he was, and he has to just leave.
Yeah, great round from Rain now, coming through, saves the day. It looked like the rotation comes over. You got a decent enough chance for the fight there, Cloud9, but when Rain comes up short and you're focused on the apartments, the Norwegian unravels the plans for Cloud9's rotation. And Nafany slips away with the AWP. FaZe have a 4th T side. Would love 6. Cloud9 looking to spoil that, but you know, looking at the cash here, some players a little more flush with it on Cloud9 than others, Alex.
Yeah, definitely important. The Nafany saves this up.
I really like the, well, actually, we'll see if he gets to save it. Might not, although he should. Rain.
Yeah, I think he's fine.
Should be avoided here. The position from Shiro in window, I believe that's a very intentional spot that he's actually standing kind of in the middle, and it's for kind of one of those default window smokes. I think that was actually intentional the way that he blocked it there.
Block it away, right? An engineered gap on the side of the smoke for Shiro.
Yeah, just got a little too eager. Axel flashed back into mid. That's when he tries to establish himself on the angle. But just didn't realize Brokey would still be hanging around at the back. Allows FaZe to win the opening trades.
2 more rounds left in this half, right? And we have got a great buyback for Cloud9, but it's the last legs for them. If they lose this, it's very likely FaZe finds 6 rounds on the T side. Shiro changes up his starting position towards connector this time. Will that slight change up give him a big result?
Might fall back at some point, worried about someone crossing and getting up close next to him. Nafany was peeking through window, but with the flames going down, he couldn't provide that information anymore. Shiro has to reposition. Rain goes down to Axel, the peek on out. Perfect. Once again, Axel stepping up.
Axel is looking incredible right now.
It's crazy. It is crazy the level he's brought to the server here. And, you know, we heard Nafany saying the only way you win this game is if we bring our A game. And right now their A game is Axel and Shiro. They are the win conditions for the side, and they are delivering to the highest extent. 1 minute left on this clock. FaZe down a player, and Carrigan has to figure out the way to put this puzzle together. Once again, Rops out of Palace, and he's activating. He's going to Molotov out the lower part of the wood. Hobbit has actually dodged it by just jumping up on top of these boxes, so he gives up his position, and he doesn't get anything for it. Final 40 seconds left. Nafany holds jungle.
Can't believe that doesn't spread. Oh, Shiro, though, just holding the line, finds another opener for free.
Nafany now holding the extension out of connector, but they're trying to shift that bomb up towards short, in towards this B site. Twist will start to play forward. What a shot! Twist just accelerates right into the fight, and Brokey catches Buster, but there's still a player in the apartments, and Axel, he has been so incredible, and here he goes again! Axel gets only one! What a turn from Rops! And he wants to clutch this 1 versus 3 alone. Puts the bomb down. Shiro gets aggressive. He puts it into the 1 versus 1 fight for Rops, and he is quicker on the trigger with the AWP.
Wow, so often we see Shiro just try and play the safest way possible, but he's really feeling it right now, getting activated on any option he has. Moves straight in, knows that Rops has just planted. They're getting some high-level Counter-Strike right now, but Cloud9 seem to have the edge. Shiro and Axel both close to a 20-kill half each.
So many just crazy plays coming across the board. The individual duels are just beautiful to watch. But Cloud9 are looking so good in this game right now. 10 on the CT side. FaZe come together. They've still got a good buy for this final round of the half.
Have to make something work here. These last few rounds have not. Only one in the last 6 has gone their way. Brokey, maybe he's the man to make it happen. We saw him with a few openers earlier on in this half. Has that AWP out as well. Working over towards A with Carrigan behind him.
That mid presence there again from Cloud9. They've peeked out, they've seen it's pretty clear. Axel on B short is just so confident he can take that angle. And FaZe still spread across the map.
Oh, lots of chat. Hands off the keyboard. We're going to get
his
around
hand on the mouse
here.
holding this angle. I'm sure we can't be live.
Yeah. Brokey's just timed out, it looks like, or had an issue. So we're going to get that match medic and we'll get this restarted. A really important round as well. Unfortunate to have a tech issue right there, but just got to keep your head level. I'm sure we'll get this one resolved as quickly as possible to get this show back on the road. Good for FaZe Clan to have Roban back behind them. Wasn't there for the matchup last night.
Yeah, definitely important to have him here now. I think for Cloud9, having Axel deliver this sort of performance has been especially nice when he's playing around that B short area. It just makes it more difficult. If FaZe did want to target connector, for example, it makes it really hard to feel like you can get up there safely. I don't think FaZe have really had many rounds where they've been comfortably able to properly split a site. When they have, they've generally got onto the sites. But we've seen a couple of rounds where they've lost the initial trades, the initial duels on mid.
I think that's why they're happy to have Nafany play sort of in towards connector when you've got Axel on the other side of that area in mid, being able to help you from short constantly. Really setting up your stars for success there while Shiro moves around the map.
It is interesting seeing the approach both in-game leaders take to where they position themselves on this map, because you almost certainly see Carrigan anchoring that B bomb site, which a lot of people think is the standard spot where you can just sort of play for time, play for rotations. But Nafany and Cloud9 taking a different approach.
Yeah, there's something to be said about just being involved in the middle of the action, right? And so often mid is where, quite literally, the middle of the action takes place. So much emphasis on that position.
I mean, this feels very high level in terms of individuals from Cloud9. And yesterday we were saying it didn't feel like FaZe were winning too many rounds just off their individuals. And it's kind of carried through here. Robs has had some moments, but we haven't seen the massive star level from all the FaZe players that we're used to seeing from them. Cloud9 have had the edge in that aspect of this match so far.
They've definitely had the firepower edge, right? Coming through. You know, Axel and Shiro have brought a crazy level to this game so far, and they needed it. Mirage is the map that Cloud9 must pick up in this series. And this CT showing has been very strong so far. We're not going to be long getting into that last round of the first half. Restart on Brokey should be coming through very, very shortly, and the action will continue. But yeah, we're just getting little highlights of Shiro just hitting some ridiculous shots in this game so far. What a game he's having.
It's been absolutely superb from Shiro. We saw just how much it was getting to him during that ENCE game, right? When, you know, that was the moment when they got eliminated down, well, not knocked down to the LCQ, right? And you could see just how emotional he was getting, just how important everything was at that moment. And now here, stepping up in the most important match of the year for him.
Well, last round of this first half, 10-4. FaZe desperately trying to get a 5th round out of this T side. Cloud9 looking to give them zero mercy. Rain once again starts his fights in mid. Connector mollied out, Flash follows up, but he is not staying there. Instead, he's going back and watching for the mid push of Cloud9.
Looks like a very similar call from FaZe. 2 players waiting outside A. The other players waiting elsewhere on the map. Shiro is currently leaning over to B, so A will feel somewhat vulnerable for Cloud9. Hobbit there is that anchor, taking a new position. Some smokes will be thrown, so Hobbit will get an early warning here, but he's blinded.
Oh, he is blinded, but he's handled the pressure. Carrigan is the first victim. Brokey gets the response for FaZe, and now the B side opened up. But there is a chance, as Axel and Buster once again don't see anything on the A side. The information's being passed on to them to get ready for this B play.
He looked away. Axel looked away.
And Buster's at bench. Axel needs to start coming back soon. Buster's going to get that info and call on over. First kill on Rain. Reply that is there from Robs. FaZe get it into the 3 versus 3. Bomb plant goes down. Axel has rotated now in. On top of the bin, he'll dip down and catch his twist, looking the wrong way. Axel has just been unbelievable so far alongside Shiro. And now it's just Brokey stuck up in the apartments. He'll descend down into the side, trying to change up his position, but none of the shots connecting. It is the weapons of mass destruction for Cloud9 that are pushing them forward to an 11-4 half on Mirage. What a great start to this affair they've got.
I remember more Monte clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it's weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monosin.
Well, a common round thrown in from FaZe does not reap rewards on a 5th round, Lucy.
Yeah, same round. They found success earlier on with that faked A, rotate towards B. This time around, Cloud9 were ready for it. Sets them up for an 11th going into their T side. And with a man like Axile doing what he's doing right now, that is a terrifying prospect.
Yeah, well, Cloud9 have given themselves quite the buffer here, Hawker, coming into the second map, right? Or second half, rather. 21-7 on Axel, Shiro on 19-5. They are heads above the rest of their team right now. But when Cloud9 have these 2 players online, you don't really need anybody else. And here's the play for Cloud9 straight towards A in this pistol.
Yeah, it's often Cloud9's CT side that carries them through. Can they keep it up on the T side, though? It looks like it. That is an immediate entry from Hobbit and complete access to the A-bomb side.
Gap for Brokey, and he'll happily take a kill on Axel. Important play to remove here. As we now enter the 4 versus 4 retake for FaZe. Hobbit's pushed down in towards CT.
That's so much space. He can flank all the way around towards jungle in the late half, or can just hold here and Brokey might come on through. Good setup here for Cloud9 in the post plant. There is a kit in play in Carrigan and a smoke.
And Buster will sit at the ninja boxes at the firebox. He's got his teammate out towards Tetris. Nafany gets swung on. Twist with a lightning fast headshot. And he wants another one, but not this time. He will not connect on Buster, who desperately dances around to try and stop the defuse. But it's Hobbit's job. They will do exactly that. And they're not on it. They have no time. And Hobbit has won the pistol here for Cloud9, denying the defuse and denying FaZe another round. 12-4. This is looking clean from Cloud9.
It's just that flank around the back from Hobbit. They're never expecting it on the FaZe side. They all come in through those positions. They can't look back. They cannot afford to do that. They have to clear out all those other positions so Hobbit can come in from the flank. What a read from him. The veteran of the team comes through for them. And Cloud9 in fantastic shape now on this T side.
Yeah, Hobbit gets the opener as well. It's the B stack from FaZe. They have to play the rotate. Doesn't work out for them. And look at this pace from Nafany. He is so fast up towards ladder. Mac 10.
I even know.
I think he's just slipped by. I don't know how they haven't heard him, but he does find that kill. Now he can start to take some more space. Swings out for another. Nafany on cleanup duty over in short. Put under pressure here by Carrigan, but it's the Mac 10 doing work. Rain eventually takes him down, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, it was the save for FaZe here. I didn't expect much anyway. But that is something you can expect to see from Nafany. Cloud9 run quite a few rounds where they try and get him into ladder room solo, and they'll try and work around that in different ways. Look at some of the kill counts for FaZe right now, though. Twist down at 6 kills, Rain at 7. I mean, yes, we maybe were expecting Cloud9 to be favored on this map.
Yeah, but not to this extent, right?
Especially when it's FaZe we're talking about. I've seen Twists just completely carry Mirage games in the past. You'd expect his aim would shine through.
FaZe had a lot of moments where it looked like they were going to get a lot more T rounds, but it's the difference that Shiro was making with that AWP. Axel was getting done on the anchor positions at times because he was kind of all over the place, right? But he was always found in the sight hits when they were coming his way. And then that round where it was looking good when they were in middle and FaZe are pushing in towards the A site and Shiro gets that smoke kill. That is just the key to really show you how that first half went. Cloud9 having the individual difference, stopping FaZe from getting the majority of the rounds picked up.
And it's normally FaZe that's the team that has that, right? They're the team that we look to when you have those individuals stepping up and creating these space when you wouldn't normally have it. But it's Cloud9 playing FaZe's game right now.
Yeah, it felt like there were just a few swing rounds throughout that half that really made the difference, and Cloud9 won all of them.
Yeah.
And now Cloud9 take a timeout. Axel's numbers are crazy. 5-0 in opening duels, 132 ADR. And for FaZe, they're finally going to get their CT buy, but there's basically no room for error here. You cannot afford to lose this round. Oh my God, Carrigan's got a Mac 10.
This is the Mirage, essentially, for FaZe, right? Robs has had a good game, but no one else has really been up there. And Robs' impact hasn't always reaped the round. So we're now looking at 13-4. FaZe's last legs already here on map 1. So much on this one best of 3. To lose a map in this fashion is going to help Cloud9's confidence when they destroy FaZe. If they close it out in this way, considering the interviews that we've heard from Nafany and Hobbit, right? There's been this sort of dejected mood that they feel like they've already lost at times, and they're just saying things like, yeah, you know, if we turn up with the A game, we still have a chance. But you don't really believe it. They don't really even believe it. But this map, if they win it like this, that might get them believing.
Yeah, sometimes actions speak louder than words, and that seems to be the case here for Cloud9. Rops in a good position here, peering on over, but Smoke is going to block off his position. Hobbit starts to take space. Rops peering, trying to find any sort of gap in this to work with. Actually boosting up into the window, just on the edge is Nafany. Not an uncommon position, and Rops certainly will be considering it when the smoke fades, but they might be looking for him as well, and Hobbit finds him first. Brokey at least gets one back, and that was very good damage onto Hobbit.
Look at the bomb. Look where it's coming out of ramp now. Rain is towards CT, just playing in front of that, but Nafany's found the gap as he pushes through the motor hole. Carrigan comes around. Nafany turns back in time, and another crucial kill in the round going Cloud9's way. 30 seconds. Brokey peeks out a connector, realizes they need to make a move, but it's all going to come down to Rain in this round. It's all going to come down to him in the site. Brokey's making moves. Now Rain activates. The twist comes in. It's starting to look good for FaZe. They flip it back, and a great recovery. I thought it was all going to be Rain, but then Brokey makes the move. Twist comes in, and FaZe finally come together and look good across the board.
Yeah, so important that Twist is there in the ladder room because Nafany tries to come back through jungle for the flank, but Twist is just holding it, so Nafany can never move in for that flank onto Brokey. And I thought Nafany might just flank through CT, but he didn't get activated in time. And FaZe finally get a chance to release some of that emotion, try and bring the intensity. They've got a chance to reset Cloud9's economy here, and the buy's already weakened for Cloud9 into this round.
This one looks pretty good for FaZe. Outpositioned Cloud9 very well in that last round. Twist so influential in finding that spot after Rops fell. FaZe, we talk about them needing to be perfect on this CT side, and they're a team that knows perfection, a team put together to be perfect. So we know they're capable of it.
This is a lot of space on B.
Oh, a lot for Axel, isn't it? He could catch Twist looking the wrong way. Axel was short. Twist very lucky. He dipped behind the corner. If not, Axel had collected his skull, and he commits to the fight. Carrigan swings at the right time, covers off his teammate, and calls for Brokey to make the rotation. The bomb's still in limbo. Hasn't committed just yet. And Shiro's trying to carve out of some control of this B site. He's hopped out of the window itself, down into the site, and his teammates are slowly but surely making their way towards this B site. Carrigan's just trying to stay elusive. Does not want to be detected, doesn't want to offer up a kill here to Cloud9 as the attack into B, but his rifle now stands in the middle of the site, overexposed. Hobbit with the headshot. Brokey caught looking at too many angles. And it's now recovered for Cloud9. They're into the site, and FaZe have no shot. They are so far away from this. What a turnaround from Cloud9.
Just when we're praising the positioning of FaZe, the moving about, ready for the fights, getting people in the right places. Feels like Cloud9, the way they slowed down there and took their time on the hit, waiting for the reinforcements, letting Buster work over towards A, keeping FaZe occupied. They were just able to find the gaps into that site.
Yeah, and it really felt like the coordination was uncomfortable there for FaZe. You see initially Carrigan playing very safe on that B site. Twists didn't realize they could sneak so far up through the apartments. And even though Carrigan comes in at the right time to get the initial kill, Cloud9 having a foothold on that bomb site makes it really awkward for FaZe. You saw Carrigan looking every single direction, scared of Van, scared of all these awkward angles. Brokey has no opportunity. He's looking in all different directions. And for Cloud9, 14 found, stepping closer and closer to a dominant map win.
Well, this investment from FaZe might well be one of the very last. They have to win this round. And even then, it's such a long road ahead, but this part, the Paris, has been long for them.
It's been treacherous. Another major woe might be coming Carrigan and Rain's way. They think back to some of the ones they've missed out on. Boston against a different Cloud9 side. That one got away from them. Sure, they pick up Antwerp, but when they were on top of the world, they finished at the bottom in Rio. And they might not even make it this time around. Rops Aggressive short. Nafany taken out first. Cloud9 applying pressure to Rain, who has been so quiet, who has really struggled on this first map. And they're not going to play with it just yet. Cloud9 taking it slow, using the time. There's a full minute of it.
I love Rops capitalizing on the failed flash towards top mid that was there to set up the push from Nafany. Can't commit off it, and Rops just exploits. Pushes up slowly, finds that kill.
Oh, they slip out on Rain. They catch him with a flash, and they converge to the ramp. Twists now has to deliver from the stairway, and he's only got a FAMAS to do it. No help from his team. Twist has to do it alone, and he's begun that trek. He's found himself the first, not the second. A lot of damage dished out, but not enough for the kill. It is going to keep FaZe ahead in the final 25 seconds. Buster drops out of Palace. Shiro is going all the way around. 20 seconds. Has to go back through Palace. A nice boost up from Brokey. Catches Buster on default. Shiro now really can't win this round. He's called it off. FaZe have a 6th.
Well done from Twist there as well. Just that's a man that believes in his aim despite a bad game so far. Standing in the open with the FAMAS and taking fights.
I mean, that's what he had to do, right? There's no other option available to Twist. You either fight that, get one, or you lose the site and then most likely lose around there for FaZe.
Yeah, good to see him standing up for the team. As you were saying, Rops getting activated. I'm enjoying seeing some of these proactive plays from him. I think he realizes some of his teammates are struggling right now, so wants to get them off to the good start. That was Brokey getting boosted up to find that angle over the top. Nothing that Buster could do against that. And again, FaZe with an opportunity to try and cause those economic woes here. Rops wins that first fight on mid.
Well, yet again. And Hobbit looking to snap back, but Rops says no. Swings on out. Rops with 2 already. His teammate falls, but the Cold Stone Estonian has found himself another one out mid. Nafany and Buster just left with pistols. And Rops has no issues in dispelling the initial attack. And it should be 7 without too much issue here. If FaZe give this one up, that would be an absolute disaster.
And we talk about some of the best riflers in the world, and Rops has got to be in that conversation. A fantastic triple kill, almost catching up to Axal now, just 1 kill tailing. After all the moments Axal had, that just shows how hard Rops has been working here to get back into this game, to keep FaZe in this map.
That was a fun mini game. Getting some nades into position for Cloud9.
Yeah, dribble all the way towards this A site. Can they get themselves into it, though, is the question. Buster out of ramp. We've seen Rain choose this position multiple times. Hasn't really had to show too much from it. But maybe now he'll get that chance. Peeks out, double dink. Nice and clean for Rain on 2. 7th round for FaZe.
Takes initiative at the right time. Drops though up top initially. Got helped out by Brokey. And then some very solid shots. He's been looking good with the AK in hand. And Cloud9 simply have Glocks available to them in this one. So good to see FaZe starting to show some of those signs of individuals performing.
I mean, it's not too bad for FaZe if Twist can start to step up with Rain, right? Because Robs and Brokey are definitely online on the server right now. Robs is having a great game. If Twist and Rain can start to come together and find a bit more impact across the board, FaZe could run this back. We know Cloud9's T-sides can sometimes grind to a halt. They just have put themselves in a really good spot to just take 2 more.
That's what we saw in that Aurora game, right? On Overpass in particular, it was really all 4 doing exactly what they needed to do, and it looked absolutely beautiful.
I do definitely want to see how this coordination works between Carrigan and Twists on this B site. Did feel slightly off earlier. They've got to have that figured out here if they want to try and get back into this one. This is against the Glocks, though. So if they mess up this coordination, I don't know what I'd say.
Well, Carrigan gets the first kill. Twist is here to support. And so far, it is a perfect pass for FaZe, not losing anyone on the hold. And they completely annihilate the Glocks.
Gun round will be ready for Cloud9. Definitely interested to see if they still go towards mid early. And Groove actually wants to have a talk with the team ahead of this round by the looks of things.
Yeah, timeout.
Oh, maybe not even Groove talking. There we go, he is now.
Well, the third timeout for Cloud9. 2 more rounds to collect. That's all they have to do. 1 more round to secure the minimum of overtime. And 2 more to close out map 1. And if you're Cloud9, you want to take this as convincingly as possible. You do not want to let FaZe start to warm up into this. You don't want to let Twist start to feel a little stronger, a little more warmed up, ready for this game. You want to make sure that you use the warm-up that you had earlier as an advantage and take this map as cleanly, concisely as possible and move on to map 2 with FaZe feeling like they're up against the wall.
Yeah, move on to it with Axel and Shiro feeling like they're on Cloud9 with the way they're playing. They start to lack impact in these later rounds. That could be a hit to confidence.
Well, mid-control does look like the initial aim for Cloud9 with 3 Ts put into that area of the map. Brokey still without that sniper. They're sticking with the rifles for the time being.
Well, no one died, so no reason to waste the money with so many rounds they have to win. Okay, that ain't it.
Third time's the charm. No, it's not.
Let's go for a 4th. No, falling out.
I mean, they're laughing about it, but yeah, that's just the kind of details that can sometimes go missing when you're a little more nervous, when you're a little bit more jittery in these big moments. Usually what you're able to pull off without even thinking about it becomes a bit more of a struggle. The run boost fails a few times. No one punished from Cloud9. Now they'll go back into middle, this time with a more standard approach. Do they run it back? Here they go. Mental reset. They've had a break.
This is it.
This is the last chance qualifier of run boosts, and they pass with flying colors. Nafany gets around the top mid boxes.
I mean, it's cost them a bit of time, though. 47 seconds remaining now. They still have utility. I was talking about this B site earlier. Twist is playing from the site itself, and it looks likely that we could get a split towards this B bomb site.
Yeah, Brokey's making his way over as well, so FaZe are going to have everyone in the right positions. No lurk here over towards A to keep them occupied either. The spam damage going to go on through. Split getting set up.
Brokey hasn't moved, actually. He's considering it, but he doesn't feel like he's able to commit just yet. And this leaves 18 seconds left, and Twists and Carrigan in the B site. Carrigan has to dish out first, which is exactly what he does, but it's just one. And Brokey has now rotated in, but Twist gets checked. And Brokey makes up for it. A second kill coming in from Brokey. Laser-like shot coming in from Brokey. And he blasts them forward, stops the time, and FaZe have another round.
A backbreaker from Brokey there, just playing the clock, playing the time. Twist tucked on in. That's the position to win the round, but he gets hard cleared by Nafany, and you start to sweat, but Brokey, ice cold as always.
Yeah, beautiful round from Brokey, getting back to that B site in time. As soon as Twist falls, you're scared for FaZe, but the time was so low on the Cloud9 side. And we heard FaZe talk about how they want to keep the mood up. That's going to help them. Brokey not able to land the shot. Axel the man to move up mid early this time.
Yeah, he's gone real quick with the D. Twist not ready. Rob's able to help out, but this is not good from FaZe. This is not a good start to the round at all. They are now in a really uncomfortable position, giving Cloud9 the best opportunity here, and he slips underneath. Robs hasn't seen him. Shiro gets into the connector, completely unevaded, and he will absolutely try to use this to great effect, but he hasn't seen Robs either.
Surely Robs turns at some stage just to check onto A.
Maybe Shiro has a look too, but...
Oh, Brokey has the angle. There's no reason for him to turn.
Oh, this is unreal. Robs and Shiro have no idea that they're right beside each other.
This is stressing me out, man.
Who will spot the other first?
If Shiro spots it, that could be the round.
Carrigan's coming in from short.
They've left B open.
See it.
Surely they spot Shiro at some point, but they've just left connector. They're completely starved of information here, FaZe. Carrigan starts to go back to B just at the right time. He sees Cloud9 trying to enter the site, but he's not in it. He's not in the site itself. He tries to use the smoke as some cover, and he goes now into that fight. Carrigan tries to stop it, but look at Shiro! He's come around the back, and Brokey's punished. Nafany hits onto Carrigan as well, and it's all on Rops to try and pull this one back. Coming up from the underpass, Buster assassinated, but they now know exactly where Rops is coming from. He is caught by Shiro. What a round. Shiro gets in connector, and he ends up being the player that unravels the whole round.
It was a round like that, which is what they destroyed Big with over on Vertigo, and they do the same here. Unbelievable, the timing. Not just this entire scenario, but then when Shiro crosses back into jungle, Brokey is holding that for a good 15 seconds. The second he turns away, Shiro comes around the corner and ends the round.
Oh, I mean, that's something that FaZe couldn't account for, but man, they have to keep mentally strong here. What a devastating round loss for FaZe. What did Cloud9 do to try and close it, though? 15-9 up. Same standard setup from FaZe. Brokey and Connector this time. Mid control looks good for Cloud9. Doesn't look like FaZe want to challenge anything aggressively right now.
And why would you? One misplay on the aggression and the map is done.
Hey, you don't want to be the player that offers your life up first, but usually the most passive, it's Rops who starts the affairs off, flashed into the ramp, chases down Hobbit, does so much damage but gets no kill.
Does force him to run away though, and that space gain for Rops. He can now sit down in towards the ramp and can lock this position in with time ticking on down. That's very useful information. They can start to be a bit more concerned about other parts of the map.
That passive Brokey is back in CT spawn, and oh man, that was almost awkward. Nafany moving up through Connector.
Yeah, he's got a good bit of space here. Rain always plays his position. They force him out of it with the utility. 24 seconds.
What's the end goal for Cloud9?
Not leaving themselves with a lot of time, and the bomb is in middle on the back of Shiro. And they're running in towards A. Brokey easily connects, but the bomb is in middle, and Carrigan's got the kill. That'll be the round. Thank you very much. They run to try and chase it back, but it's no hope. Absolutely no hope in this round for Cloud9. FaZe will take a 10th up to double figures, and Cloud9 lose track of the time. They do not get the bomb into a competitive position. And FaZe will take that.
Yeah, I feel like Rops' aggression there onto Hobbit really kind of threw Cloud9 for a loop there. They weren't really sure how to immediately respond. They had to go back through mid with the bomb, and they just had no control over towards A after that. I mean, even if they'd gotten in, Rops was able to be in a position to deny the bomb.
Yeah, well, we have seen Cloud9 completely capitulate on T sides before, right? We've seen them fall away and really start to struggle as they move on to the attacking side. They're using their 4th timeout now. That is a bit of a throwaway round. There is plenty more to play with, but at this point, FaZe are seeing this as the golden ticket back in.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2 rounds now where it hasn't been FaZe versus Cloud9. It's been FaZe and the clock versus Cloud9. Time just so low. Nothing they can do at the end of this one. It really felt like they were just struggling to find their own goal there towards the end of the round. Let's see if Cloud9 change the pace at all in this one.
Sometimes the comms of Cloud9 really take a dip as well, so maybe we have to elevate the communication a bit at this point. Shiro, he'll start the AWP over towards apartments. Once again, it is Rops towards short, and he has been finding quite a bit of success through some of these aggressive short plays, and they are pushing up now. Twist in behind him, Rops let off the leash, and he is ready to unleash on Nafany. But he's not the kind of player that'll just walk around that corner, so you'll just hold on by. Nafany will drop back.
Yeah, it's that same strong angle. Hard to flash him in that position. Meanwhile, Rain was up top. He does get flashed and falls back.
But with this setup, I mean, you got Twist looking down into lowers as well, and he can fall on back, and Rops' patience might be rewarded, but no, what a clear from Nafany!
What a shot from Nafany.
He's done his homework.
You do not see that often, but Nafany cracks open mid, and this could be the way. The first step for Cloud9 taking the first map. And Rain stands tall against Hobbit in that engagement.
They're leaving B, but Cloud9 have no idea.
Yeah. But the bomb, where does it go here? Back over towards the apartments, one would assume, with Axel already up here. Nafany has been found by Twists, but it's on Carrigan again in this B site. He's got to hope that his teammates can make the rotation over in time. 30 seconds.
Rookies going to A.
Look how far away Carrigan's reinforcements are. It's up to the in-game leader.
Rangers clear ramp. Now Twist will start to come back.
Will he get there in time? Doesn't look like it. Axel out the window. And oh, the missed shot from Shiro. Somehow Twist is given that chance, and that's the bomb. Once again, the time will cost them. Shiro leaves the bomb in the apartments. They don't have enough time to get it back. A missed shot from Shiro, you don't see that every day, and Twist will absolutely love that opportunity. FaZe given another. Cloud9 get themselves into a really good spot. It looked like they're about to come crashing down on Carrigan, but still, one missed shot can cost them when the time is left so low.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a great entry from Nafany, but yeah, for Cloud9, it doesn't feel like they have any power in these rounds. I don't know how to explain it. It just doesn't feel like they're even giving these rounds a go at times. That's one where Buster's still lurking out on mid. He's so far away from the action. And FaZe are figuring it out. Go for the late round info plays, and you'll get into position. This is a pace change, though. Cloud9 group towards A.
Yeah, gonna look for a bit of a palace pop here. And these rounds are start to be where Carrigan shines as a caller. We're showing in some of these mid-round calls. Brokey gets that open up. Rain sitting on close here, ready for the contact, but Cloud9 fall back for a moment. Gonna tuck on in, see if the aggression comes. Wait and work is Hobbit. He can find something. Maybe there's a way in, but I mean, look how locked in this position is.
The Palace pop could still be pretty brutal here. Rain's not looking the right way. And here they come around the back. Rain turns, but Nafany is still good for that Tech 9 tap. Rops, he's made the rotation over from jungle to the site, connects the trade kill. FaZe still up a player, but they conceded the site, they conceded the bomb plant, and Shiro has an AK. Rob set up for the flash peek in towards CT. That'll alert Axel to turn back, but the AK posted up, and Shiro is the turret. Carrigan's AUG swiftly responds, but Hobbit in the connector could cause a problem for Brokey because he has the Tech 9 close range, and Shiro still there, still with the AK, is now the only player left. The Immortal stands above the rest. On top of Tetris, Twist will swing, the time ticking on the plant. FaZe get onto it, they're gonna stick it through, and it will just be enough time for FaZe to pull the defuse in. Twist with an important kill on the swing back in the retake.
What a sigh of relief there for FaZe. Brokey had the kit. If he loses that duel, that is the map.
Yeah, Brokey was so patient in jungle. They never expected it. You saw Hobbit thought he needed to come towards the site because he assumed someone in jungle would have moved earlier. But Brokey so calm under pressure. For Cloud9, it feels like...
Shiro looking to try and open up on the ramp. Gets forced back by Util, and now Nafany sprinting up in towards the ladder room. A lot of control game for Nafany early.
Yeah.
This play is something the FaZe will definitely be aware of, and their immediate response, aggression out ramp. Buster's the one in charge of dealing with this, and he's going to peer on round, checking to see how far they're pushed, and they're about to be walking by. The timing not there for Buster. As he moves, he throws the flash, and that's the sign that he's here. Rain can hear him, and he's chasing, spots him on the jump down. Looks like Buster might have got a whiff of things as well.
Now it's down to this B play being successful. Buster has lost that fight. This now makes Cloud9 feel super uncomfortable. It puts a timer on the play and funnels them into B. Carrigan sets himself up with a smoke, but he's receiving damage through it. Luckily, he's got Brokey nearby. And Hobbit is no match for that AWP. Carrigan sticks around, goes back to the same position. This time to success, and Carrigan, a second kill for him. And Brokey sends the shot down short to confirm another round for FaZe. Cloud9 starting to fall apart now on Mirage.
Yeah, they go for something with some more authority. Felt like a lot of the previous rounds had to go perfectly for them to have a chance to win them. But the response from FaZe is absolutely excellent. You know that Nafany likes to get into ladder room, and when he runs that play, he has to have some support to set him up. So you push into A ramp, you get information back. Look at the buy now for Cloud9. It's bad again. They might just attempt something fast here. Grouped up outside B. Hobbit on the lurk.
Well, it worked last time when they did the same play onto A. Brokey's in a fast position to rotate over again. They've got the read on this. He's ready to come on by.
Carrigan is supporting utility in middle, but he needs to focus on this B site. They're coming in. They're charging through the doors, and they've breached the site. But it doesn't matter because the recovery is still there. Brokey with 2 again, and Carrigan, he's just the reliable soldier inside of this B site. No matter how many times Cloud9 try to throw it at him, Carrigan is not breaking. He is not crumbling under this pressure. And this is what real leaders do. Hobbit up in the apartments, no issue, and Carrigan celebrates as FaZe put 5 together in a row. This game is now delivering. It was a slow start from FaZe, but they are in this game and they are in control, even though they're behind by 1.
In the last 10 rounds, the only one they dropped was that fast play over on A where they got caught off guard. Everything else has been all FaZe on this CT side.
And where's Axel gone in this second half? He had 21 kills at the half. He's on 23 now. Final round of regulation.
Yeah, final round of regulation, overtime available here for FaZe on their streak if they can continue it. Just one more added, and we go to the bonus rounds. And what else could you want in a game with this much stakes? This is everything for these players. Lose this, no major. And Cloud9 desperately need Mirage in the series to feel comfortable. What a first half they had. But that is all gone now. It is a margin of a single round.
The one thing I would hate to see is Cloud9 running the clock down too far and not having a clear end goal. That's been a frustrating issue for them. And it looks like they might group up faster here. 4 players outside A, Axel on the luck.
Well, they're forced to do something like this. They have no mid control and they don't really have the utility and the time to take it back. It has to be this A play. Rain is repositioned to jungle and FaZe are playing a bit of a retake setup.
Here comes the A execute. Rain behind the smokes. No one from FaZe even there to challenge. So they send Brokey up on top of the tower. He'll watch towards Palace. He needs laser focus. He sees the hand, and that's exactly what will happen. Brokey sends the shot through. Twist right to the smoke. That's a bomb. Losing players, and 25 seconds. Bomb not down. Shiro doesn't make the difference in time. And Axel, you asked where he was. Well, here he is now, in middle, trying to stop this one from going to overtime. Hobbit recollects the bomb, but can he recollect Cloud9 senses? He cannot, and the time is ticking. Axel needs to immediately plant, and he is not going to be allowed to do that. Time is running out. It's down to the fights, and it's not going to happen. Let's take this show to overtime.
6 in a row to force it here. FaZe with the major on the line. Cloud9 in the driver's seat to take this map. But FaZe are unrelenting. Everybody stepping up, forcing us all the way to overtime.
It felt like you were foreshadowing earlier, Dinko. You said it. Cloud9 can collapse on their T side.
And this is the FaZe we got used to seeing when they were on top of the world of Counter-Strike. The team that would go behind, no matter the scoreline, would always have the ability to come back. But look how quick this is, or the attempt at least. They have been slowed by the utility.
They're still going to go quick here.
But this time, a different setup for FaZe, right? They're not in the extremities. They can stand and fight, and Rain is committed towards Wood. A missed shot from Brokey. You haven't seen many of those in this second half on the CT side. Rain from the Underwood gets forced into the fights, and he'll cross. He'll go to the sandwich instead. And this is a strong position for the Norwegian. They start to read this rotation, this reposition from him, and Cloud9 aren't going anywhere.
They use so many nades on this, though.
He's staying alive, and he's managed to get out. Repositions once again, and they just can't find him. They can't punish. They can't get into this site. It's all Rain just keeping them at bay.
The reset gives something for FaZe to consider.
Yeah, it does, and I think this is the only option Cloud9 have is to try and get them guessing again, force a couple of change-ups in the CT setup, and it has done that. They're no longer in the site. And well, it doesn't look like Cloud9's objective is that A site anymore. They're deciding to go back through spawn and figure out, can they maybe hit this B site instead, leaving themselves with limited time yet again. Carrigan has not broken down on this B site.
Look at this setup from FaZe. They have 4 players essentially within the same spot. They do need to start moving people around. B has had no information, nothing on A. Carrigan needs support.
Well, they already have the advantage here for FaZe. So if Carrigan even gets one and Brokey's rotation is successful, this should take it down. And Brokey's going to get a perfect chance, but a missed shot. Carrigan won't miss his opportunity, though. The ult comes in, lines up a second, but the damage isn't done. The plant is coming in. The time's limited, and denial again. Cloud9 run out of time, and FaZe pick up the round once more, this time in overtime.
Feels like Cloud9 have run out of ideas. They try something different, but they can't even fully commit to it. The follow through on the A site, not there. And FaZe into the lead for the first time in a long time. I think it might be the first time in this map for them.
As soon as that kill comes in from Rain onto Nafany, it's like all the confidence just disappears from Cloud9. They get stuck in towards ramp. They can't find any space out. Rain just dropping utility, keeping them at bay, and giving them the lead.
Well, at least they've got mid this time on the Cloud9 side. That opens up the options. Twist's laser focused from short. I don't think he'll find the fights yet, though.
No need to budge yet. Cloud9 still need to make some moves. Rain's repositioning, checking the clear. The flash is good. He's going to come up through, spots out Buster, and he's dropped with nothing in return. So much space now, so much information for FaZe. Nafany starts to accelerate, but a smoke in his face.
This has cut off one of the prongs to the approach, right? The short play not getting through. Axel trying to make something happen, but Carrigan has just dominated the apartments yet again.
That boost was so slow.
It was so slow. Once more from Cloud9, they're fumbling these T rounds. A team that is usually so well put together, and it's all going the other way. FaZe just smacking them at the moment. Shiro is a shadow of his first half self.
Oh,
the whole team feels like a shadow.
Perhaps
maybe a Spectre.
Shadow boxing for Shiro. He'll hop up into the window.
Can he get to A?
23 seconds left. Brokey, perfect angle. Realizes the only pathway, the only option he had was to go back through jungle. So repositions himself up on top of default and makes no issue of it. But this right now is a Cloud9 that we've seen a couple of days ago, right? They had a few moments on the T side where they always are methodical. They like to get a boost going. They like to limit the positions of the CTs, but it's not clicking. These boosts aren't coming in. They're trying to be methodical, but they're just messing up a lot of the steps on the way. And when you do that, you end up running out of time, or it doesn't come together very well. This is a Cloud9 T side that just looks dire.
Yeah, you even saw the double smoke when they were moving up through short. They definitely tried the boost instantly when the smoke landed in their face, but not able to get past it. And look at this mid setup. Rops will go forward. He's got to be careful because he's getting wrapped from beneath.
Yeah, but you got Twist in there to support as well. They are going to be wrapped in from both angles. Brokey swings on through. What a shot from Hobbit. Yeah. Gets the opener. Nafany looking to get another. Rops under so much pressure. Moving around, trying to find a way to take these fights, but it's Twist that finds it. Rops goes in onto Axel, but Axel comes out ahead.
And one player advantage here for Cloud9. Axel sends a Molotov in towards short. Shiro to clear out window, but Hobbit senses a gap. He senses a weakness on this B site. Perhaps it is the low HP of Twist that could fall, and Carrigan's deep commitment towards short, but Twist has come back at the right time, and Hobbit wasn't ready, looking the complete wrong direction. Twist is offered up an easy kill. 48 seconds left. Carrigan's at short. He's ready for them to walk back into the connector, and he's looked away. He was ready, but no longer. Instead passes that torch on over to Rain, and he will pass. No issues for Rain. Axel can't get forward. Rain with a second as he defends connector, and Buster just edges out onto this A site. Everything for Cloud9 to do. And Buster has not had the game for it, not stepping up enough, and it's going to be FaZe reaching map point on Mirage. After such a dominant first half showing from Cloud9, they disappear in the second half, and FaZe now in full control and looking like they're in pole position to snatch map 1 of this most important series.
This CT side from FaZe has been incredible. What a recovery, having just 4 rounds going into it. And they have been a brick wall throughout, through regulation, through overtime, not dropping a single round to the T side.
But it's been a complete collapse for Cloud9. They won the pistol on the T side. They went 13-4 up. There's no excuses at that point. You have to find a way to close your map pick. They haven't, and now they're fighting on the back foot. They have to come back onto their CT side. I mean, this is where they were strong, but that was so long ago. Feels like a different game now.
Twist, he's just accelerated. You can see FaZe playing with confidence, playing with the momentum that they've got. Shiro, just a no-scope from the window. A single kill for Shiro as he looks on to the 3 remaining screens. It's Nafany, Buster, and Hobbit left to stop Cloud9 from falling on map 1.
Shiro and Axel falling. The Annihilator removed. The biggest threat to FaZe on this CT side out of the count. It has to be Nafany, Buster, and Hobbit.
And FaZe know they have the edge here in the 4-on-3. They'll
Rotate
take
to
their
B.
time, and they'll start to move over to A. And if this push were to come through, Hobbit would have everything to do for Cloud9 to have a chance to stay alive on this map.
Well, Hobbit is often the emotional leader of Cloud9.
The veteran.
But if FaZe completely crush them on this A site, the emotions of Cloud9 will shatter, their hearts will start to break, and Hobbit cannot afford to. He holds the site, they know exactly where he is. Limited ammo, collects just one, forces the reload out, and Robs gives no mercy, chases him down. FaZe now into the site. It's just Nafany and Buster in this 2 versus 3. That nade does a lot of damage onto Carrigan, and the second one takes him out of the round.
Nafany saw him?
Nafany has seen him out towards CT. Buster creeping ever closer to the site. Robs, he's got to get the right timing to look the right way. He hasn't seized the opportunity, but Brokey absolutely will. And FaZe pull a comeback. No matter the start, no matter the scoreline that they're down, FaZe will deal the blow. Cloud9 up against the ropes. That has got to hurt.
I remember more Monte clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it's weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches.
Yeah.
Like even practice what he pulls off, it's I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monosin.
Guys, look at me, okay? This is last time we played Cloud9.
Yep.
This is last time we played Cloud9, okay? Let's fucking do it again today, guys.
That's incredible. That is a great piece of memorabilia to keep, but also just get you in that mindset and realize the last time they played Cloud9 was in that Pro League final. They took the victory, and FaZe stayed in that mentally. And that's an incredible game of Counter-Strike. Cloud9 starts so strong in the first half, but a complete and utter collapse in the second. But you've got to give it to FaZe, staying mentally strong to come back into that and pull it all the way back.
Yeah, man. I don't know what Carrigan's going to take this time. Maybe Cloud9 souls at this point as memorabilia for this game, because, that was devastating for Cloud9. And listen, maybe if it's not your pick, you can kind of shy away from it and say, okay, we weren't expected to win anyway. You're up so heavily on your map pick. I mean, there's not much you can say about that. Honestly, it's just so brutal.
That's the first time this FaZe team has beaten this Cloud9 team on Mirage. It's been the map that Cloud9 have found the victory every time.
Yeah, you look at this, and now considering the stakes of this game and the unique pressure of this matchup, and you think about the bounce back that is going to be needed mentally from this for Cloud9, right? You're put down into a position where you had such a big lead. You could have closed this map out and completely shut FaZe out of this game. Look at the scoreline. It just kept ticking up. Brokey was definitely having some moments in that first half. And I said it, Alex, I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but I knew that this was still an opportunity for them to come back, and you see Rops and Brokey online. If even one of Rain or Twist gets into it, you know that this game is still possible.
Yeah, Brokey was so good in that second half. CT AWP or Mirage, you've got to deliver. And he definitely did exactly that. I mean, even that boost there, when it was 15-14, that shot on the hand, not easy to hold your nerve. If your mouse shakes slightly, if your hands are shaking, you might fire wide, but Brokey really delivering throughout. And something that really was a stark contrast to me is that Brokey got 6 opening kills on the AWP. Shiro wasn't involved in a single opening duel in an overtime game. I mean, that shows Brokey, he really was trying to take a lot of initiative, and I think he knew he had to.
Yeah, I mean, the other player that was really standing up for FaZe was indeed Rops, who even in that first half had a great performance. The comeback as well in the second half, Rops to find an impact.
Yeah, and I think we talk about taking initiative, and it was Rops that was actually doing that a lot of the time here for FaZe. Not always the player we talk about as being in that position, but he's mentioned before this year there's been a real shift in this team for Rops to be able to get a bit more involved, and that's been a big part of his huge success in many of these tournaments, and well, it was on display here, a masterclass from Rops.
Yeah, this was just a really good game from him. The movement was on point. He was confident. He was taking some aggressive fights. He was bringing the plays forward for FaZe. And a really big reason as to why the start of the comeback even came through, right? He was shutting down middle. It wasn't an area of the map that Cloud9 felt like they could get a lot of the time. And they were funneled into these B plays, but they were always sort of never able to split together. How many times did they try and rock this B split, Alex? And they were just caught either in short fumbling boost or held back by utility or weakened by their initial mid-fight. And then you just had this limp attack into B with 10 seconds left. And as soon as the player with the bomb goes down, it's job done. So 19-15 coming in for FaZe, an overtime victory. And that is now one map away from qualifying themselves for the major. And we're looking at Inferno next.
Yeah, Inferno so good for FaZe as a map. You know, even in periods of time where they haven't been at their best, it feels like Inferno is always there for them, always the reliable map for them. And, well, for Cloud9, I mean, how do you even bounce back from a map like
I don't know how you mentally get back into this game, but one player that needs to deliver again is Shiro, and he did so much in this map, but it still wasn't enough for Cloud9.
Yeah, we talk about how strong he is on the CT sides, and we really saw it here in this map. He was a big part of their success alongside Axel, obviously, but the fact that Shiro was able to find so much impact on this CT side, multiple multi-kills, and that's without going for the aggressive picks, as you highlighted. He was just doing his job and doing it very well. A turret that couldn't be tamed.
And you've got to think from the Cloud9 side, just overall big picture, this roster made this move, bringing in Buster, because of their previous major performance, because they felt like they weren't doing it in playoffs. They weren't doing it in the big moments. Now they're in a scenario where they might not even make it to this major.
It's unlikely now. We have to set
really
that story, right? Because we can't lie to the guys at home. We can't paint this fairy tale picture. We live in reality where the minds just break. And when you're at a point where you're up so heavily on your map pick in that first half and it completely crumbles away, you lose the confidence. As a caller for Nafany, we've already seen the interviews before this. He wasn't full of confidence coming into this game. that loss, the fact that he couldn't find 2 T rounds to close it out, that is only going to further dampen his confidence coming into this, and the pressure is now on his shoulders to try and figure this out alongside Groove on Inferno. And we know what happened the last time FaZe and Cloud9 played. It did not go too well on this map.
They had such a slow start there as well. They were just losing every opening fight. That can't happen again after that devastating comeback.
Absolutely. Inferno coming up. FaZe look to book themselves a spot in Paris, and Cloud9, well, it's got to take one hell of a mental recovery. We're going to a break. When we come back, Cloud9 versus FaZe continues. Cloud9 versus FaZe roars on in this matchup that these players will remember forever. And I think the odds right now certainly favoring FaZe. You can't bet against it right now. FaZe are in pole position. They're in prime position to take Paris. And for Cloud9, they've got to band together. This is the team effort that is needed. It's a Herculean effort needed because the comeback from FaZe has got to have just broken them completely.
Yeah, and I think that was really what we saw there. Just an absolute collapse from Cloud9 in probably the most important game they will play this year. Really hurt to see that one fall short for Cloud9, and now they have to bounce back. We need those stars of Shiro, Axile, and Hobbit all stepping up.
Well, they all stepped up on the previous map. That's the crazy thing, Alex. They had everything they needed. All the big players were in, all the big performers were on the board, and it still wasn't enough to close out the T side. It's the tactical depth on the T side really costing them there, and Brokey even edging out Shiro towards the end.
Yeah, close between the two of them, both AWPers showing up, but Brokey started to deliver. I think if I'm Cloud9, the only positive I can try and say is, listen, this was a map that FaZe were unbeaten on this year until this very event, and they've lost it all 3 times they played it, against Na'Vi, against B&E, and against Mouse. It does feel like FaZe are a different version of themselves now coming into this last chance qualifier, but maybe there's something Cloud9 can look to there, at least just for their own mental, to say FaZe are not unbeatable on this map anymore.
Yeah, but I feel like FaZe a bit on their rookie montage arc in this last week, right? They've come back and they've come back swinging. They've been grinding it out, training, feeling like they're in the zone, and I've got to give so much credit to Carrigan, not just in the way he called that map, which was perfect on the CT side, always out-reading Cloud9, but also his individual performance, stepping up in such a key match.
Not even just what he's done on the server. Just imagine what he's had to do over the last few days, right? You go up 2-0, you lose to Na'Vi, acceptable loss. The other 2 games, FaZe definitely should have been able to pick up one of those best of 3s, but it didn't come through, and now he's had to lead the troops back into battle yet again. A battle where they now get a chance to attempt to leave their mark on CSGO's final page. As we head onto the second map of play, Inferno, FaZe's pick. They've got Mirage under their belt. One more map collected, and they've locked in that major spot.
Looking good for FaZe. What can Cloud9 do here? They cannot afford a slow start on this one. Their CT side is where they were strong. That's where they get to start here as FaZe bust up Banana.
Well, Twist is going to be leading the charge, and they are just all guns blazing. 5 of them coming straight on into the hit. That boost up on both sides is going to be potent. Shiro with the dual Berettas gets firing, but only good for 1. Nafany on the boost gets 1, and Buster able to find a double. Everything falling apart here. Buster runs out of bullets. The bomb gets planted. Criminal from Rain, and now a chance to clear Buster, who's stuck in the back of the side, dancing around the pillar, but he stands tall.
Yeah, great recovery to the round there for Cloud9. Buster in particular didn't get the most amount of kills over on Mirage. Well, he gets 3 in this one. Nafany with 2. Not the 2 usual players to stand up and get the kills when it matters most, but they collect it. They've got the first round of play, and it's essential they get off to a good start here, Alex, just to reset mentally.
Yeah, that's the main thing. I mean, they did win both pistols over on the first map as well. But here on Inferno, it's just a completely different story as to why this is so important for them. They had a solid stack in place. Shiro not able to get going with the dualies, but he just drew the attention long enough. And with that cheeky bomb plant, FaZe will go ahead and get a force buy and a lot of utility behind it into this round.
You saw those forces back and forward on early Mirage. Neither team wanting to yield, and Axel's taking a little bit of aggression with this MP9. He's going to get a lot of information. Spot's back's turned. He's able to find 1. Twist falls with the bomb. Now Axel gets away for free.
Lovely to see the confidence plays made by Cloud9. And Axel's happy to just get away with 1 and the info. And wow, he's actually maybe not happy with just 1. Thinks about coming back, but just a nade down. FaZe yet to fully establish banana control in this round. They will start to throw some utility towards A. They might get a chance to isolate this fight on B.
Rain starts to edge around the half wall. Nafany at the ready. MP9 gets caught. And that's the cut open on the B side. Shiro lets the blood flow though. The FAMAS goes forward, just 1, and nearly gets to stay alive a little bit too long there to pull off the reload, but eventually FaZe will follow up with a second kill into this B site, smoke out CT, and Cloud9 on the rotate back in, setting up for the retake.
Kid on Axel, and everyone has arrived. Brokey in a good position here. In fact, even a boost looking like it was considered, but no, Hobbit just going to phase that smoke. Looking for the gap here. Brokey so close in towards pool. Edges on forward. Cloud9 are taking their time with this, and another smoke comes on down. That's going to force them all through this choke. Jumping on over. Axel hits that. Robs with a very fast trade with the Tech 9, though. Now the time has ticked on down. They have to get on this bomb. The spam coming on through. Rob, he can't connect. He's trying to. The MP9 can't do it. And they ninja defuse the bomb.
That's insane. Cloud9, the only way back in. They stick the defuse inside of the smoke, and they're sending bullets in. They're trying to pepper down that defender, defusing the bomb, but FaZe cannot find it in time. What a round to find for Cloud9. It looks so good for FaZe into the dying seconds of this. They're going to have to take rounds like that.
Yeah, the flash was so good to get them into the bomb site, but man, what a steal from Cloud9. It didn't feel like they had any way in once that CT smoke came down. Look at the aggression though. Hobbit down second mid straight away. Hits the headshot and he spots that second man.
Well, this aggression hasn't really paid off for Cloud9. They've come down a player and the B site has fallen. Carrigan has just sprinted up through Banana, taking this B site. And Cloud9 having to figure out what is available to them. What does this round look like? And the fight in Banana goes the way of Twist. Buster right down through the smoke, catches the bomb. Still could get a little bit hairy here for FaZe, but the bomb is collected and sent back up towards B. They get out of that awkward scenario. And now Hobbit is the next player in for Cloud9 for the Speedway. Carrigan has spotted him. Luckily around the corner, he's got some cover here to plant the bomb. Otherwise, Hobbit could have denied it all. Twist was low, and Hobbit finishes him off, sets himself up for the 2 versus 2 as both remaining CTs come in from spawn.
Taking their time. Hobbit moving in first, but Rops on this angle will whip both! Instant transfer! That is unreal from Rops. I could barely even react to that.
Yeah, that's insane. Rops just gets the double instantly as they just push in, and this is the call for Carrigan. He doesn't stop, and you see this aggression coming in for Cloud9. Perhaps they've seen this in the B&E game, right? FaZe really struggled to handle some of that aggression, but that is, again, robotic from Rops.
What a monster. And what a round, finally. All these forces net success with Cloud9 getting so deep in mid. It looked a little worrying for FaZe then when that bomb got dropped. Goes into the 2-on-2. Rops delivers as he always does.
Pistols now, Nafany up close. Flashed in, could work, but Brokey gets him from long range. Any chaos that they were attempting has been taken out of the round from that.
This is the reset round for Cloud9 as well. Got the 2-2 setup at the moment. Shiro peeking on out with that Desert Eagle, trying to make it connect. Smoke comes on through and he's still yet to find a head. Rob Hobbit trying to get something done with the CZ, almost does. And in fact, Shiro coming on through does eventually trade. With that rotation coming on over, they know there can only be one at A.
And Axel's not really in a comfortable spot here at all, is he? Out towards the hay bales. You hear all the steps of FaZe charging in towards him. Axel's D dishes out body shots and wants a bit more. Carrigan and Twist deny. And Cloud9 have to concede this as expected with the weaker weapons. FaZe just get in towards the A site, lock in the plant. And now they just hold on. Shiro push forward. See if we can grab something here. Maybe he can get a kill or two. Yeah. Way out the door. There's a chance for Shiro to fight Rain. Second kill not going to be found as Carrigan replies with speed.
Solid recovery here from FaZe. Cloud9 going for all this early aggression. And in that third round, it didn't pay off for them. FaZe able to handle it. And a very early timeout taken from Cloud9. I think it's important for them that if the mood is down, they aren't scared to just use these early timeouts. But the money should still be precarious in this round, probably too bad for them.
It should be the eco here with the buy coming next. That loss bonus will start to kick in soon. Shiro's kept a bit of extra so he can get out the AWP into the follow-up round. So FaZe, just through pure force, have managed to get themselves in a good position early.
Feeling good for FaZe. Oh, after you, Shiro.
Oh, another little fumble there for Cloud9.
It's after they shot the chicken, that's instant karma.
Yeah, this round shouldn't really be expected to gather too much, but you know, for FaZe, they're getting themselves into a position now on this T side where they can start to dictate the pace of the game. If they can deal with Cloud9 keep throwing aggression at them like they did in the previous, if they can deal with that, that's an elevation in performance from the game against B&E. Rops just clears out the apartments, no issue for him.
Another double kill that's just looked absolutely so sharp from Rops.
Yeah, I mean, there's no resistance here at all, right? So nice and easy for him. But just the mechanics on display. But FaZe are just looking to add another round to the tally. We'll put 13 rounds away from qualification for the Paris Major. Really intrigued to see the fight that Cloud9 are going to put up here when the guns keep rolling out. So far, FaZe look dialed in. And they did have a good T-start against B&E. It was towards the later stages of that first half that it did start to go the other way.
Yeah, I feel like for Cloud9 here, they've probably come into this with some ideas that they can go for early aggression, but I'd assume that's a game plan early into the half, and then you'll probably go back to your more standard rounds, right? It's oftentimes teams will come into a map saying, okay, in the first gun round, we might have a plan for that. In the second gun round, they might have a specific plan there. But then as the half goes on, you have to start adapting and adjusting and feeling the game. And here is Shiro on the AWP. Roki has one of his own on the T side as we get into our first full-fledged gun round.
Yeah, how aggressive is Shiro going to get? Because that was something we mentioned. He wasn't really getting involved with the opening duels over on Mirage, and that was an issue for them. We'll see what his decision is this time around. It is at the moment just holding from long. Broky actually going to be creeping on up towards him with the AWP of his own. Shiro has this angle locked on down, but Broky should be expecting. The question is, does he go for this swing, or does he just hold to see if a peek comes? He is edging towards it. Smoke comes on down, and Shiro decides not to fire off the shot. Falls on back.
See where FaZe decide to end this round. For Cloud9, Axile is their best CT performer on this map in pit. Has some incredible stats in that position. In fact, last time they played FaZe, he went 15 for 4 on CT side in that pit position.
Well, they're avoiding him right now. They'll be going in towards this B setup, 45 seconds. Hobbit is just jiggling for info, pulls the smoke, and he's trying to distract his teammate boosted up here in towards CT. Naphany's calling that they're taking quite a bit of damage from the fire. 30 seconds here for FaZe. This is not the kind of commitment forward they were hoping to get, but they go again. Here comes the double dip. Naphany still undetected inside of the CT boost. They'll hold this position and get nothing from it. FaZe do very well to get him out of there. And now they're into the site. FaZe will be disappointed they lost Rain, but maybe Twist can step up for that. If Broky sets up the bait and switch, he can draw away this first kill, and then Twist's rifle is pulled into easy kills if Cloud9 were to attempt this, but they're not going to attempt it. They don't feel like they can go for this, given the economic situation, the lack of utility. They're going to pull away and commit to the save call, and that's going to be FaZe heading up to 4.
You need to find something early. There was just no kit. Sure, it does get a nice kill into Broky. AWP will be recovered. Should be able to get away, although he might try and deny the crosshair from Twist. Ooh, just misses the timing. I'm surprised FaZe were able to make their way into that site. They lose the first kill. It's a really nice defensive setup from Cloud9, and there was just no utility from FaZe. It's unfortunate the boosted player in, I think it was Naphany, gets tagged on that drive-by, because then they immediately know he's there.
And the counter utility seemed like it was pretty well timed, but FaZe able to barrel on through anyway. Naphany.
Yeah, that's that shot from Twist that lets them know he's there.
Yeah, just not able to get anything done from that boosted position. Had to find something. Because when you lose bomb sites on Inferno, it's really hard to get back into them. It's not the full investment from Cloud9, even with the saved guns. That's a good nade down mid. Dead on. Broky down below half health.
Trading the utility blow for blow and banana. Right now, Twists, who has had moments on Inferno where he can just take over this banana fight single-handedly. He is tasked with holding it again. The rest of his teammates are going to come join Brain and Broky through the underpass. Carrigan's already there. Once again, they look to apply some pressure towards this B setup. Currently 3 players in the setup right now for Cloud9.
Well, they were able to force their way in when it was against the full buy, so knowing that there's only those couple of weapons saved on over, they're feeling a bit more confident trying to do the same this time around. Shiro with the AWP though starts to edge on forward. Gonna get up onto the angle, out in the open, hits the timing shot to Carrigan.
Yeah, good shot from Shiro, heads into the back of the site. The new boxes where so many Oppers can deliver, but Shiro's a little different. It's 2 for him towards the site. Often could have expected more, but he needed more. And now that push forward from Proki. Why has he done that? He's completely offered himself up, and Cloud9 have another weapon to play with. And now a better shot at picking this round up. It's a 4 versus 2. Twist over the top of the smoke. Gets on the kill on the Buster. And with a twist and a turn, it's Russell Van Dalken that steps up in the moment. Just Axel now left. Twist wants one more to collect all 5. And Axel has got to be shaking coming back into this one. It's the big game player with the big game rounds. Twist yet again with all 5.
How the hell does that happen? Turning on all angles, spams through the smoke, Twist does it all. Unbelievable recovery from him. Getting over the top initially, hungry for frags, they try and push him, but you can't put this man down, not in this round.
Doesn't even need to see him to take him down. Pulls that one out of the hat. Unbelievable from Twist, what a round. Yeah, damn right.
Well, against the B&E side, he did get an ace as well. On the T side, it started to go wrong after that point.
Well, let's not jinx it.
Let's hope it's a completely different story now. FaZe 5 in a row. And Shiro with the AWP from the library. What? Twist is feeling it. Twist is stepping up, but eventually gets caught by Buster. But FaZe are continuing this attack. Axel's in the pit. You mentioned him being one of the best pit players on the planet, and he's starting to show why. 2 on Carrigan and Rain. And he might get more. Quick switches, and that cost him his life. Robs turns on a dime, gets a second in the sight, and FaZe once again battled back to a competitive spot. Even though Cloud9 get a double on the initial hold. Robs is so close to Nafany, the Cloud9 in-game leader, inside of the smoke. A box just separates them. A few inches from death on either side. And Brokey is just staying composed, but Nafany makes the jump up. So it is all on Brokey. Load up the laser. The AWP needs to blast away too. And it hungers for it. Brokey wants to feast. In the final 30 seconds, starts to calculate the movements of his opponents, and they realize that he could have gone elsewhere. He could have dropped back to B. But Brokey's taking his time. And that gives him a 1v1 chance inside of this site. And Brokey knows if he can find one in here, that's going to be the round back on. And he will immediately connect onto Nafany. And he'll go back towards short. Brokey starting to consider all of the movements that Hobbit could have gone through. His heart rate racing in this impactful moment. One of the most important games of FaZe's year. And Brokey could deliver them a crucial clutch. He's wrapped to the apartments. His elevated position. He looks down onto his lowly surf and he calls that bluff on Hobbit, and the shot to complete it. Brokey is an animal.
The composure, the patience that Brokey is showing, and the reaction from Cloud9 says it all. These last 2 rounds have been devastating. They've been denied golden opportunities. And for Brokey to have so much patience like that is incredible. He realizes he has an advantage if they think he could have gone back. Hobbit decides he has to leave his teammate, and yet somehow Brokey able to clear that close corner. And what does this do to Cloud9, who have just had a terrible map loss already? Now they're losing rounds like this.
Oh, that was insane. The clutch is just such a prolonged fight. Brokey is so patient in this moment. How does he hold his nerve in this matchup for that long? And it's broken them again. Cloud9's face is just disheveled right now. What can they do?
You can see how that one hurts Cloud9. The stars of FaZe going supernova in this matchup. Look at that fire icon next to their name. They are on an absolute tear. And it's only going to get worse. It's just these pistols taking some control. That's really all they get. Axel about to meet his maker in Rops. Already, FaZe looking good.
I think the main thing has to be the mental now for Cloud9.
It has been since the start of this map, right? The fact that that comeback goes against you, you needed a clean start to this.
I mean, at least the earlier round loss, right? You kind of didn't expect to win that round necessarily.
Sure.
That's one you have to win in the gun round.
But the difference is FaZe have their players clutching out. They have them stepping up. And they're winning these crucial close rounds. As you now focus onto the A play, it would take something masterful from Cloud9 on this setup to pull away FaZe. Carrigan's going to start slinking up short. Hobbit close by with a CZ in hand. He'll send out the bullets, but no kills will be found from it. And Shiro, always good for at least one in those kind of positions. But it's nice and clean from FaZe. 7 in a row.
No stopping them right now. Feels like they can almost see Paris in front of them with the way they're playing at the moment. Coming off that Mirage win and not skipping a beat on Inferno.
Yeah, and let's just think about it. If FaZe do complete this run and they go through this last chance qualifying, they close out this map and they go 2-0, they lock themselves in a spot in the Paris Major, just think of the storyline that sets up for FaZe, right? The possibility of having a last chance qualifier run that could go all the way through the Major. This is a team that can absolutely win that championship. And what a great story that would be in the Counter-Strike world on its final chapter of CSGO. FaZe from the last chance to the Major. And they have that opportunity if they close this one out.
Yeah, to take the Major, could you imagine the accolades for this team, right?
It's still a long way off, right? But it's the fact that they at least give themselves that chance, because at moments through last week, it felt like they wouldn't have even had the opportunity to go to Paris. And they said in the interviews during the break as well, Alex, this is the first time we've had a last chance qualifier. Let's make the most of it.
Yeah, they took a really healthy mindset. They said they almost feel a little lucky to have this opportunity. And making the most of it right now.
No luck on display here, though. It's all skill. Banana control being fought for by Cloud9 early. That 3-player lean to take that. Hobbit starts to make his way back. FaZe are happy to retake this later on. They've had so much success doing so. It feels like Cloud9 aren't really contesting it after the initial barrage. So happy to give that space.
Top mid is the position that FaZe will take instead. Cloud9 happy to play passive because they have Shiro rotating over. With all that banana control, Nafany can sit alone. Now that he's been flashed, he may have to give this up. He still jump peaks, but he gets the info he needed. The smoke can delay if he wants to rotate here.
It's a dangerous game, but it has delayed things significantly. Look at that clock, 40 seconds, and he still hasn't thrown that smoke down. Only plumes it now, and that's going to really force FaZe's hand here. They have to go towards A. Shiro, though, starts to get cold feet. So does Hobbit. They've got the wrong read on this.
Oh, the shift at the rotation back over has completely opened up this site for the attack. Buster deploys some temporary cover because he knows they're about to be crunched on. They're about to be split from two sides. And this isn't easy. 10 seconds for FaZe, though, if they can hold long enough. But what a shot. Brokey breaks through the clouds, and the A site is set up for FaZe. Plank goes in. Cloud9 with no other option to try and save what they can. But they might not even be given that mercy. Rain is close to Hobbit. And he does lose out that fight. So at least a small chance here for Hobbit to slip away, but Brokey's not stopped. He's continued to move forward, even with the big green gun on his back. He brings out the Tech 9 and begins to fight a dance of death with Hobbit. And none of those kills will come through. Hobbit is allowed to back away safely and carry the rifles into the next one here for Cloud9.
Yeah, and I feel like we're seeing both sides of FaZe here. I mean, still a fantastic shot from Brokey. I'm not going to take that away from him. But some of the previous rounds were much more individual focused. This feels like FaZe in control of this round and of the rotations. They make Cloud9 panic at the last possible second. And that's the shot. The gun barrel spotted.
It's so sick from his perspective. Because it's so sick seeing it from his perspective, because we were on the perspective of Buster and it looked crazy. It looked like it just came out of nowhere, but you see it from his perspective and it's just real good skill coming in. Timeout taken for Cloud9, 3 out of 4 of them used.
They can have one left remaining for this entire map.
They have to, though. They've lost 8 in a row. They won the pistol. They won nothing since.
And even those rounds came down to the wire, right? How much of a brawl they were. FaZe were forcing the issue.
At this point, FaZe just looking to get the job done. It feels like Cloud9 have rolled over. They haven't brought that same fight here into Inferno, and that's why we were saying the first map felt like that was a must-needed win. They needed to pick up Mirage if they wanted to compete as we go deeper in this series. It looks so good for them to do it.
Can you imagine if they came in 16-4 with Axel Shiro putting on those killer performances? They'd have the high riding into this one.
Yeah, it could have been a completely different story. But FaZe in full control and Cloud9 nowhere to be seen. It's a clear sky at the moment.
Carrigan can call no wrong at the moment either. Saw it in that last round with the rotations. Hobbit and Nafany with the rifles. Really have to step up big here.
Can't really contest Banana with the lack of utility. The setup is not really massively focused on the B side initially anyway.
Rifle comes over. Both of them are here over on B.
FaZe just testing the waters right now. Making sure they have some presence towards B. But their options remain open. And now they'll take top mid.
Presence everywhere from FaZe at the moment. They're just taking the map for free. Hobbit gets a bit of spam back through. That HE looks pretty nice, but he's caught through the smoke. Rain spams him down through the cloud. And Axel looking desperately for something through this archway. Drops on the other side, presents an opportunity, but the Deagle does not sing true. Carrigan just starts to force on through short. And now they're just crunching onto the side. The rifle spamming on down. Shiro, what a shot. Nafany finds one too, and Shiro still standing. Unbelievable!
That is incredible, Shiro! From the site, he had absolutely no right to get anything out of that, and suddenly he explodes, and FaZe might implode, but Rain is looking to recover this round. The bomb planted, nerves can be settled, and who else but Rain, the coolest player, but it's not gonna happen. Nafany sends the bullets in, and even though Rain has the heaps of experience, it's not enough to recover the damage that Shiro inflicted on them in the site. He's just delivering deke shot after deke shot. They're pressing him from so many different sides, and Shiro somehow manages 3 out of that.
That is such a shock to the system of FaZe. That's the first. What does he see? Oh! Incredible that he gets that final shot off.
Yeah.
That is dumbfounding that Shiro is able to find a way to do that. To get something out of that round when the odds are stacked against him. Absolutely no right to get away with that. But he has somehow damaged them up enough. And Cloud9 back to a goodbye.
Spam through. There are players.
That's got to inspire them, right, Alex?
Exactly. Look, we said that Cloud9 haven't had those sort of individual step-ups when they've been struggling. It's currently a passive setup from Cloud9. 2B, 2A. Hobbit over on long. And FaZe leaning outside this A side. Top mid fight's ready.
Oh, Axel is under a lot of pressure. Molly is going to be cancelled out. So he'll just smoke that out. FaZe not pressuring top mid. Not looking for the fights just yet. They're just trying to force them further back in this setup. And they're taking their time, getting the apartments control.
Ooh, that spam's good. Forces Buster off. Can't afford to stay up high now. They know, and Rain swings on through. Over the hay bales and into the head of Buster. Looking for more as well. Charges into the site, but Axel, he stood strong for 2. Anchoring this pit like a monster, but Carrigan eventually flushes him out. A 2 versus 2 now as they make their way onto the site.
Well done from Axel to keep Cloud9 competitive in this one. Brokey covers off short. Carrigan now needs to get his gun ready because Nafany charges in from long. And Carrigan was so ready for that. And Shiro was the hero in the last round. Can he do it again? He's got that trusty Deeg. And also the AWP. Coming out of the apartments, Carrigan is going to be watching for this extension around the corner. Shiro has to be so quick, faster than light, to make anything happen here, and he's not really moving forward, taking too much time. Shiro extends out. It's a great shot on Carrigan, but when it's not enough for the kill, you will get just rifled down. And FaZe make quick work of it. What a call.
Yeah, look, Rain on the entry, flying out. Axel thought he might do enough here, but this fight against Carrigan was the key fight of the round. Carrigan gets onto the site, and it's a big round from Carrigan, reading that Nafany put that lurk smoke down.
Twist is really
I know what Twist's his favorite line is.
Yeah, he's been the emotional sort of support here. He's providing so much of the energy, and this is a change-up. Cloud9 trying to get aggressive down mid, and it's very similar to that of BNE's aggression. Twist gets caught on the T-stairs. This time, FaZe find the recovery. Rain and Carrigan take out the two top hitters for Cloud9. Shiro and Axel fall by the wayside.
I don't know what Axel was doing there, just trying to get away from that flank through top mid, just jumps through the smoke and gives over that kill, but he had very few options with Rain coming on through, taking down Shiro. And now they're going to go for the stack onto A. They have to gamble it, have to roll the dice. FaZe pausing, waiting to see if any aggression comes from Cloud9, and it might just net them something here.
Yeah.
Hobbit, he's walking on forward, a back spotted, about to swing, a missed shot. Carrigan survives, and Buster finds Rops.
Yeah, trades it out to even numbers again, but there's still 55 seconds left, and Nafany wants to fight middle. They go into a blow-for-blow fight. Two players stay up, but barely alive. The health low on two, but it's a 3v3, and FaZe are sending that bomb back up. Carrigan is here ahead of the pack, and Cloud9's rotation's in.
There's more utility here. Rain has more utility that could slow this retake, but Hobbit doesn't try to deny. He'll wait for the frag.
Yeah, and just crosses into the open. Brokey is now broken apart. But Carrigan, he's still standing from the same spot, and he's the player with health here. Rain is not the one you want in the late rounds here with the health, but he'll send the utility in. They now know exactly where he is. And Buster burns away. And now it's down to just a 1 versus 1. Two players that engaged in damage earlier in middle. Now it comes down to the final tap, and Rain does not fall for it the first time around. There's no stick, there's no time. Rain's won it from just hiding around the corner. And extra salt to the wound. He peeks on through and closes on the kill.
Through Hellfire comes Rain. What a clutch. The incendiary had to force through because they needed to take the fight. Buster was so low. I can't believe they managed to pull that back. There's the flames. You can see the decision making here. Buster knows he has to try and fight this because Nafany had such little HP, but doesn't account for the damage.
It's just perfectly timed. That molly is perfectly timed from Rain. It's just every round, man.
Yeah, well, you can see why. This is the most intense matchup of the year, right? One major, and you have one chance now to get it done. FaZe are absolutely looking like the side that are going to take that major spot, and Cloud9 look dejected. They don't look like they are even confident in themselves whatsoever, and why would you be? You are not in this game right now. It's Shiro with the Deagle. Sure, a couple of rounds ago, that's a sign of life, but you failed to convert on it. All of these clutches, all of these close rounds are going the way of FaZe, and that scoreline is ticking up, and 10 is not the number that Cloud9 want to look at.
Such a dominant T-half, and could be even more so. Utility reigns back and forth. Cloud9 was so good with the utility against G2. This time around, it feels like they've not been having the purchase to be able to do that over towards Banana. FaZe are getting this space so early and so uncontested.
Yeah, it's tough for Cloud9 here with the lack of utility in this round. Incendiary finally comes in. Barely any flashes for them though, so actually swinging Banana, not really an option. FaZe have left the bomb back at spawn, so they're happy to take their time. And again, you see how FaZe just love to take this Banana control, pressure into top mid, and then from there, it's really difficult for Cloud9 to read these rounds.
That's what Carrigan's been excelling at. Outmaneuvering Cloud9. We've seen it in so many of these T-sided rounds, and this one already looking good in the positioning. Edging on forward here. Hobbit is drawn on back, and this is a very powerful angle. Does get that first kill, looking for a second, but Rain trades.
Yeah, important for Rain to get that trade. If Hobbit had composed himself for a second, would have put Cloud9 in a solid spot, but look at this from Rain. He gets into the cubby. Buster isn't checking it. The tip around the corner is enough for Rain. That's enough of a warning sign. But the play is into B. And Twist once again at the front of the charge. Running in, clears out Nafany, and he is going to be methodical. Surely they're going to check. Shiro! Brokey over the top. Shiro stood no chance in dealing with the speed of Brokey. And Axel has to look on as FaZe take on to 11.
All hope in that round for Cloud9 was based around baiting Shiro there. Time was so low as they came into the site. Incredible that Brokey's able to clear that with the AWP coming over the top.
Yeah, that's wild. Absolutely wild. And for Cloud9, you can see Axel in the previous round slinking back in his chair. Every thought going through their head, racing through their minds right now is what they're going to miss out on, what they play for. And this is about to get much worse for Axel. His world, luckily, will remain here on the server. He'll keep his rifle up into the next, but for Cloud9, you've got to be thinking about the loss. As much as you don't want to, it is going to slip into the back of your mind. They've just had a traumatizing few days of the amount of
Brokey from the top rope.
I mean, really, that round was just fantastic calling from Carrigan. Just the way they're able to find that fight on a Hobbit. Rain sticks around to hold the rotation, and Robs is just immediately down Speedway because you've got two players so close on B. Defense completely split.
What a game Rain is having. 17 kills. Getting involved in a lot of the important early action. It is still a buy from Cloud9. Nade's a little better this time, but they're still not contesting Banana, and FaZe might go faster here.
Carrigan at the front this time around. Is it going to be success on the B entry? The answer is no for Carrigan. But eventually Nafany should be overwhelmed. He should be, but he's not been just yet. Nafany has done a lot, and he goes to the new box, and his team are stepping up now when most needed. And this is going to be a fourth round for Cloud9, most likely. Robson Brokey left in Banana. They do have a lot of time, but Cloud9 have the players and the utilities dropped outside of B. It's not a great smoke. There's a big gap, and two players are very low here. Robson doesn't send the nade the right direction.
There's no way you can know that.
Nope, not at all. But right now, Cloud9 will take what they can get in this half, and that is going to be a fourth. Great job from Nafany to get it.
Yeah, no need to repeat now.
Unless something crazy happens on the side here in these final 30 seconds, and maybe Rops is going to take us that. Oof. Spots out Shiro. Now they realize the commitment's coming in, and what a way to close on your fourth round. Cloud9 need a comeback similar to that they suffered on Mirage. We're going to take a break. This second half continues. FaZe might be heading to Paris.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monte, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monte, alright? I just have to go for Monte here, I think.
But Monte is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
The sting of defeat will soon be felt if Cloud9 keep up this performance. FaZe's first half is pushing them closer and closer to Paris. Cloud9 now have to dig deeper than ever to be able to mentally recover and get back into this game.
Yeah, not looking good right now. They at least come through with 1 or 2 at the end of that first half. But Cloud9 have got to do it on the T side. For FaZe, everything going right now. And it's Rain at top of the board. Let's see how this pistol unfolds.
Spotted in mid, going up and towards apps for information. Rops doesn't spot anybody, and Twist is not slowing down, but Hobbit makes him stop. Gets the opener, gets himself a USP, and Carrigan is just man-fighting in mid, and he comes out the victor.
Yeah, great reply. Back into the 4 versus 4 for this very important pistol for Cloud9. A lot of time still to play with.
Rops alone on the A site itself. Brokey is arriving. But Cloud9 is still so far back here.
Oh, silent boost.
Oh, look at Rops.
This is great timing.
This is
spot them
fantastic
though?
for Ross, but he doesn't get around just in time, and Brokey is getting ready for this. Ready and steady. Brokey's USP gets absolutely wrecked. What a shot from Shiro. Now they barrel back into Rops, who's now been spotted. Cloud9 have that info. They want to apply pressure in towards this A site. Rain is still over here. Rain is still in defense, and he is looking for another headshot as he runs towards long. Nafany fights back, but an important kill from Carrigan as Shiro, the talisman, gone. It's just Nafany left. He has got the bomb on his back. If he is to kill Carrigan, it would be a 1v1 and an open sight towards B. And he needs this block kill, and Nafany's got it. Now it opens up the clutch.
Bit of util as well, a smoke and a flash. Rops has no kit. Nafany's going to get that bomb down, and that smoke, he can go anywhere.
Nafany starts to slither back, knowing how important this pistol round is for Cloud9's chances of remaining competitive here on this map and in their major contention. Rops comes back in, a smoke still available to use, but the time will begin to tick. Nafany in a very common position, needs to be accurate, and Rops jumps around the corner. USP to the kill, and Nafany will shatter as he's so close, but yet so far to winning a crucial round for Cloud9.
Perfect way to do it from Rops. Knows he can jump around the corner. Hard to hit the headshot for Nafany, and he recovers with the body shots, gets all the info he needs. And again, just when it feels like Cloud9 might open up an opportunity for themselves, the FaZe individuals show up too strong.
Rops is just a pistol god, isn't he? Memories of that incredible clutch he pulled out on this map. Looking fantastic in that final shot there. And the crucial kill on Hobbit as well, once his position was known, has to be the force from Cloud9. They got that bomb plant, and they're so desperate for rounds as they slip away, just like their chances in the major, and Rops opens again.
Carrigan playing close. Rain behind him. Axile has that AK in play. Shiro will fall, but that is the AK activated from Axile.
And will use it to devastating effect. Towards the side, it's Rain's swing out that is perfectly accurate. He goes toe-to-toe with Axel's rifle prowess. And FaZe Clan step closer to 13. Buster and Nafany, they're not getting towards B. They are starting to fall back. They've still got a full minute left. But if you go back into this A side, there's still 2 players there, and it's Twists and Rops. So very scary twosome on both sides at the moment.
And these are the 2 players you have to pull this off with. Not often called upon as the stars of Cloud9. Maybe this is their moment in the spotlight. Have to be clean into the site. A lot of utility for Buster if they can actually get the bomb down into the post plant. The FaZe aren't giving them anything. They know they have every advantage in this, and including that is the clock. Ticking on down now, Nafany and Buster taking so much time clearing out long. By the time they get to site, look at Rops' position. He can undo everything. He positions out in the open and he goes down. Twist has to do it again. MP9 out, gets the first. Buster trades, and now it's into the clutch.
Well, it's just enough time to lock that plant in, but Buster, has he got the chops? Can he pull off this 1 versus 2 up against Rain and Brokey? Brokey comes back through from middle. Rain will pull the initial attention, and Buster thinks that's to pull attention away from short, so he's looking there instead. He would be right to assume that Brokey is coming from this side. Now they're doubling up. Brokey's a little bit too far ahead, though, and he knows that Rain is there too. Steps him in. Buster steps up! The new guy for Cloud9, the most recent addition, but the most important rounds are coming through.
They brought him in as an experienced player for this team. They didn't think they could do it in the intense moments with the old roster. And Buster brings an important clutch for Cloud9. Even though the molly bounces back, he wins the fight. And maybe Cloud9 have something to say here to FaZe. It hasn't felt good for them on this map, but they'll force FaZe down to pistol.
2v4 converted now into a position where they can get another 2 rounds off the back of it if this force doesn't work for FaZe.
Chance them off the back of that for Cloud9. Got to seize that opportunity. You cannot afford to go down to these pistols, and Carrigan is looking to make the most of them. He's pushed down Banana. Here comes the first test. Axel has no issue in dealing with Carrigan's advanced position, and the MAC-10 soars forward.
Banana was a difficulty for FaZe in those matchups. We saw them fall to both Mals and to B&E.
Yeah, that Rain combo with Carrigan on that B site, Hawk, you were mentioning that.
Look at this stack from FaZe. This is about to get real deadly in top mid.
It could be an absolute calamity here for Cloud9. They go forward into the top mid setup. It's Rox as Deagle, the strike's on out, and another one. Twist chimes in, and the pistols are finding everything for FaZe. Cloud9 fading away, and Shiro is running back down Banana. He still sees a chance to get his team back into this round, even after the nightmare start. Rain is racing him back through the speedway, trying to get there to cut off the cross, and the Deagle sends the shots forward, but Shiro sees the 1v1, knows that this is his best chance to draw this back to some even numbers. He has to know that Rain's gone towards the ruins. Shiro locks in the bomb plant. What a clutch this would be for Cloud9 to save them against these weaker guns, but Twist is around the back, and he's got an AK. They'll lock it in for FaZe. That is the risk you run when you go up against the Deagles, when you walk into the Deagle stack, hung out to dry are Cloud9.
And when FaZe were at their best, those are the rounds they win. When FaZe were winning tournaments, those are the sorts of rounds they win. When you least expect it, Props comes up with 2 huge kills. And just like that, FaZe crushed the dreams of Cloud9 in that round.
Yeah, Shiro in the 1v2, so difficult to know where the second player is. You can see his decision-making to stick the bomb, knowing that only Rain has been spotted.
Well, this is intense. Now FaZe climb 3 rounds away. They know if they break them down again, they can almost taste that major ticket. And Shiro, he's gone towards logs. He's got the AK, the only premium rifle in their hands right now, and Shiro's trying to make it sing, but Rain does not like that song. He silences him on the Banana push. Carrigan at the front.
Gets himself an AK.
Yeah.
And an extra smoke too. Now they've got plenty to defend this site with.
They'll tuck on back, so Cloud9 can at least take Banana control. But look at the lack of utility. You don't even have an AK to try and open things up with a headshot. It's going to be really hard for Cloud9 to find a way in right now.
Yeah, Carrigan's just waiting to deploy the smoke as soon as he gets a piece of information. And there it is. The first piece is the utility coming over the top. They'll deploy the smoke. And Carrigan will likely stand and fight now that they already have that player advantage. Cloud9 are tricksy when it comes to these kind of plays, though. They like to activate a boost, throw a player up, try and get in and around these smokes.
A flash being set up to allow Carrigan just to charge into the pit.
Oh, that's actually hit a player, so they have to know they're charging forward now, and Carrigan goes swinging through the smoke. It's not enough done from this B hold. Rain just gets 1, Carrigan gets none. And Twists caught in the open. That has to be the save call. Cloud9 find their way through to the B site.
Really did not expect that from Cloud9. Using their smokes well enough to just isolate the fights. Twist, they're getting caught in the open. FaZe are actually hanging around here.
This
I don't think they're going to go for it.
Surely not. Damage the main goal here, knowing that Cloud9 have such a long path ahead of them. You deny any of these rifles and, yeah, the round win comes through, but they're still going to be limping into the follow-ups. Rops gets one and a second, collecting on these players. Buster will at least get this AK, but he's not going to be able to hold on to it. The bomb should take him down if Brokey doesn't. Oh, wow, just about avoids it.
They'll take it. Cloud9 will take it. They'll take whatever they can get at this point. That's the play Carrigan tried to make. And Axel just gets up over the top. It's really hard for Rain once his teammate goes down.
Hubbard was ready for it there. I mean, he was just pre-firing that push through, right? The flash didn't seem to come through, or it didn't connect correctly, maybe just a little bit too late for Carrigan's push.
Pretty bruised buy for both teams, but Cloud9 will definitely be the happier of the bunch. But we've seen FaZe just moments ago pull off a round of less.
Ooh,
and Rops and Twists, they've pushed through the apartments. It's a good control to have already. And this banana fight, if Rain can get anything down here, that would really help matters, but they don't let him get away. Send the nades in to hunt them down. Cloud9 starting to pressure B more often.
Really nice nades from Cloud9 in this round. They've just done a bit more onto Carrigan as well. There is this apartment stack for FaZe. Trying to throw something different at Cloud9 because they know they need it to have a chance in this one.
Yeah, if Cloud9 go towards B, it should be their round. If they decide to force the issue over here on A, that's where it could get really out of hand. Such a offensive setup here. Twist with that FAMAS waiting for the jiggle from Buster. Spots him out, ready for the shot. No trade coming through either, and you've still got this setup here.
You still have the setup of Brokey, but Rops has been pulled out of that, and now Brokey follows suit. Twist caught looking the wrong way. Great rounds here from Cloud9, nice and clean. And they'll move through to the A site to confirm their 7th.
Yeah, still just so hard to catch all the Cloud9 players off guard. You might get one, but then I think Cloud9 start to figure out where they need to be looking.
It feels a bit unfortunate for FaZe because Cloud9 really, they went for what you'd expect where you put the pressure on. I'm going to catch Carrigan at the end. Put the pressure on B, get the opener, force that defensive setup, and then they walk into the stack and still come out ahead on almost all fronts. Oh, we get to see Hobbit.
Sometimes Cloud9's T-side patience does pay off every now and then, and that is a perfect example of it.
I think it suits a map like Inferno a little bit more than Mirage, right? And that's why we're seeing the success here that we weren't seeing there.
Full eco for FaZe, nothing doing in this round. And you just look at some of the names on the server, realize how tenured they are. And especially for players like Carrigan, with the career trajectory they've had, they know how important every major is.
Yeah, and he's picked up one of them. He's missed out on 2 of them. He probably felt like he could have won. The Boston one, and obviously in Rio, didn't even put up a fight. And dead last. So you don't want to throw away another chance at a major title when you've got the best team you've ever played with.
It's been 9 years since Rain missed out on a major. This would be his 15th consecutive if he makes it there.
And he's still putting up massive numbers. Previous major MVP, top fragger right now when FaZe need him the most.
And for Cloud9, the story last year, right, was the fact that you have all these players in the top 5, you have some of the best players in the world on your team, and what did you get? You got a Dallas, an IM Dallas competition where people were coming into that event either pulling out or coming in tired right off the back of the major, and FaZe themselves were tired off the major win. They were the team that Cloud9 beat to go ahead and get that title. But other than that, Cloud9 really struggled to get any significant results last year. In the playoffs of Rio, choked out to Maus. They've never really broken through. And if they drop the ball, which is looking likely right now, and it's going to be heartbreak for them because Cloud9 will not attend the only major of this year. They will not even have a chance to challenge for the title. And that has got to be going through the back of their heads.
This is a key moment for FaZe. I'm glad they took that time out. That nade does some damage down mid. But it's important that they don't just force up here and have the buy that's not completely perfect. They decide to take another half buy. This round could still be competitive.
The issue comes for Cloud9. If any of these rounds fall into disarray, they're not going to have any time to take a break, right? All those timeouts that they use so early could be an issue if this game continues to extend.
You won't have time in that respect, but you also won't have time to recover it because FaZe will be at the 14 rounds, pushing 15, right? You don't have too many. You can't make mistakes now if you're Cloud9. This needs to be a perfect T side.
Has been looking very good for them in these last few, 3 in a row that they're on currently.
Yeah, the worrying part is when FaZe get the full buyback out, right? When they have all the bells and whistles again. That'll be the true test for Cloud9 to see if this comeback is actually on. But they have slipped up to Deagles already, and Brokey's kicked things off with another.
Gonna get himself an AK as well. Edging on forward, picks that one up, rifle in his hands. Nafany's trying to get it, but it's already been stolen.
Yeah, Nafany's trying to get it back, but it's already gone. And 30 seconds left as Cloud9 start to shift their attentions back over to B, where currently it is Twist with an MP9 and Carrigan with just a P250. We've also got another player right above Twist's head. The stack is at the ready, and Twist, okay, the MP9, the little gun, but it's rapid to kills. Axel and Shiro fall foul to it, and Twist yet again. How has he done that? How have Cloud9 let that go?
When you need a hero, this man steps up and delivers. What a round. We were just talking about this run that Cloud9 were on. That one is such a blow.
It's crazy because Twist is not really meant to get away with that, right? He's meant to get maybe one. The pistol's above him. The setup should maybe deliver a bit more, but Cloud9 should absolutely not be attacking into the B side. One by one, not looking at Twist. How easy are these kills at this point in the tournament?
He made the MP9 look like a dig with how quick all those kills were, but you're right. It felt too easy for him. Robs will have a go with it now.
That is another round for Cloud9 where you just have to say the pressure has to be getting to them. They're not composed at any point. And this is the buy that they're going to try and hold to prevent conceding series points and elimination from major contention. We've got to see this round picked up. Good initial damage.
Shiro peering on forward. Oh, the timing shot onto Carrigan as the flash came through is perfect. Now Nafany, he starts to extend. Rain is up on there and Rain is hitting shots. Nafany failed, falls on back, but Twist is still here on the boost. Delivers another, keeping them at bay, delivering the bomb, and it has to be Shiro. Steps up again, a boost coming on forward in front of his eyes, and he is shielded from that, but Shiro, another one. Brokey responds in kind, and we're in the 2v2, but it's only Brokey on the site.
Such an important round here for the fate of Cloud9 in this year. Shiro hits an unbelievable shot on the flick up. Brokey decides he wants the AK instead. Goes to the rifle, nearly denies, but Robs comes in. The MP9 sound will be in the nightmares of Cloud9 tonight. Back-to-back rounds closed out by a multi-kill from the SMG. FaZe get to the defuse, the plant is in, but it doesn't really matter. FaZe are looking like they're gonna close this. They're gonna break the hearts of Cloud9.
Well, Robs gets just the right timing. The bomb goes tumbling into CT. With that fight there, it makes it chaotic and it gives time for Robs to arrive on the flank. They know how close they are. They can feel it. And so can Cloud9.
They can hear it. And that is going to hurt even more. The celebration of the other side, knowing that is the complete opposite as to what you're feeling right now, which is despair, which is on the brink of collapse on your qualification process.
Timeout saved until the very last moment for that one last chance to compose yourself, to keep in this game. They need 7 in a row for overtime again.
And look what they have to do it with, Alex. It's the AKs, the Galil's coming out. They will be able to get a decent buy because of that bomb plant. That does make the difference. Get them a few extra weapons. The FaZe enter this round with one goal in mind, and that is to collapse on Cloud9 and take themselves the last challenger spot at the Paris Major.
Ouch. Rain catches that nade on top Banana. Not the ideal start for him. Banana control will now be taken. Back by Cloud9. Standard utility. FaZe cannot contest any longer.
Clock Tower of Inferno looming like the Eiffel Tower for FaZe at the moment. 1 round away, and Brokey, he can almost taste it. Edges on forward with the AWP to an advanced position. But Axel has got into the corner. But Nafany, oh, it's a missed shot from Brokey. A rare hit and a miss. Axel gets one back.
Yeah, missed shot from Brokey is at least some mercy towards Cloud9. Gives them a fighting chance in this round as they open up. A lot of time still left, under 1 minute.
CT so spread apart from each other right now. It's so difficult when you go down a man on that CT side of Inferno. Oftentimes teams will take a risk in this scenario, and FaZe are doing just that. They've left B, and that leaves the round completely out of the question.
Unless Cloud9 doubt themselves, but it feels very unlikely. The execute coming on through, and nobody is home. An empty bomb site, and a 9th round for Cloud9. A lifeline handed out at the tail end.
Now with the bomb plant being secured, so is the round. Brokey will drift back to CT, stop anybody pushing forward.
Now we are about to hit a scoreline that some people might remember.
On Inferno,
Uh-oh.
2 certain teams, Alex, I've heard. Different rosters, of course, but organizations certainly having some PTSD, I'm sure, that of FaZe. But right now, FaZe's chances to close this one will have to come a later round. Cloud9 fight their way forward, and perhaps there is a story to be had here. Maybe a comeback once again for Cloud9.
Gotta double check the bomb.
Just make sure no one's, that would be a ridiculous way to lose it, wouldn't it? To be knocked out of the major qualification. So just making sure they leave no stone unturned, and Cloud9 begin their first steps of what is needed, which is a flawless comeback just for OT.
Gotta say, Carrigan has really struggled in opening duels. If these stats are right, 0 for 8. Hasn't been too big of a problem here for FaZe. But there have been some games where this B site has been an issue for FaZe on the defense, with Rain and Carrigan sometimes playing that site together. This time it's Twist playing over on Banana alongside them.
Aggressive flashes set up there over towards second mid. It's a fake out though, because there's actually not a play being made by FaZe for that. But the idea there is to make them think that there's not this triple lean over towards B, when in fact there are 3 players here. You can see that's incentivized Axel to creep on up closer, wanting to take this fight. 2 players though on the other side, and Carrigan wins the duel this time. And he's charging on down, looking for more, spraying on through. Good damage done, but it does cost him his life.
No more rounds in Counter-Strike are this tense. He will struggle to find a moment with so much ramifications. And FaZe go 1 for 1 in the initial banana fight. Rain is fine, pushing down, claiming control of it, throws his smoke in. And they're fine leaving Rain here alone. They're going to send Twist back over towards A.
Ooh. Damage done. He was holding that gap, but now he falls back and blinded. He has a smoke still, so he can buy time here.
He can buy some time. Cloud9 don't have a lot of it. 40 seconds. They're going to start moving up towards this B site. And that rotation is not coming. FaZe are staying on the A site. Rain throws the smoke down, repositions to Coffins, but where's his teammates? They're nowhere near him.
They're going to take info and eventually rotate. You can see not spotting anything in towards top mid. Robson, Brokey make their way back. The final 20 seconds looms now. Cloud9, this is do or die.
Rain drops back behind the smoke, the rotation, and the flank's even coming in! But Robs, he shatters their hearts! FaZe are heading to Paris, and for Cloud9, they leave with absolutely nothing on the path to Paris other than misery.
So devastating, but FaZe make it work. The last chance qualifier, they completely reset their mindset. And everything just felt so much better for them. You can see the mood in the team just so much better. It wouldn't feel right without FaZe. It wouldn't feel right without either of these teams. But only one of them could make it, and it's FaZe who get the job done.
Yeah, and FaZe now have a chance to write one of the greatest stories in Counter-Strike, right? They go all the way from the last chance qualifier. They qualify for the major. So much doubt. It felt like maybe FaZe are out of this. We were worried about the teams that would go down, the form that they showed in the RMR, but with pulling this back, for getting that last spot, they now have a chance to run it all the way, and Carrigan can lead his men to the City of Romance for the romantic story to all come together.
Yeah, we call it a fairy tale storyline when the underdog teams come on through, they battle through from the difficult runs. FaZe here, they set themselves up as that storyline. Knocked down to the LCQ, coming in as favorites in that first RMR group. You could just see how crushed they were at the end of last week. But that time off, time to reflect, rebuild, to come back bigger, better, stronger, and so resilient here, taking down Cloud9 and locking themselves in that final spot in Paris.
Yeah, and I think for someone like Carrigan, he deserves so much credit as the captain of this team to right the ship in that position, to get the team back into a positive mentality. It was so important for FaZe. They talked about the energy in the team the whole time. It came through here in this one. And for Cloud9, oh, it is heartbreaking. They grinded so hard to get to this point. They've had so many tournament woes. They feel like that team that's always so close to greatness, but not even getting to compete at the major.
It is heartbreaking, but a team that is looking for greatness, looking for that final jewel in their crown, has the opportunity to do it in FaZe. There's no confetti here at the RMR, but the win feels just as good as it did 2 weeks ago against this team. The call that you love to make if you're Rain right now.
Top frag that final map. Deserves this phone call. I'm sure he's letting everybody know. And FaZe, I mean, listen, this was already a crazy matchup to have. The fact that they come through, so impressive for them.
And we have Carrigan on the sidelines, who I know everyone is eager to hear from.
Carrigan, brother, thank you very much for joining me. Let's just talk through the feelings. How are you feeling right now? What's the emotions? Try and describe them.
It's so hard. I mean, obviously, we put ourselves in this situation. I think we haven't won Mirage against Cloud9 for 2 years. We always knew what we wanted to do, what we could do to counter them. But what a comeback of the team. I think we're coming back and we're losing this force buy. No reaction, nobody's frustrating, everybody's full focus on the goal, and that's to close in and get it to overtime. So super proud, and obviously I feel super bad for the Cloud9 guys. They have both of the teams in this situation. They're playing 4 best of 3s on 24 hours, but it is what it is, and I'm just super proud of the team today.
And talk me through what you personally were saying to the boys at half-time when things were not looking good and you knew you had to pull off a monster comeback. What did you say to really rally the troops?
I tried to use the keywords I've used since yesterday, passion, heart, and today was a lot about believing. And I just tried to emphasize that for the team, that even though we're down, just keep believing. I know we can be the best team in the world. I know the players I have on my team is the best players in the world, and today we had to show it, and not just being privileged, but actually go there and show that that we are some of the best players in the world, and just super proud that we managed to complete the mental reset. If you look at the game against Mouse and you look at the game we played yesterday and today, the team environment was just different. So I think, yeah, I don't know what to say. It's a very strange situation.
And there's one thing as well that you brought out right before the game, a piece of confetti. For those who don't know, do you want to explain the story just behind that confetti itself?
Yeah, I just showed the guys that right before the game started that this confetti reminds us of what happened 2 weeks ago. We won a Grand Slam, we won against Cloud9. Doesn't matter the circumstances, even if it's here, Malta or anywhere else, we can do it. We just have to believe that's the word, and I just tried to memorize and tell them to look at this confetti and be that the memory for the game in whatever situation. Just think about the confetti, and now we have a chance to go deep in Paris, but a lot of work ahead of us. But for now, I'm super proud after being very down 1 week ago. But now we're here and we are going to Paris.
And final question, after the story you've been through in this RMR, you know, going to the 2-2, dropping in towards the LCQ, you know, you've been to 15 consecutive majors and now to be at the final one for CSGO, what does that mean for you personally?
It means a lot. Obviously, there's a record I want to break, and that's being the oldest major winner. I did it just last year. Today, this time it's about to break that again as a personal thing. But just being there and enjoy what it is CSGO brought to my life and what emotions it gives on the lows and the highs. But we all work really hard, and obviously the emotions here in this area the last 2 days have been really rough for many teams. And I feel also for the Cloud9 guys who work really hard, and yeah, all being in Paris is a dream, and we're gonna do everything we can to go deep there. But a lot of bad seeding in front of us, since I think we're the lowest seed for the whole major. So yeah, we have to step up.
Well, thank you for joining us, brother, and congratulations once again. We can't wait to see you in France.
Thank you very much, guys.
Well, emotions have been the storyline here at the RMRs. FaZe, our final team, qualify for the Paris Major. I know the City of Light will shine a little bit brighter for Carrigan and the guys.
Yeah, and the credit to the mental reset, I think, is absolutely the right call there from Carrigan, because he knows firsthand what it can feel like when a team just collapses and just stop believing in each other. He's been there before at previous majors where FaZe just all of a sudden just stop believing in each other. For the Cloud9 guys, I mean, Hobbit, so experienced. You can see the reaction on his face. It's brutal, it's rough, but they just have to accept it, unfortunately.
Well, we do have an interview with the coach on hand to throw over to you guys.
Gru, thank you for joining us. Of course, the team incredibly emotional, not making it to the final Counter-Strike Major. How's everyone feeling? Give me your thoughts off the back of this kind of entire RMR, just the knee-jerk reaction from yourself.
So I think every team, after the losing or after not qualifying for such tournament, disappointment, I think for all players it's a tragedy, because it's the last major. And to be honest, I don't think it was so fair, in my opinion, because of the draw. Group wasn't balanced. If you will have a look, for example, Group A, they have 6 teams from top 30. Our group have 13 teams from top 30. They have 3 slots. We have 3 slots in Legends. They have 4. So our group was in 2 times difficult, but we have less slots, for example. Yeah. Anyway, such team like our have to win all games and qualify. So it was our fault. But even in this case, it wasn't fair.
That's fair enough. Groove, of course, you've been with the guys for a while now, and this roster has kind of been pretty stable for quite some time, of course, minus the replacement after last year. What's the ideas moving forwards? Because, of course, we know that Counter-Strike 2 is on the horizon, the next major's there. Is that something you guys are even focusing on right now, or is it going to be focusing on continuing Counter-Strike Global Offensive into before CS2 is released?
Until we play on CSGO 1, so we will focus only on CSGO 1. We even don't have a time. For example, for last 3 weeks, we have 5 tournaments in a row. We played more than 40 official maps. It's more than half of last year. I think it's a lot. It's pretty hard, but anyway, even after this event in 2 days, we have another matches in Brazil. So we have just to play, and we don't have any time for relax. So until the end of June, we will be focused on CSGO. I'm not sure when we will start to play in CS2, to be honest, when will be the first tournament. When it will happen, we will just start to play this game, not now.
So, of course, you mentioned there's still quite a few events coming up. Rio is literally just around the corner. From your perspective, what are you going to be doing to kind of reinvigorate the guys and kind of bring them back up after this, moving into events so close? It's definitely going to be hard, right?
Yeah, so for us, we're burned out, so we don't have any energy, any emotions, because, as I said, last 3 weeks, it was pretty tough. 4 events we played very good. We placed second on the EPL. We won 3 events online, but we didn't qualify for the major. And now it doesn't matter what we did before. Yeah, before Rio, I can't say what is our goal now. I think we will just play because, as I said, we're really disappointed because we didn't qualify for the last major.
For sure. Well, I'll leave you to get back to the team. Unlucky once again, but really looking forward to what you guys can do for the rest of the year.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to thank all our fans. I think it was like Volleyball Gaming, so all of you supported us, so thank you. See you in Rio.
Well, it's been a long grind for Cloud9, as illuminated in that interview. A lot of games they've been playing, a lot of officials, a lot of tournaments, and unfortunately, their path to Paris did end here today.
Yeah, it's really tough to see it because you hear Carrigan saying before about how he gives his everything to the game, and then you see on the other side, when you get eliminated, it's like there's an emptiness, there's a hole in your heart because you don't have any more to play. You can see the results for Cloud9. I mean, what a grind for these guys. Yeah, really tough for them. Going up against FaZe here, they themselves, I think, know that it was always going to be tough. And listen, they put up a great fight on that first map, but it's not easy going up against FaZe.
Yeah, I think they kind of played two massive games there. The ENCE game, obviously, to put them into this position, and then against FaZe here today. We can see FaZe's results, on the other hand. They got off that good start in the best of ones. They were 2-0 up and then fell to Na'Vi, to BNE, and then that nail-biter against Mal's that sent them here to the LCQ, where they were able to step up against Aurora and against Cloud9. We can see all the results from today as they came in. Vitality as well, another massive storyline out of today, became legends at Paris.
Yeah, great to see Vitality delivering. I think Magisk has been in fine form, which is an exciting prospect for that roster, considering some of the other firepower elements they have. And man, we're really coming to the end of the RMR. I mean, the last chance qualifier has been so dramatic at the end here to close it out. It's kind of crazy to have this sort of scenario play out. I don't think anyone expected this, but I think everyone, you know, is really happy FaZe are there. Obviously, we'd love Cloud9 to be there too. Cannot be the case, and this is that Challengers playoff. FaZe able to turn it around, able to look like a completely different team once they made it to this last chance qualifier.
Yeah, I feel like this Challengers playoff has had so many storylines coming through, and that final could have been a major final, right? Just how intense it was. We can see now the complete Challengers list of teams. FaZe adding their name amongst them into the bottom right there. All these teams will be going to Paris later on this year.
Yeah, lots of names in there, lots of stacked rosters, and we get the regional competition as well. We get all regions represented, which is exciting to see. European teams obviously will be thinking they're favored, but there's always upsets at the major.
Yeah, I think that's been the story of these RMRs, right? The upsets began early. We had that Legends playoff game earlier. Vitality really in the gauntlet here, having to take down the #1 in the world, G2 first, then Monte, who have been on a huge tear here. Very impressive team with players like Boros stepping up and really shining here. But I think it's a sigh of relief if you're a French fan going into Paris, having Vitality at the Legends spot.
Yeah, and this was the Legends playoff earlier as well. Into the breach, straight into Legends, and then bad news, Eagles also able to take down Gamer Legion in that one. So big result there for bad news Eagles. We know how much it means to those guys.
Yeah, and you can see it was the team with the highest difficulty score that got there. So into the breach, you know, it was not an easy battle for them. They really had to take down some of the best teams. They went toe-to-toe with Na'Vi in that best of one, who are also one of the legends here alongside Heroic, Furia, Fnatic, 9, and obviously Vitality as mentioned.
Yeah, a bit of a disparity between some of the top teams and the bottoms in terms of names here, but that is the beauty of the major circuit. You can open up in the qualifiers, so you can make it to this point, and you can become legends. And wow, yeah, so cool for some of these teams.
Yeah, what a story we've been. We can take a look at the predictions, how they've panned out for everyone today. Yeah, pretty good here. Got all of them right. You did as well. Yeah, the favorites won out, I guess, is kind of the storyline with these predictions.
Yeah, I got the perfect 6, personally, you know.
If it was golf, Jackie would have won, but it's not.
No, definitely not. Yeah, this has been a real fun stage. You know, I rate some people going for the Monte pick over Vitality. I just enjoy watching Monte, to be honest. So I was tempted with my heart. My head said otherwise. And here are the matchups into the Challenger stage. FaZe against Monte straight away. I mean, that is an immediate best of one. against a team with a hell of a lot of firepower.
There's a few that really jump out to me here. NIP versus Mouse, I think that's a really exciting matchup. OG versus ENCE, another one where I think a lot on the line. So our first chance to take a look at all these matches, and we have so much excitement in store come May and come the major. These teams all going to be battling it out. It all rolls back again. You thought the RMRs were dramatic. Well, the Challenger stage will take that one up a gear.
Yeah, starting in that Challenger stage and moving on to Legends later. What an RMR it has been. And well, this is only the RMR. We still have the major to come. Plenty of Counter-Strike coming up. I cannot wait.
Yeah, with all the storylines we've seen, all the action, all the drama, it's been Counter-Strike in its rawest form. That's been the way that we've been phrasing this throughout. We've got to see these teams come on through that people perhaps hadn't even heard of before the RMR, shining here on stage and really making their mark on the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's us done for the RMRs. Thank you all so much for watching, and don't miss that major. If you think the emotions were high here, they're going to be even higher at that major. Thank you, and make sure to check out that Blast TV Paris major. It is going to be incredible.